And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. What is it? Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello and welcome everyone to NSF's live coverage of the SpaceX and NASA Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. I see a bunch of 5x5s in the chat. Fabulous. My name's Alicia Siegel. I'm a host and commentator here at NSF. I'll be your host today as we kick off this live stream. This is our second launch attempt for Crew-10 after it encountered a few hydraulics issues with the ground system during the first attempt on Wednesday. But we're not going to have any of that today. No, we are looking forward to sending 4 astronauts into space today in just a few hours. So this will be the 10th SpaceX Crew rotation mission. It's 11th flight with crew on board if you count Demo 2 with Bob and Doug. And thanks everyone for joining us today. We are so excited for this. Crew-10, Take 2, Electric Boogaloo, as I like to say. Joining me in the studio today, we have Alejandro Alcantarilla Romera. Alex, how you doing today?
Ooh, I was sort of, wow, that's the first time you tried. That was interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's a great day for, to launch people to the International Space Station to carry another crew to orbit. Like, yeah, let's do it this time. This time it's going to happen.
It is. I'm feeling good. The vibes are good here. And also joining us out in the field today on comms, we've got Sawyer Rosenstein. Sawyer, how's it looking out there?
It is looking beautiful. I mean, last time there were no clouds in the sky. There are some today, and you may hear a little bit of wind as it is breezy, but otherwise, forecasts look good, the skies look good. Let's go to space.
Amazing. Always a good day to go to space, we like to say. We can definitely see those flags flapping in the breeze there down at the press site. So a little windier, but yes, they're saying that the weather's looking good. 95% chance with weather today. We've also got Max Evans out in the field. He's going to be bringing us some shots from crew walkout a bit later and joining us on comms later, as well as a few other friends in just a bit too. Back behind the scenes today, we've got Jay Keegan and Carson Phillips. They are pulling all those levers, helping us to bring you all of this amazing live coverage for Crew-10. So everyone, we are going to be broadcasting here for about the next 4 or 5 hours. We'll be taking you through all of these fun launch preparations in real time. You're going to get to see the suiting up. You're going to get to see the ride over to the pad, loading into the capsule. Of course, the launch. The launch is happening today. We are all determined. So just get comfortable. As always, put your questions in chat. Be sure to tag us at NASA Spaceflight when you do that, so they'll pop up in our question panel. And we'll hopefully get to answer some of those, or all of those really, live on the stream today. So Alex, why don't you kick us off here with the rundown of the mission, what's happening here today? Why is everyone tuning in today? What are we hoping to see?
Yeah, hopefully in just 4 hours from now, we're going to have the launch of the Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station, carrying another 4 crew members to the station, joining the Expedition 72 crew on board of the orbital outpost. We're going to have mission commander Anne McClain, mission pilot Nichole Ayers, mission specialist Takuya Onishi, and mission specialist Kirill Peskov. I'm not really that good with international names, right? So I'm sorry if I butchered the names, but they are very magnificent people, of course. Astronauts, they are obviously trained for all of this. We're going to talk about their preparations and things like that later in the broadcast as well. They're going to be joining, that crew of the Expedition 72 crew members on board the station. Those are the crews of the Soyuz MS-26 and the Crew-9 crew members as well. They're going to be essentially handing over that command. The Crew-9 crew will be overlapping a bit with this Crew-10 crew, and then the Crew-9 crew will be able to return in early next week, essentially. So for those that are wondering when are Suni and Butch, returning back and everything, that's going to be late, early next week, just a few days from now. But first, they need to get Crew-10 up there so they can relieve that crew. And so that's the whole purpose of this mission. It's just a crew rotation mission, as usual, that goes up to the International Space Station, and the previous crew just gets relieved and comes back home. And so that's pretty much what we're going to see here in 4 hours. Right now, as you see there, they are getting suited up, getting all of those preparations, and once they are all ready to go, they're going to be going out to the pad. Hopefully in 40, 50 minutes from now. That's usually the timeline that we have for that. But you can see there, that's Kirill Peskov, mission specialist from Roscosmos.
Yeah, they're all getting suited up now.
Yeah, getting that umbilical connection on the thigh.
Their second time doing this now, so they're all pros, of course. We've got, as you mentioned, Anne McClain. She's the commander. This is going to be her second time going into space, as well as one of the mission specialists, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, also his second time going into space. And then we have two noobs on board. We've got Nichole Ayers, the pilot. I really shouldn't say noob. That's so diminutive. They're such accomplished people here. This is her first trip to space, though. She's the first member of NASA's 2021 astronaut class actually named to crew. So a very accomplished U.S. Air Force pilot. And then we've also got, as you mentioned, Kirill Peskov from Roscosmos as well. This is also his first space flight. He was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018. Interestingly, though, all of these astronauts today are pilots, and they're all in their different roles here today, but they all are very, very accomplished in terms of their airtime too. So what we're seeing here now, we are all getting them suited up, of course. You see them leaning there in those chairs.
You can see how it gets, like a balloon, right? It balloons out as it pressurizes. Yeah. Look at that.
That's right. Actually, there was a question about that. Here, somebody was asking. There we go. Do they pressure test the flight suits in this room or only in the Dragon? If you guys have tuned in before to some of our past coverage of crew things, that's always a big thing when they're in the Dragon capsule, seeing them get all puffed up and whatnot. Oh, there's the recliners. Look at that. But yeah, so you were saying about them pressurizing it here?
Yep, they do it here, and then once they are on the capsule itself, they also do that there. Those leak checks, making sure that everything is good to go. It's always good to double check, triple check when you have people on board. So you do it here once they are suited up, and then you do it again before closing the hatch so that they can, get any support from the ground crews to do a last minute check. Normally, if there's some kind of leak, it tends to be not because of the material or like a puncture on the suit or something like that. Oftentimes, it's just down to some zipper. It's not properly zipped, right? It's not fully all the way, or maybe there's a little bit on the helmet or something, some hair.
But we were talking about that on Wednesday too. I remember that was Crew 5. There was a hair in the seal of the door. It's very particular. They want to make sure those things are airtight for sure.
Yep.
But yeah, they're here getting all suited up at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, or the ONC. This is just a few miles south of Launchpad 39A, where the crew's going to be launching from today on their Falcon 9 rocket with Crew Dragon Endurance on top. You can see some shots of that there too. And prior to this, there's always a few fun pre-flight traditions that these astronauts go through. Traditionally, astronauts will start off with a meal of steak, eggs, and cake, regardless of whatever time their takeoff is scheduled for. We have a 3 o'clock, we're suiting up at 3 o'clock right now, so I guess that wasn't too long ago that would make sense maybe to have steak and eggs, like a late breakfast, maybe brunch. But that's actually in honor of Alan Shepard. He ate that breakfast before his Mercury Freedom 7 flight back in 1961. And it's also for logistical reasons, though, because it's high protein and low residue, as they like to say. So they might have had that. And then
By
here
the way,
they are
fun
now.
fact with the cake.
Yeah, please.
Turns out they don't actually eat it. They don't actually get any of the cake. For them, the cake is a lie, but it's
Oh.
mainly for the photo opportunity.
So there is a cake, they just don't eat it.
That's what one of
Wonder
the
what
astronauts
kind
I
of
spoke to told me. Yes.
Interesting. Is it a specific kind of cake? Do they try to like do the same thing that Alan Shepard had, or is it just like a congratulations, you're
I
going
haven't
into
seen
space
anything
today
that-
cake?
I haven't seen anything that specifies what the cake is, but it typically has the mission insignia on it.
That's cool. That's cool. And this is a cool mission insignia too. We'll talk about that in a little bit, what the patch looks like. So, Alex, we're seeing a shot here of the rocket. Can you tell us a little bit about the Falcon and the capsule that's going into space today?
Yeah, so you see that booster that Crew Dragon will ride today. It's not that suited. It's actually really new by Falcon 9 standards. It's the second flight for booster B1090, having previously supported the O3B mPOWER mission for about 87 days ago or so. And the capsule that's going to be, carrying these 4 astronauts to the International Space Station, staying there on the station until July, that'll be capsule C210 Endurance. So C210 is its serial number, right? C for capsule, 2 for Dragon 2, and then 10 because it's the 10th that was built. And this is going to be the 4th flight of Crew Dragon Endurance, having previously supported the Crew 3, Crew 5, and Crew 7 missions. Crew 7 splashed down essentially almost a year ago on March 12th. So it's going to be near, a little bit over a year turnaround for this capsule. And, once they dock to the International Space Station, they're going to be staying about 5 months or so on the station. This crew will be coming back in July timeframe, essentially. Once Crew 11, the next crew rotation mission, launches to the International Space Station. That's usually what you will see from these rotation missions, right? The next one launches, and then the previous one gets relieved and gets to come back home. Again, we were talking about that with the Crew 9 crew as well. Once Crew 10 docks to the International Space Station, the Crew 9 crew will be returning back to Earth, including, yes, Sonny and Butch, of course. And so they're going to be finally be coming home and being able to return with families and whatnot.
Yeah, this is a pretty big, important crew rotation mission. And it's definitely everyone's paying attention to it for sure. And so that handover period, then that's a couple of days. What's that going to look like when they get up to the ISS?
Yeah, normally, it's good to have that handover period because the newly arrived crew, they're still acclimating to the conditions of space, right? Like 0G and everything. Some people, like, I think the statistics are like half of the people that go in space have some kind of, motion sickness of sorts, right? So they still need a bit of time to get used to it and everything. So they need a few days of that. So they, that handover period allows them to take those few days, right, of getting used to space. And they also can get to do emergency trials. The old crew. Oh, by the way, this is part of the traditions as well. They take the tags. You might have seen Nichole Ayers grabbing one of the tags from the ground crew. They carry it out to space and then they return it back when they're back from their missions. But coming back to the handover side of things, then the old crew can also run them through the latest, because these people that are going to the ISS, they've only trained on the ground with mock-ups and things like that. So they get the usual tour of the ISS, right? They get to be told, here's what things are going, this experiment is going here, blah, 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 all that stuff. They get a bit of a rundown. They go through all of the emergency procedures and everything if something were to arise. And, that's a good thing, that they have a bit of that time to get used to those conditions, to get through all of the checkouts and everything of the station. But yeah,
It's interesting. In the press conferences prior to their first attempt there, they were actually saying they were shortening the handover for this one. They were trimming it down to 2 days instead of like 5. They're saying that they wanted to be just like as
They'll be
efficient
on
as
countdown
possible,
one with a
conserve.
T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing. We're currently counting down to a T0 of 23:03:48 UTC, 19:03:48 local time. The crew are currently getting suited up with leak checks completed at ONC. The advanced team is at the pad, opening the side hatch to prepare for crew arrival. Vehicle gases are MEOP, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. Falcon 9 is not working any issues this time. Weather looks great across the board for launch site and sent weather. In the event of a scrub, the next available launch opportunity will be tomorrow, March 15th. Procedure 52.91 is open in the event of crew contingency from crew ingress through launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Hangar racks go on lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and last until spacecraft separation, or after the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are required to stay on their locations until lockdown is complete.
Okay. Well, so he basically just gave commentary for us as well. Amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, they shortened it down to 2 days. They were saying they wanted to try to also conserve consumables
MD
and open up,
countdown one,
undock.
report on Dragon Health. Dragon is healthy, tracking no issues. Can CE have a report on Falcon 9 Health?
Falcon 9 is healthy, not tracking any issues.
Alright, this will conclude the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing unless there are any other questions.
There we go. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Oh, he's waving. Takuya Onishi's waving. He's
Core
like,
and
hi,
countdown,
NSF.
suit dawning and checkouts complete, on schedule.
So everything's sounding
Nice.
good. Everything progressing as it should. But yeah, what I was saying was they were saying they were trying to conserve like consumables and whatnot, and I think that's related to the damage on the Cygnus cargo shipping container that we heard about before. We know that they put some extra food and consumables and less experiments on the latest resupply mission as a result of that. So it's a different handover process this time a little bit. But also, don't forget Don Pettit's still up there to help with the handover, and there's still, plenty of time for them to get used to their new home for the next few months.
Yeah, and for those curious, I actually have pulled this up from NASA. The Crew-9 on dock, if they launch today, Crew-10 will be docking essentially tomorrow, Saturday at 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So it's going to be a bit of a trip, right? A bit of over a day to get to the ISS. And they will arrive on Saturday, and so the undocking of Crew-9 will be early in the morning on Wednesday, March 19th. So essentially, a couple of days, like 2-3 days or so to come back home. Usually, as you were mentioning, it's usually like a week, maybe a week and a half if the weather is a little bit iffy and things like that. But of course, these things sort of go that way, that sometimes the weather can keep you for a few more weeks on the station. We've seen that in the past.
Absolutely. Yeah, that happens a lot more frequently, unfortunately, than we want. Here's a question, actually, about the suiting up process. Either of you guys, do you know this? Is there a difference between the SpaceX's suit up process for NASA missions versus private missions? And I guess it would just depend on, like, who the carrier is, right? Like, what suits you're wearing?
I mean, one of the main differences is where. So for any NASA ISS mission, they typically suit up here, as you mentioned, the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility, the ONC. Whereas for any of the SpaceX private missions, they actually have a Dragon building that's a little bit closer to the pad. So the crew will drive out there from usually arriving at the Launch and Landing Facility, formerly Shuttle Landing Facility, head over and then suit up there, and then we typically don't see them until they're leaving that building and rolling out to the pad. In terms of the process, we haven't seen video from inside of the private suit up, but it's assumed to be a similar process and similar seats, just different location.
So all smiles here, it looks like, and laughing with Nichole. Very exciting. I do want to point out, actually, somebody asked this on the stream on Wednesday, if this was the first time that there is a female commander and female pilot together. And the answer is yes. This is actually pretty historic when it comes to that. So there have been female commanders in the past. There have been female pilots in the past. But this is the first time they're there together.
Ooh,
so we're
game
seeing them
time.
head over, to this table now. So this is another tradition. Sawyer, you want to tell us a little bit about this card game tradition?
Sure. So you'll see Chief of the Astronaut Office there. I believe Joe Akava is the one dealing the cards. So what happens is the chief of the astronaut office deals out cards, and the rules are everyone gets a card. Lowest card loses. They will continue to play until the commander loses. And that is meant to be that you get all of your bad luck out of the way here, now, early on the ground, that you have a successful mission. So basically, we need Anne McClain to lose the card game. And in the past, it's gotten a little dicey of taking quite a long time for them to lose. And they've gone, maybe we need to hurry this up to make it out on time. But plenty of time today. And it's the only time you hope the commander to lose.
Pretty quickly on Wednesday last time, too, didn't it? I think you only had like two hands for that.
Just a few hands.
There have been some that have taken a longer.
I was looking up one of the quotes, by the way, from astronaut Winston Scott about the game, and his answer in regards to the history of it was, I have no idea, and I don't think you can ask anybody who would know the origin of this tradition.
Yeah, I heard once that it started around at least the Gemini era, with the two-man missions. But yeah, I also haven't been able to find out anything more to that. Oh, high fives. Here we go. It's fun. It's really cool to see all these traditions as they've, carried on. And earlier we also saw that shot of all of those recliners in the corner, those like reddish colored lazy boys there. And those are actually from the from I think it's like Apollo era even, or at least the shuttle era. And those were the ones that they typically would sit in to get all suited up. But now, of course, with the new SpaceX suits, they have these very, custom built, specific reclining chairs there for them. And they also each put their patch sticker on it as well. So you can see those building up with every single launch that we've had. They add their own, sticker to it too.
Core on countdown, LIO seals removed, and installation complete. On schedule.
Love to hear it.
That call out, you might have heard Leo or LIO seals or something like that. That refers to the scrubbers, the CO2 scrubbers that use lithium hydroxide, and so LIO is the chemical formula for that. So they call it like that. But yeah, those are the CO2 scrubbers. So they are now scrubbing the CO2 because the seals have been already opened. So
we had another question here actually about the spacesuits as well. Are the helmets, what are they made out of? And the visor, is it special materials or just plastic? Do either of you know much about the suits themselves?
I do know that the helmets are like 3D printed, but I'm not sure about the material. They're probably some kind of composite material maybe. I'm not too sure. Most of those materials are like proprietary, right? But you can think, materials are non-flammable and things like that protect against those, those kind of hazards. The helmet obviously needs to be airtight as well, so the seal needs to be, again, airtight for a lack of a better word, I guess, or expression. And so that's pretty much all that we know. It's a private company, so of course a lot of the materials are proprietary to them. But they essentially do what any other suit that you see here for launch and entry does, which is protect against, fire hazards, a depressurization event, and things like that. They are not for EVA, and you might have seen that on Polaris Dawn, SpaceX actually flew a version of this suit that was adapted, so to speak, for an EVA, a spacewalk. But it was a development spacesuit. It was not, and it still had a lot of changes compared to the one that they're using today. So it's not that kind of suit today.
Sure,
right, and
yeah.
each one is
actually,
custom made. Oops, sorry. Apparently,
No,
there's a
go
little
ahead,
bit of
please.
delay here with the Starlink, so I apologize if I'm talking over anybody. So each of these suits are customized. So as Alex mentioned, the 3D printed helmets, they are 3D printed for each individual astronaut. And when it comes to parts of the suit, parts of the seats that they're lying in, things like that, whenever anything is custom made for one of the crew members, SpaceX gives it, of course, a tracking number, so to speak, a part number, and it includes the astronaut's name as a sort of reminder when people are building things for these astronauts that, hey, you've got people on the line here, so give it your best work.
I love that. Yeah, if anyone has actually ever seen these suits up close, I know down at the Cape, sometimes they have like older ones on display and whatnot. It's stunning. Like they look like they're made out of fabric. It's shocking to think that these things are actually airtight. They weigh, I think, like about 20 pounds each, which I would expect it to weigh a little bit more than that. You know, you remember seeing all of the old, the big orange suits that they wore in the shuttle era and everything, and yeah, it's just there. It's shocking that this is what it's looking like these days. But yeah, amazing. I want to get to some of our support that we've been getting here too, everyone. This is amazing. Thank you guys all so much for supporting us today. Of course, if you want to become a member, you can join. You can check out some of our merch, nasaspaceflight.com. Check out all of our amazing articles. We had a super chat, someone just saying, Alicia, yes, that's me, that's my name. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Very excited to be here today with you all. Happy Pi Day we have here as well, from Space Pope. Happy Pi Day to you all as well. 3.14. Actually, I want to bring that up a little bit later about something else too, so thank you for reminding me. We have a question here also. How would they, since we're looking at the tower here, how would they abort in the event of an issue after it's past the stage of ejection from the booster and second stage, if you happen to know? Does anyone know the answer to that question? What would they do?
So they're asking, like, once they have stage separation, right? What happens with the launch escape system? Well, it gets used, right? That's one of the advantages of the integrated launch escape system, that it's not the usual tower system, right? And so they can use it all the way out to orbit. They even have a bit of a capability to abort to orbit if, for whatever reason, the MVAC engine on the second stage underperforms a little bit and just drops them off very short from orbit. They can fire those, instead of the Super Dracos, they will fire the regular Draco thrusters to be able to insert themselves into orbit. But yeah, they will have those capabilities with the Super Dracos early on the MVAC burn. As far as I'm aware, later in the flight, as they progress through the burn of the MVAC engine, they switch from aborting with a very powerful Super Dracos to the bit more less powerful Dracos, the regular Draco thrusters. Because at that point, the dynamics allow that to happen, and they don't need to go through any high Gs or anything. And so that's a very, very useful thing. When you're aborting, you're trying to minimize also the impacts on the crew, as well as maximize their safety. And so if you can avoid having to use the very high pressure, high thrust Super Dracos and instead use the more safer Draco thrusters, then that's usually better.
That would be a very frightening scenario.
Yeah.
And then Long This, thank you so much. A $250 super chat. Thank you so much for your support. That's so incredible. And it really goes a long way with us here as well. This is just so amazing to help us fund things like getting all of these camera views that we have, and just helping us to, put out just such a really polished and fun product for you as well. So thank you so much for tuning in, and for also supporting us with such a generous bit of support there. We also have today, and only today, this is going back to the cake comment. The cake is a pie. There you go. It's Pie Day. Of course, the cake is a pie. What flavor pie? No, I know, right? What flavor pie do you think it is if it's the cake is a pie?
Oh, hang on, because we went through Long Dis's support, but I think they had a question as well, talking about
Oh, the question. Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
It's okay.
Can I pull it back
Folks,
up?
she's like hosting for the first time, so it's okay.
I am. I'm sorry. There's so many bells and whistles.
Yeah, I was an Air Force pilot with a fear of heights, but it didn't impact me with my hands on the controls. Do astronauts ever admit a bit of apprehension sitting on top of a rocket? And that's actually a really good question, because I'm not the type of person to write any of this. I'm gonna tell you that already.
Yeah, if only someone here knew some astronauts.
I feel like, though, there's probably a little bit of nerves, but at the same time, they've gone through so much training, and it's muscle memory at this point, I feel like there's probably, of course, launch day jitters, but they're prepared. I believe they are absolutely prepared for anything. There's so many different procedures, so many different scenarios that they've been through for years now. They were selected, I believe, 2 years ago for this mission, so they've gone through everything that they're going to be doing, and every button they're going to be pushing, and every sound they're going to be hearing, and little shake of the capsule. They've experienced quite a bit leading up to this point.
Yep, and they'll say, like you pointed out, occasionally some jitters and excitement, but in terms of scared or nervous at that point, nope. They, as you pointed out, they've gone through all the training. They've gone through just about everything that can go wrong in the simulators. They are prepared. They are focused. So, yeah, there's probably a little bit of, we're ready to go. Come on, let's launch this thing. But most of the time, it's just professional. We've practiced this. And then, of course, you had John Young, the steely-eyed missile man who fell asleep waiting to launch on STS-1.
There's been a couple. It looked like Kirill Peskov was falling asleep in the capsule on Wednesday too. I find that these mission specialists, when they're going through all of the procedures, before they launch, they're typically just kind of along for the ride, and the commander and the pilot are doing a lot of the work there. So they're just kind of like, all right, I'm just gonna get in a little nap while I can. It's smart. I would too, probably. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I'd be too excited. Alex, can you give us a little bit of information about the launch today in terms of where it's going, if people can see it, if they're out, out and about, that sort of thing, for this particular mission?
Yeah, so the launch here today, it's coming out from Launch Complex 39A, very historic pad. Launch Apollo and shuttle missions, and also lots and lots of Falcon 9s, a bunch of Falcon Heavies as well. And so it's going to go out to the northeast, heading out to the International Space Station's 51.6 degree inclination orbit, right? And so anybody that is sort of up the coast of the United States, on the East Coast, should be able to see it. It's going to be very close to sunset. And so some of the places, in the northeast of the United States will probably be already in darkness. So you may experience a jellyfish effect, as we call it, which is essentially when on the ground is dark and the rocket is heading into sunlight because it's going up, right? And so the sun illuminates the plume of the rocket and things like that. And so you may experience that if you are to the northeast of the United States U.S. coast. But there you can see the plates on the Teslas lift off with a 10 reference.
Always another fun little tradition there too with those. So those are, as you can see there, those are the black Tesla Model X's that take the crew to the pad. We always love to look for the custom vanity plates on the cars. They always do something really clever with those for the launches. So for this one, they've got lift 10 off. You can see the 10 in the middle there with the T and the O. They've historically been playing with the number of the crew mission, which is adorable. It's so much fun to see that. And again, we were seeing shots there of the outside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, the ONC. All those people, there we go. All those people are members of the press. It's also some family members of the crew and other NASA officials. And they'll be heading out soon, all suited up. Those doors that they'll be heading out of are really historic, and loading into those cars very soon as well. I believe Max is out there getting some shots right now, too. I don't think we can talk to him, but I think he's out there.
I think I see Janet Petra there, maybe?
Yeah, he's not on comms, but he is out there getting some awesome pictures, and I'm sure he'll post those to his social media account. And, of course, our NSF socials will repost all of those. Instagram, Threads, X,
we got
all
some
of
people
those.
coming
Blue Sky.
Some people heading out here. Some of It's always actually kind of fun now. You can actually see it. Sometimes when there's nighttime launches, it's very dark over there. But
yeah,
we'll be seeing them come out any minute now. It's really neat with those Teslas too now. Prior to the SpaceX era, I guess I could say, they had those vans, but this whole area out here, it's really nice. It's it's an opportunity for there's those doors. You got all the stickers of all the past missions all around it. They're running out of space there, I gotta say that too. But it's nice, it's the last opportunity for the astronauts to talk to their families and say goodbye. This is a long duration mission, so they're going to be gone for a few months, and it can be kind of emotional sometimes to watch. They've been quarantined for a bit now as well to make sure that they stay healthy and everything. So they can't even get really too close and touch them or anything. But it is just a really nice and a bit more of a newer tradition. The Apollo and the shuttle crews, they never really got that opportunity. They came out, they waved, and then they were just kind of shoved into the vans and went off to the pad. So having them be able to take their time, talk to their loved ones, they get into the car and then they can actually talk to them through the windows there. It's very nice.
Should be getting the crew walkout in just a few minutes from now. Usually happens around the T-minus 3 hour and 20-minute mark or so. Never, of course, right on the dot, but usually that's normally what we see on these crew missions. They have a timeline, right, to run through all of these events, and usually they actually run ahead of that timeline, and they bake into that timeline some of that extra time as well to be able to go through checks and everything. I guess I can take the opportunity. We're seeing now the rocket. Like, what else happened on Wednesday, right? Like, why did they scrub on Wednesday? And you can see there the rocket on the pad. There's a structure next to it, that white structure next to the rocket. There's a clamp at the top, and there's a hydraulic system that opens that clamp around T-minus 5 minutes in a count. And that allows that structure is the Stromback to retract and then also pull away at liftoff. Because it clears, right? It sort of holds the rocket during transport, and then once it goes vertical and once it is on the pad, but ahead of liftoff, it needs to open. So what happened on Wednesday is that they had a hydraulics issue with that system that opens the clamp there at the top of the Stromback, and so these things happen, and apparently what they found out is that they had an air pocket in the hydraulic systems. So they flushed the hydraulic system and they tried again, and it worked. And so everything seems to be going now, good to go for today. Of course, they had to wave off an attempt yesterday because of the conditions downrange on the potential abort zones for Crew Dragon. Remember that they need to look at the launch site weather, but also at the weather on the downrange abort areas. They go up the coast of the United States, right, on the northeast. And so they need to look at a bunch of these places. Of course, not every single place needs to have perfect weather, but most of it needs to be good to go in order for the mission to go on schedule and safely. So, that was one of the reasons why they did not attempt a launch yesterday, but today conditions are a lot more better.
Definitely, and much better to be safe. Even if it's just an air pocket, much better to be safe for that.
Yeah.
Just once again, my goodness, another $200 super chat. Long this. Thank you so much. You're so generous today. Last question. Doesn't have to be your last question, please. We'll be here for the next 4 hours. Of the NSF team, audio or crew supporting, how many of you Astro lovers would be willing to strap yourself to that rocket? Not Starship yet, but soon. I absolutely would. Well, I'd like to be strapped inside the capsule, maybe not to the the booster, but yeah, I would go. What about you guys?
Absolutely, no brainer. Yes, sign me up, please. Kay, thank you.
Alex?
I can wave you off from the ground. I'm very scared of flights and things like that. I cannot imagine myself strapping myself to a rocket. I like space flight not because I imagine myself going up there anytime soon. It's just because it's cool, right? Like you see these rockets and doing all of those cool things in space and all of the amazing things that different agencies across the world are doing, and that's what keeps me focused and what keeps me doing all of this. But it's certainly not the part about going myself to space. I don't see myself doing that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel like they've got this part down at least, Starship, I don't know about that just yet for me. I'd like to maybe see the ship get orbital first. Maybe we could talk about that. But no, I would feel pretty confident on the Crew Dragon. Wow, a lot of people out there getting ready to see them. Very
Most are
exciting.
probably teammates and things like that, like from other programs. They go out there, part of the NASA teams and everything. So waving at the astronauts as they pass by and everything. They have a lot of support,
Alex,
of course, from within. Yeah.
When Sawyer and I go up on crew, whatever, you can be out there. You can blow us kisses as we pull out of there.
I'll sure do that. Yeah.
I'll hand you my headset from here at the press site.
There you go. You can do commentary for us.
Yeah, I'll be those people there sitting down and doing all that. But yeah. You can also see, of course, as usual for these crew missions, they have the security personnel as well. Because obviously, astronauts need their own security as well, as we see on pretty much every crew mission. We always are asked, oh, what's the big car with a turret and things like that on top, and yeah, they have all of that prepared, of course, for security.
Right. I mean, this is a U.S. government facility. You need to show IDs and badges and be approved to get in. However, there's always that chance, so they'd rather be safe than sorry, and the safety of these astronauts is their number one priority when it comes to every single aspect of this mission, and not just the launch. That includes getting to the pad.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, security convoy there for them. While we're waiting for them to come out, let's hit some of these questions. This is kind of going back to the flight profile.
Core on countdown, advanced team work complete, ready for crew arrival. Commencing crew walkout and ONC departure. On schedule.
Just kidding, I'm going to table that. So here they come down the hallway. They're ready to go.
Nice.
You must be so excited. This is great. So you see everyone waving them off. Oh, they have those cute little clapper things. That's great. Being followed over there into the elevator by the pad ninjas that we'll see much more of soon. Oh, look at the back wall in the elevator too. That's so great. That's them.
And all of the signatures as well from people working on this mission.
It really is like a family effort. I love what a team everyone is. So they're going to be going down in that elevator and then coming out these very historic doors.
Yeah, you can see all of the patches there on the frame as well. That's so cool.
And yeah, something else interesting to note too about those, I mentioned the pad ninjas. You see those people dressed all in black with the masks on, with the numbers on their backs. We refer to them lovingly as pad ninjas. That's the in the shuttle program they were called the closeout crew. We just kind of call them that for fun because they look like ninjas. They used to wear white suits in the shuttle era, but now for SpaceX, because the crew is wearing white, they're wearing black to differentiate them. Obviously, they have their masks on, obviously for health reasons, just like how we wore masks during the pandemic. They want to make sure that they don't give the crew anything funny to take up to the ISS with them, of course, unintended anyway. But yeah, they're going to be all around and escorting them, into the capsule, getting them all secured for their mission then. So we should be seeing them come out very.
And in
very
fact,
soon here.
sometimes even some of the NASA teams are embedded with those ninja crews, as we call them, right? Like there's usually some kind of NASA astronaut that is supporting the crews that goes out to the pad with them. Even their own photographers are part of the ninja crews, because obviously, there's got to be someone documenting the whole process, right? And so you often see somebody with a camera on the crew access arm taking pictures of the crew and things like that. Usually it tends to be Ben Cooper out there on the Space Coast. Sometimes we've seen, for example, for Polaris Dawn and Inspiration 4, it was John Krause as well. Ooh.
Oh, a nice
stickers.
shot there. Look at those old patches. And the newer ones, too. You can see Crew Dragon 2 on there. So that was Bob Nugget, of course. Starliner, yeah. So much fun. They're running out of room, though. We've got so many launches happening now. They're going to need to start sticking it on the wall or something. Any minute now, they'll be coming out. Everyone's all ready.
Yeah, sometimes they also delay things a little bit on purpose to keep to the schedule. They like to be ahead, but not that much ahead, right?
You're right. Someone was asking earlier, what do the license plates on the Teslas say for this flight? Once again, they say liftoff, and the T and the O are the number 10. So it's Crew-10.
Yeah. They do those, sometimes they try to introduce the number of the crew mission on their plates.
Yeah. There's another question actually, because we're about to be starting the road here. Do they close the roads, or are they just? Here they come. Let's pause on that one.
There they are.
Smiles. To the stars. Let's go. So from left to right there, you have Kirill Peskov, who is a cosmonaut from Roscosmos. You have Nichole Ayers, the pilot. Then Anne McClain, who is the commander. And then Takuya Onishi from JAXA, the mission specialist as well.
Funny, they walked out in the same configuration that they're going to be seated in Dragon.
It's funny you mention that, because I feel like every time they stand somewhere for like a press conference or anything, that's the order that they sit in. So I feel like it's very intentional. I think as soon as they were assigned, they were like, you will always be standing next to this buddy. Like, do not move.
Yeah, they probably already have that in their own hard drives in their brain, right? It's sort of like, okay, we need to stand this way and this other way.
Yeah. So here they are. You can see them standing behind that yellow line there. So they can't actually touch them or get too close, but they can, say goodbye to their loved ones. Everyone's getting them cheered on. Very, kind of maybe like a bittersweet moment here. Obviously, this is the second time now that they've done this in the past few days. So maybe, a little bit like, okay, maybe.
Yeah, been there, done that.
Yeah, maybe a little less stressful the second time around, I would think. What do you think, Alex? Do you think it'd be a little less stressful or more stressful?
I mean, it will probably feel a little bit less stressful, right? Because you've already gone through this. I guess it's no comparison, but I felt the same, for example, with the Starship coverage that we had for flight 8, right? Where we had that scrub on the first day. And so the second time around, it felt like, okay, we're here back, doing this thing again, and let's just go through it. And so you're a little bit more, loose and not having to worry that much because you've already gone through all of that. And here we go. They are on the cars.
They're Teslas. So you'll notice that there's 3, which might be confusing because there's 4 astronauts. The commander and the pilot each get their own car, and then the 2 mission specialists are in the last one there. But yeah, they're getting all ready. Do you know anything, Alex, about the cars themselves? How I would assume, with their suits, because they're not as, bendable as just like normal clothes or something. The seats that they're sitting in, have they actually installed like special seats? And just ways, obviously with the door coming down like that, it's a lot easier to climb in sideways. But the inside of the cars, do you know anything about how they've changed them at all?
They are modified to introduce, they have a recirculation system because, once they strap themselves down to Dragon, they have these thigh connection, right? That flushes cool air through the suit. But right now, they are on the suit and not having that recirculation, so it can get very hot. So they are on board the cars. They have a bit of a, subscale version of that system that can provide them with cool air on board of the car. I believe those are like on the back, behind of the back seats. But yeah, that's pretty much some of the modifications that they do. I'm not too well versed with the Tesla cars, unfortunately. I'm not too much of a follower, but I believe they also modify slightly the seating as well to have a bit more leg room and things like that for the astronauts.
Oh, sure, yeah. And
so that they can.
Fearless Studios was saying, is that what they were plugging into the suit there from the car then? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they needed a little bit more helping hand, I guess, to get on the seats. So, I'm hearing the usual. Okay, no, because sometimes before the core talks or something like that, there's some kind of high pitch noise, right? And so
Oh, yeah.
I heard that.
We all tense up and we try to be quiet. We don't interrupt them.
Yep.
But in the meantime, so you can see them there looking through the windows. So this is probably some family members saying goodbye. So when they roll out of here, we had a question: do they close the roads or just rolling roadblocks to the pad? It's about a 20-minute drive from the ONC to 39A. They go up State Road 3, I believe, and then up to the VAB, and then out to Kennedy Parkway to their launch pad. But do you know is the whole road closed for them, or do they do rolling stops or blocks, I should say?
Maybe Sawyer can answer that better than me. Oh, there we go. They're departing.
Core on
Yeah, so
countdown.
in terms of
Crew have left the ONC on the way to the pad. We're on schedule.
Nice.
So yes, as we hear that they're on schedule for rollout, yeah, they typically prevent cars from getting onto, especially that NASA Parkway, the main road after they turn out. You'll see like the 6-lane wide road where sometimes they'll even be driving on both sides. They'll usually kind of block that off. And then for the most part, everyone else kind of knows to pull over and let them go by. And if they forget, as mentioned, there's always the cop cars and things going ahead of them that will start sounding their sirens and getting people out of the way.
And we have our dash cam stream, so you can feel like we're riding along with them. I feel like maybe I'm wrong here. I wasn't on this early on Wednesday, but I feel like they kind of like took their time a little bit more today. Maybe, I don't know. It felt like it went faster last time to me. But I
think the suit up probably was about the same amount of time, but they kind of got out of Dodge a little bit sooner.
Yeah. And the reason that they're doing this so early, of course, we're launching at 7:03 today, I believe. Yeah, we started very early, of course, 3:00 here. The reason they do this so early is just to build in a bunch of that contingency time too, just in case, troubleshooting with the crew, getting them all set and ready to go prior to getting the fueling going. So as we're rolling along here, let's go over the crew again. Let's do some highlights here. So we've got Anne McClain, who is our commander. I believe we have some graphics that we can pull up on screen. Here we go. Amazing. Anne McClain is our commander. She became a NASA astronaut in 2013. Her call sign is Animal. Very clever. This is her second space flight, as I mentioned earlier. She was a colonel in the Army. She's a master Army aviator. Her specialty was in helicopters, and she was a test pilot with over 2,400 flight hours. And I mentioned on Wednesday, too, I have a neat little kind of 2 degrees of Kevin Bacon to her. My brother-in-law, my sister's husband, actually went to West Point with her. They overlapped. He was a year ahead of her, but they were both pilots of a very specific helicopter called the OH-58 Delta, or the Kiowa Warrior. So that was pretty cool. He said that she was super smart. She got a Marshall Scholarship. They both flew in combat, but they didn't overlap there. But that was like a nice little connection there. She played rugby. She was actually a former member of the U.S. Women's National Rugby Team. It's actually a common thing with astronauts. Jessica Watkins also, I think, was a member of that. During her first mission in 2018, she spent 204 days as a flight engineer. This was expeditions 58 and 59. And she completed 2 EVAs as well, totaling 13 hours and 8 minutes. But since then, she served in various roles. She was the branch chief and Space Station assistant to the chief of NASA's astronaut office. Moving on, we've got Nichole Ayers. She is the pilot of this mission. This is her first space flight. Her call sign there is Vapor. She was a major in the U.S. Air Force and an F-22 pilot. She's got more than 1,400 total flight hours, including more than 200 in combat. She is a former member of the U.S. Air Force Academy's varsity volleyball team and the first member of NASA's 2021 astronaut class to be named to a crew. They were, of course, the Flies. And she did mention that she's flying something up for her astronaut class, the Flies, as well. We don't know what it is just yet. TBD on what the 0G indicator will be. I don't know. but we'll be keeping an eye out for that. She served as an instructor pilot and a mission commander in the T-38 Adair and F-22 Raptor. She has led multi-surface missions, multinational missions worldwide. And she's our pilot for today. Then we've got our mission specialists coming up here as well. So first up, we've got JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. He became an astronaut in 2009. This is his second space flight. He's a former co-pilot on Boeing 767s, and he actually served as a flight engineer in Expeditions 48 and 49. This was back in 2016, where he spent 113 days in space and was a flight director, or as they call it in Japan, J-Flight, until January of this year. And which is interesting about that, actually, is because this happened after he went up into space. He felt like, he actually said he found it a little bit difficult to communicate with J-Flight, and wanted to kind of get that experience of having been on the other side. So once he got back, he got qualified as a JAXA flight director. And so now he knows both sides of the ISS, and he feels like he can do an even better job now because he knows how to properly communicate with them. Yeah. Very talented people here. He's also the first Japanese astronaut to robotically capture the Cygnus spacecraft. And while he's up there, he's going to become the ISS commander. So he'll be the third Japanese commander of the International Space Station for the first half of Expedition 73 while he's there. Finally, we've got our last mission specialist, Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. This is his also first space flight, and he was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018. Prior to this, he was a co-pilot on Boeing 757 and 767 aircrafts for a couple of Russian airlines. And he was assigned as a test pilot in 2020, but he's also got additional experience in skydiving, zero gravity training, scuba diving, and wilderness survival. So a bit of a daredevil there himself. So that's our crew roundup for today. Again, the common denominator here, a lot of them, or all of them, are pilots. So that's a helpful thing there too. They're going to be doing a lot of stuff up there, a lot of work.
Yep, there's plenty of work on the ISS nowadays.
So let's get to some of these questions too. I wanted to go back to that the flight profile and the flight corridor. We had a specific question here. Why don't they launch crew flights from the West Coast? So, specifically, I know this is going to be hugging the East Coast as it goes up. Can you talk a little bit about the trajectory for this one, and then also why don't they launch these ones from the West Coast?
Well, traditionally, it's been mostly because of the accessibility to certain orbits. By the way, there you can see the crews passing by the press site area, I think this is. But yeah, so the accessibility from Vandenberg, for example, you are not able to go to like low inclination orbits. So, if you imagine going back to the space shuttle era, when they were trying to get launches of the shuttle from Vandenberg, they were thinking of going to polar orbits, but not going to things like, for example, the orbit of Hubble Space Telescope. That's 28 degrees inclination, so you cannot do that from Vandenberg. You will essentially need to, launch over Arizona and California and things like that. You will need to launch straight east. You cannot do that from California. So you could, in theory, nowadays with Falcon 9 especially, get to the ISS from Vandenberg by doing a bit of a dogleg. The problem is precisely that there's no support for crew missions on the West Coast, and they already have 2 pads on the East Coast, right? So nowadays it's more about convenience, that it's already there in Florida, and so that's why they don't do any West Coast launches. Even when they are trying to launch to polar orbits, they're still going to be doing those launches from Florida, because now they have the Southern Polar Corridor. So you might have heard that there's an upcoming mission called FRAM2 being launched on on Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon, and it's launching to a polar orbit from Florida. So it's going to be sort of going first southeast. The booster may be landing in the Bahamas, right? And then the second stage will sort of swivel to the right. It'll yaw right to the south and head into a polar orbit, inserting that Crew Dragon into a polar orbit. Of course, that's the next Crew Dragon mission from SpaceX, not this one. This one is going to the ISS. But keep in mind that, because in a few weeks, that's going to happen. So we're also going to cover that.
Yeah, we have a lot of missions coming up, actually. Alex writes for the show that we produce called This Week in Spaceflight, shameless plug, that I also host. That'll be coming out after this stream, by the way, everyone. But yeah, this was an interesting week of recording our space traffic. There's a lot coming up next week, and also, these other missions coming up too. So stay tuned. Always check out nasaspaceflight.com or also Next Spaceflight, our app. You can see all of the upcoming launches that are going to be happening and stay up to date with us, and of course watch them live as they happen. So let's talk about so again, seeing this launch. Where can people watch it from if they're local down there? Where can people maybe that aren't even local down there see it? Maybe throughout the U.S. And can they see any boosters coming back or anything like that?
Yeah, obviously, bit later off, we're gonna defer that to the locals, right? But as long as you are close to the Cape area, you should be able to see and hear the rocket, right? It's gonna be now in daylight, unlike when they were trying to launch on Wednesday, where it was gonna be right after sunset. So it's gonna be a little bit more difficult, but it should have a very great show with the orange colors of sunset and things like that. It should look very great. Again, it's gonna go to the northeast. So if you are south of the launch site, make sure to look to the northeast. If you are north of the launch site, make sure to look sort of east southeast, right? So that's because that's where it's coming from. But that's more or less what you should use. More locally, though, we have actually a video talking about all of the different sites where you can watch this launch from. And when there's an RTLS and return to launch site landing, like on today's mission, because the booster for today's mission, that B1090 booster, is going to be coming back to land after stage separation. So we're also going to have sonic booms. We're going to have all of the, the full show, I guess. We're going to have the launch. We're going to have the landing back at the launch site. There's crew going to the ISS. It's everything at once.
Yeah. How common are RTLS landings for crew missions?
Lately, they are rather common. When they go to the ISS, they have plenty of performance to be able to support those. And so it's not really that unusual to see that lately because of that, because Falcon 9 is capable of doing those.
Awesome. So if you're in the area, listen for those booms, and maybe you'll get a little bit of a show coming in. Thank you so much to all of our supporters out there too. Thank you, Rick, Intergalactic Scuba Not Herrick, Intergalactic Scuba Not. That's cool. Thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Thank you so much for your support, Andrew McNeil, D. Rogerson. Thank you, Michael. Oh goodness, I'm gonna butcher your last name. Yerushalmi. Maybe I got that right. For becoming a PadRat member. We've also got another super chat from Long This. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
$20. Go Nichole. My pilot training classmate was Amy, who sadly was lost in A10 training. She was also a USAFA volleyball player. So well, thank you for giving us some support in her memory, though. That is, very generous of you. And so sorry that you had to lose your friend like that too. But yeah, I wonder if pilots who are doing that, if volleyball seems to be volleyball and rugby. It seems to be very common among some of these astronauts. Interesting there.
Core on countdown. Crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
Nice.
Crew have arrived at the pad on schedule. Love to hear it.
Now they're probably going to take some time as well. They have some facilities there. So before they go up the elevator, they usually make use of those facilities, if you will, right? To make sure that they are fully prepared, because they're going to be 4 hours on that Crew Dragon before they can doff their suits. They reach, once they reach orbit and they are safe and good to go, they'll be able to remove those suits, and they have their own toilet on board Dragon. But of course, those 3 hours can be very long sometimes.
I can imagine. But that's what the maximum absorbency garments are for, right?
Yep.
AKA space diapers. That's a thing. Actually, so here's another question that's interesting. Speaking of playing rugby, are astronauts affected by or still able to go to space if they have hardware in their body, like plates and screws from injury? So I know for Inspiration 4, Haley Arsenault, I think she was a cancer survivor, right? And she had a prosthetic leg, I believe. So I'm not really sure, like, if she had any, as you say, hardware in her body, like plates and screws. But I don't know. I think that they are definitely making more accommodations for people these days in terms of vision and in height restrictions. Obviously, it's not like the Mercury capsule days anymore. Uh, do
Yep.
you know anything about things like that?
I do.
Yeah.
So yes, currently that is usually a no-go for NASA. But as mentioned, SpaceX has allowed Haley Arsenault, who's the first person with an internal prosthesis, to make it into space. So it's not usually something that NASA has, but there are changes coming. ESA has their first astronaut with hardware. So there's still a chance that it changes over time, especially as more private companies get into the game and more organizations are open to it. So, as of right now, probably not with NASA, but that doesn't mean you can't fly.
That's right. There was a British astronaut, right? Who just he was like a runner or something. I think he has
Yeah, Paralympian. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Wonderful stories like that. I'm so happy that we're really, opening up spaces for everyone. I'm so glad that it's so inclusive. And that, SpaceX is making those accommodations. Different size spacesuits even, like just being more open to everyone being able to fly. I love that. All right, let's see what else we've got here. Thank you for Mock Diamonds gifting 1 Red Team membership. Amazing. Michael, you said my name perfectly. I usually get you're a salami, he says. Thank you. I'm so glad. Thank you again for your support today, Michael. And speaking of Army, big shout out to my brother Tyler, who is active military. He says, go Army, go NASA, Godspeed astronauts. All right. Well, I work on a naval aircraft carrier, so when it comes to that, I gotta say go Navy. But yeah, my brother-in-law is an Army guy too. So all right, go everyone. So what are we about to see here? They're pulling up to the pad soon. Alex, you want to run us down of what's going on now?
They're gonna go up in the elevator. They're gonna be going through that crew access arm to Crew Dragon Endurance. One of the things that we're also going to see is, once they strap themselves down, the ground crews will help them getting their iPads with all of the procedures. Also, the paper checklist as well are going to be there as well to run through all of that. They get a bunch of other sorts of hardware as well, like a mirror and things like that, right? That's usually very useful for checking other things as well. And yeah, just strapping themselves into the capsule and getting accommodated to the seats and strapped down. Usual stuff, essentially.
The usual stuff. Yeah, we'll be walking you through it against a few more traditions that we'll be seeing here as well. Things like, the lean back we love to see, their phone call, the white room. Always so much fun to watch all of these things. There are so many fun little traditions. I'll say too, since technically we won't be seeing some of these other things after a launch. Oh, there they are getting out of their car.
There we go.
Walking over to the pad.
First, commander and pilot, Anne McClain.
That's right. So
and Nichole Ayers.
They come out in twos, and you'll see them go up the elevator in twos as well.
Watch out for the lean back.
This is a tradition, again, started, there they go, the lean. So this is a tradition started way back with Alan Shepard, of course, as well. These suits, they're not super flexible, but standing out there looking up at the rocket that you're about to strap yourself to. Of course, Alan Shepard's rocket was not quite as tall as this Falcon 9 that they are about to strap themselves to. Look like they're getting a photo there, maybe standing still there. So pretty soon they are going to pop in that elevator. That famous elevator. And we were talking about this on Wednesday as well. The buttons for this elevator, when they redid this tower, they redid the buttons in the elevator as well. And the top button says space, and the bottom button says Earth. So hopefully they won't need to be pushing that bottom button again today like they did on Wednesday.
Yeah, let's hope for that not to happen.
There they are going up their tower. It's a beautiful day outside though. So Sawyer, you're still outside, right? How's the weather looking from where you are still now?
So far so good. Again, you may be able to hear the occasional breeze coming through my headset here, but so it's a little on the windier side, but absolutely nothing that would be any concerns for liftoff. And other than that, there's a couple of very thin, wispy clouds in the sky. The weather remains greater than 95% chance of go. As we heard of the T-minus 4-hour briefing, there's no concerns weather-wise that they're watching either. That includes the ascent abort corridor, upper level winds, things like that seem to be all within limits for now. We will see if that continues 2 hours and 55 minutes from now, but all things point to it.
All right. And they've just gotten out of their elevator there. You're going to notice now they're going up an extra set of stairs. You might think, why on earth don't they just have the elevator go up one more flight? So the original tower was built for shuttle, and the original levels were for access during the shuttle program. And then, of course, when they reconfigured it, they didn't have the level of the elevator. The shaft was already built and everything for the height of the Dragon. And so this crew access level here, they have to go up an extra flight of stairs, which is kind of funny.
Yep.
But
when they did the tower at Slick 40, because now SpaceX has another crew capable launchpad, I guess, at Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. When they build that, the elevator now goes straight to the access arm level.
They're not retro.
But there you can see there, it's like sort of like in between the other two the other two levels. There's a level on top, there's a level at the bottom, and in between that's the crew access arm level. Sort of built in between those. That was not there during the shuttle.
Yeah. Also at this point, typically there's a phone call that's made. They can call their loved ones again from a phone that's at that level. And it's actually the original phone that was on 39A that the shuttle crews also used to call their loved ones from before liftoff. They actually saved the phone, I was told, and they put it on the crew access level for this Dragon configuration. So you can imagine all of the different shuttle astronauts that have, used that phone over the years, and then now also with the SpaceX ones as well. So I think we also just saw Kirill, Peskov and Takuya Onishi arriving at the pad as well. So they also will be getting into that elevator and hitting the space button to go up. There they go. Going over the crew access arm. All smiles. Ready to go. Alex, you really don't want to do this?
I'm okay doing it sort of as a dry dress rehearsal sort of thing, right? As a mock-up kind of thing, but for real, I don't know. I'm very scary too, I guess.
So you could actually see she just sort of made that motion like I'm gonna act like I'm signing the wall. That's another tradition they have. So over there to the right, you can see right behind Anne McClain there, they have the NASA logo, and then also behind Nichole's head here, we've got the SpaceX logo. This is the white room before they get into the capsule. And on the commercial missions, so something like, Inspiration 4, they sign their name by the SpaceX logo, or for the NASA missions, the NASA SpaceX missions like this one, they sign their name by the NASA logo. So they signed it, of course, on Wednesday during their first attempt. So that was cute. She acted like, oh, I'm going to sign it again. Again, I feel like it's a little more lighthearted. The second time around, it's like, okay, once they actually take off, I'm sure the nerves will kick in again. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a little more fun and jovial today. We've got Kirill, Peskov, and Takuya Onishi now on this level. Maybe making their phone calls before they also go over there. We have a question here. When are they docking to the ISS? Are we going to be able to see that live today? Alex, you want to take that?
No, unfortunately it's not gonna be today. It's gonna be tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, so approximately 28 hours after launch. That's gonna be when they're gonna be docking into the ISS.
And I think NASA sometimes will stream that coverage.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if you'd like to tune into that, I believe you can find that probably on, I don't know, NASA Plus maybe, or on their website
Crew
maybe.
ingress started, on schedule.
On schedule.
Nice. That's good. That's what we want to hear.
Another question, are they allowed to take their own mobile phones up? Assume not, but could they use Starlink to make a call? Actually, though, so the Starlink
Yeah.
question, I'm going to couple that into this other Starlink question that I saw. Do you think Dragon will be outfitted with Starlink, like Starship, at some point to avoid reentry blackouts? Alex, what do you think?
Unfortunately, it's not that easy. The whole point of Starship is that first, it's very big, so it creates a very big sort of void behind it that the plasma sort of doesn't get through, and therefore they can beam back some of the Starlink connections through that big void, right, of plasma that, again, there's no plasma there precisely because it's so big that it sort of creates its own shield against it, right? That's why the antennas are sort of, on the side that it's facing away on the leeward side. There are a few on the sides as well, especially on Block 2 of Starship. The problem of Dragon is that too small for that kind of capability, and also it will need to be on the outside. And if you've seen Dragon, like on the outside on sort of like the top nose cone side of things, if you've seen Dragon, there's a cover there already, right? And so it will need to be somewhere like on the nose cone itself, and even then it will probably get charred or something like that. It will not be impossible, but it will be very hard. Now, you might have seen, though, on Polaris Dawn, the crew got to use Starlink, but it was another type of Starlink connection. So Starlink on Starship uses, the usual antennas that you may use on the ground to connect to Starlink. But on Polaris Dawn, what they did is instead they connected directly with the lasers. So the Starlink satellites, they connect with each other through lasers, and to the ground with those antennas, usual K-band, Q-band antennas, either to the gateways that sort of connect to the internet, or with the user antennas, right? Those white square thingies. And so in order to be able to communicate through laser systems, though, you really need to have a good pointing. And the problem is during landing, you probably don't have that capability while you are re-entering through the atmosphere. That's why the Starship system, the Starship vehicle, uses the other type of antenna, the one that is, like the user antenna, instead of using laser. If it were to use laser, it will be a lot faster. It will actually be able to communicate and have better connectivity and all that, because it's much more faster in that sense. So yeah, no Starlink, unfortunately, either on Dragon or on the ISS, but
And the phones, they will have these tablets with them, but those are mission-specific tablets. You see them on their knees there with the special strap as they give those thumbs up there and work on their straps. You see them on their thighs. So that'll be for mission things. That has sort of their timelines on it. It has checklists on it. And for private missions, we have seen, I believe it was Inspiration 4, they just used iPhones to take pictures out the windows. Unfortunately, it's not the case for a NASA mission.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. That's funny.
There's a lot
We
of
also had
iPhone
a
shots.
question. We also had a question, with all that spare time before launch, do the crew have games on their iPads? I think, didn't Chris Zambrowski, wasn't he watching like Spaceballs or something, or like while he was up there on his little iPad? Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it was his phone then, I guess. I don't know.
It's
On
a
his
little different for the
Inspiration 4.
private missions than the NASA missions, that's for sure.
I
I
would
don't think
imagine.
NASA has Subway Surfers on there.
So we have all 4 of them now. Getting all strapped in there, getting ready to go again. Seats that they are accustomed to. They were here on Wednesday, getting our gloves all sorted out again here. Thank you, RC Horseman, for gifting 5 Red Team memberships, and also SB Narimus gifting 5 Red Team memberships as well. Also, Rick Intergalactic Scuba Nut, love your name again, paying it forward. Hope to see you guys in July. Where are you? What launches in July that you're going for now? Oh, I'm so intrigued.
Maybe
There's
they're
so many
referring
things
to the
coming up.
crew returning in July.
Oh, maybe.
I'm not
Maybe.
too sure.
Speaking of returns again, just want to make sure we grab this one again, just so everyone knows. Do we know if the Falcon 9s are landing back on the Cape? Again, yes, that's it's
Yeah.
going to be a return to launch site landing for this particular mission. And also, go ahead.
I was actually gonna say, in a few months that may no longer be at LC1 though, because there's gonna be coming some changes to where these boosters are gonna be landing when they return back to the launch site. They may actually return to the launch site for real.
Mm.
So
And also, yeah, another
yeah.
question, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this the first ever RTLS during a Crew Dragon mission? You said that there's been one before?
Yeah, there's been a few before, especially when they launched. I think it was the Axiom 2 mission was the first one a couple of years ago, and they've done that ever since. Mainly because they have that extra capability from flying Starlink missions. They have found some extra performance out of it. They optimize the landing burn, the entry burn, and everything. For example, the entry burn is with 1 engine instead of 3, and it's for a very short amount of time, just enough to protect the booster when it returns. And the landing burn is a 1-3-1 landing burn. So essentially, they start up with 1 engine, and then they turn on another 2 engines for slamming on the brakes very quickly, and then they do the final sort of touchdown with just the center engine again. That landing burn also starts very close to the ground as well, so that they can decelerate with the atmosphere as much as they can. And it feels counterintuitive that a 3-engine landing burn uses less fuel than a just single engine landing burn, but that's mostly because you are essentially slamming on the brakes and doing it a little bit more faster and encountering the gravity faster essentially, and so you don't get as much pull down as you would with just 1 engine. It's more efficient sometimes to slam on the brakes at the last minute or so, at the last second with that booster than having a prolonged 1 single engine landing burn. But yeah, so you'll see that hopefully in less than 3 hours from now we'll have that landing burn, and you'll see that 1-3-1 landing burn.
All right. And then also, speaking of other returns, when Crew 9 returns on the well, okay, so here's a question, actually. When Crew 9 returns to the West Coast, where will we be able to see their entry from? They are actually going to be returning to the East Coast, if I'm not mistaken. Crew 9 will be returning back in the Gulf area and to the East Coast site. So unfortunately, unless you have super, super strong binoculars, you will not be able to see that from the West Coast. However, this mission, Crew 10, is actually going to be the first, I believe, that they are going to be returning to the west side. They're going to start doing the west side, west side recovery over there, right?
At least for NASA, yeah. They have 2 other private missions in between that may see that West Coast return. They're thinking about that for FRAM2, for example, coming up in later this month. And so the landing should be like early April timeframe for FRAM2. And then there's Axiom 4, which is coming up in the springtime. And that may also use the West Coast return, but it's not confirmed. The one that's only confirmed right now, it's FRAM2. They'll return. they'll retain the option to be able to land on each of the coasts at least until well after the summer. So even this mission could, in theory, also return to the East Coast if they prefer that, because they're gonna, they're gonna have that option, that overlap of capabilities for a little bit. And then once they fully transition to West Coast returns, then they will no longer have that capability from the East Coast. But yeah.
Different flight profile for that. That's interesting. Another question here, speaking of Crew-9, will the crew from the Starliner mission return back on this Dragon capsule?
No, they actually will not.
No.
Yeah. Sawyer, you want to take that?
Sure. So I know I saw we had some support as well asking that same question of where will the other two astronauts go? So this is part of a normal NASA crew rotation. So what they did for Crew-9, for those who are unaware, this Butch and Sunny are the astronauts that launched aboard the Boeing crew flight test on Starliner. After it was deemed that was not ideal or safe, essentially, for the crew astronauts to return on, that returned empty. So what NASA did was they took 2 crew members off of the original Crew-9 manifest. So Crew-9 launched with 2 astronauts and 2 empty seats. That docked to the International Space Station back in, I believe, September. So technically, Butch and Sunny's ride home has been docked at the space station since September. The reason that they've stayed up there is, well, since they took 2 people off of the Crew-9 mission, they needed 2 people on the space station to do their science and research and spacewalks and things. So that is where Butch and Sunny filled in. They became a part of Expedition 72 and essentially a part of Crew-9's return. So once this docks, they'll have a couple days to hand over, and the same capsule that Crew-9 launched on in September with the 2 empty seats will land with 4 people, including the Starliner astronauts.
And if you want an amazing overview of that and some amazing visuals that were prepared for that, a couple weeks ago on This Week in Spaceflight, we broke it down. We spent a lot of time breaking that whole process down, gave you timelines of events, and you all can make your own informed opinion there. But needless to say, Butch and Sunny are doing just fine up there. This mission is not meant to go up and solely rescue anybody. They are going up to do science on the International Space Station. They are going up as normal crew rotation mission here. And Butch and Sunny were added to the Crew-9 mission, and they will be coming home safe and sound in a few days, hopefully.
If you want to, if you want to put sort of like a sort of word to this type of mission, right? You could call it like a relief mission, right? Because as soon as the Crew-10 goes up, that crew goes up, they can, the Crew-9 crew can be relieved of their duties, right? And come back home and things like that. But that's usually what happens on every crew rotation mission. You could call that, for example, the upcoming Soyuz MS-27 mission coming up in early April, it's also going to relieve the Soyuz MS-26 crew. So Don Pettit will be able to come back home on that Soyuz mission on MS-26 once the MS-27 crew goes up to the International Space Station. So it's not just NASA that does these sort of, let's launch the next crew rotation mission first before returning the previous one. Roscosmos also likes to do these, direct handovers, as they are called. Again, as Elisa was mentioning, we explain a bunch of these terms and sorts of plannings on one of the recent This Week in Spaceflight shows. So definitely check that out, because there's, as you were mentioning, there's graphics and all showing the configuration of docking and whatnot. That's always really helpful.
We spent a lot of time on that episode. We spent a lot of time trying to lay that one out clearly. But yeah, thank you, Longus, for your support as well with that mission or question mission. Thank you also, Daily Tab, becoming a Red Team member. SB Namiris gifting 1 Red Team membership. Thank you, Keith, for becoming a Pad Rat member. And also Drew Nar for your support as well. So we're seeing them closing out here, closing out the hatch here, finishing some stuff up. We have another question again. Why do the ground crew look like ninjas with their covered faces? Again, it's a safety thing. It's for medical stuff. They don't want to make sure if anyone has a cold or something, they don't want to give it to any of these crew members who have been in quarantine for quite a while now.
1.3 and 1.4, we're ready for com check.
SpaceX copies and
Sounds a little
stand
low
by
to
for
me.
umbilical com checks.
Here we go. So we're doing our comm checks. I think that was Nichole or Anne speaking.
I believe that was the core, the crew resource officer that speaks to them.
No, the first voice. It was very low.
Oh, yes.
Commander, pilot, MS1, MS2, com check.
Loud and clear.
Clear. Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
And core, loud and clear. Umbilical com check is complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Comm check's going well now. Seat rotation, so you're going to see them actually now in their little seats kind of pivot backwards a little bit, getting into their position. Looks like Nicole's talking right now. She might be talking on the inner loop, but we don't get to hear that.
Step 1.7, ready for seat rotation.
Oh, actually, maybe it's just a delay.
SpaceX copies will report when initiating.
Yeah, those seats are in sort of like an upright position for ease of ingress. But of course, that's not an ideal position for launch. You really want those G's to go through your chest and back. That's usually the best way for those loads to go through anyone's body. It's usually the best for that.
We've got another question here from Jelly and Fury. At what point can they unstrap and take off their suits and move around, or do they have to stay strapped in like that until docking? Sorry, you want to take that one?
Sure. It gets to a point where they'll be up there and you'll kind of see the 0G indicator start to float. So basically, once all of their engines cut off and they've essentially made it into space, the trunk will separate away and then they'll be given the opportunity to what's called doff their suits, which very clever with the naming. As you have don is when you put the suits on and doff is when you take the suits off. But at that point, that's when they'll be able to unstrap, get back into their regular clothes out of the spacesuits and begin their on-orbit operations.
Dragon,
Clever.
SpaceX, initiating seat rotation.
There we go.
Copy.
We're going to see them pivot back now. Nice little waves for the camera. So you'll notice too, they still have their visors open. I think Nichole earlier was kind of messing with her glove a little bit. The hatch door's still open. Soon they're going to start, doing their next set of pressurization checks and everything, which I always think is kind of funny. They do all that, at the ONC, and then they actually take their gloves off. They keep their helmet off. They kind of take everything off again, and then they do it again in the capsule. It's just silly that they do it twice. But I guess, if there's an issue,
Dragon,
catch it
SpaceX,
early.
seats are in the launch position.
Nice.
Copy.
There's a question about the pressurization. Will the SpaceX pressure suit protect you from bees asking for a friend? Steve,
That's
oh
a
my
funny
goodness.
one.
I hope it would protect you from bees. If it's meant to protect you from, not having any air or anything kind of bumping into you and potentially, tearing it, I would hope a bee stinger would not be able to get through that. While we're waiting for their next comms, I was just told we've got some photos from walkout and the drive to the pad from Max and Sawyer. Let's check out some of those, shall we? Oh, I love it.
Look at
So
that.
amazing.
That's
So
from
amazing.
Max, who
Max
was out
and his-
there at the crew walkout.
Those are awesome. Lots of smiles, lots of laughter.
This
And then
from
we've got
Sawyer.
Sawyer.
Yep, of course, they all come out waving the American flags, and while it is an international crew, it is launching from American soil on an American rocket, American capsule. So, of course, they're going to bring out the
SpaceX,
flags.
Go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Dragon, section 2 and work.
Great photos, you guys. So much fun to see all these as they start rolling in. So they're going for so we've got the cars, the Teslas, as they're driving down the pad there as well. This is also a Sawyer photo.
Yeah, you see the armed security with them, and then right in front of the VAB, they give a wave.
Is he actually sticking his hand out the window too?
Yep, out of the suit and out of the
Who is
window.
that? That's awesome. See, again, they
Um,
take their gloves off. Like, what was the point of the first check?
I believe that was probably going to be the cosmonaut. I'm drawing a blank. It would likely be the
Kirill
case because I think
Peskov.
it's the last
Mhm.
vehicle.
Kirill,
Yeah,
yeah.
because I think it's the last vehicle in the convoy.
Nice. Love it. And it looks like such a beautiful day out there too. I know maybe not as perfectly clear as it was on Wednesday. And I know we're launching a little earlier. So somebody was asking earlier too, do you think you're gonna get to see a jellyfish tonight?
Unfortunately, the answer is no. Typically, the jellyfish effect happens within about 20 to 30 minutes, plus or minus, of sunrise or sunset. Because as the sun is setting or rising, it's dark in the sky here, but as it goes higher up, it hits that light. Especially in the higher parts of the atmosphere, that light hits the plume coming out of the back of the rocket. The higher it goes up, the more it expands, and as it expands, it looks like the top of a jellyfish, hence why we call it the jellyfish effect. If you are, however, along the northeastern parts of the United States as you work your way up past Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, etc., where it gets darker earlier, there is a very strong chance you might get a spectacular view of that second stage. If you do see it, please go outside, take a look. It is absolutely worth a try.
9, care complete, ready for leak checks.
Yeah, and if you do catch it, tag us at NASA
SpaceX
Spaceport.
copies. Your go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Please go for section 3, suit leak check.
So we're doing our suit checks now. Hopefully we don't have any errant bees, Steve, in the capsule.
And yeah, by the way, so that's anyone along the Northeast, take a look outside tonight, even up towards Newfoundland, Canada. It's worth taking a look out to see if you can see the launch tonight. This is a northeastern launch.
We've got another some support here from Kirill. What are the major differences between the pressure suits here and the suits from Polaris Dawn? These are these are suits that are meant for the launch and the landing specifically, as opposed to an EVA, an extravehicular activity suit, which is meant to go outside. Although I think for the Polaris Dawn ones, they called them IVAs. Is that right?
These are the
Vehicular?
IVAs, yeah.
These are the IVAs. Okay.
Intra-vehicular activity suits, yeah, because they are inside of the spacecraft, right? And then
Right.
extravehicular EVA suits. But yeah, those EVA suits had some modifications, for example, for the materials needed to be able to support the really extreme cold and hot conditions of the vacuum. Because once you are in a vacuum, you don't have the usual, transfer of heat as you do when you have air or any other sort of, transfer of fluids, right? In that case, you don't have anything that can transfer the heat, and so you only have radiation. And so if you have the sun shining on one part and there's shadow on the other side, then you're going to have a big, huge temperature difference. And so the materials need to be able to support that. They had dexterity improvements as well for the hands, the arms, and things like that. Also, thicker outside layers as well for micrometeorites and things like that, just in case. Even though they didn't venture for that long or that far away of the capsule, they did wear those because that was sort of the purpose of the suit as well. It was a development suit, and so you gotta first build it and try it out, right? And make sure that it does what it needs to do, while also being flexible and being able to move around. And so that was one of the things that they were testing with the Skywalker system. If you were hearing what Jared and Sarah were saying as they were doing their own spacewalks, they were using that spacewalker kind of thing that they had on the front of the capsule to be, so sort of like a support structure to be able to test the mobility of the suit and everything. But yeah, there are many more differences. Of course, they had like a heads-up display on their visors. They had I'm seeing that they are removing their visors, so we're probably gonna hear some kind of call out, making sure that all the there.
SpaceX copies and concurs. Closeout team will now perform final closeout steps next to the capsule. Proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch.
So these are all good things that we're hearing.
There we go.
Another question about suits here, actually, too, though. Again, regarding the Starliner astronauts, Butch and Sunny. Are they going to be wearing their Starliner spacesuits, or did SpaceX send custom-made suits on Crew-9? Also, their seats inside Dragon, aren't they also custom-made? How did they? How are they going to manage?
We got a question for MS2. Would seat 4 like their Valsalva installed for launch?
Seat 4, which one would that be?
Dragon, affirmative, we would like that Valsalva, thanks.
Think that might be
Copy the
Takuya.
affirmative, standby 1.
Valsalva, so I just got scuba dive certified recently, and that's a technique. The Valsalva technique is how you clear your ears, like your, eustachian tubes and whatnot, like pop your ears and stuff. I'm wondering if that's
Or maybe
related to that.
Oh, might be Kirill, Peskov. It's one of the mission specialists because they called MS2. That's mission specialist 2.
Interesting.
But yeah, for
the suits for this handover, when they're coming home, because obviously they launched up there on Starliner, they were wearing those blue, Starliner suits, and now they're going to be returning on a Crew Dragon capsule, which is not compatible with those suits. So what happened with that? Like, how did they send up new suits with them? How did they end up getting them to be custom fit? How did they know how to do that for that? Do you know the answer to that?
For Sunny, they already had a suit on the station. They usually have some backup suits on the station for some of the crews, and they had one that was perfect for her size. And so they tried out different suits and everything, and she could fit on one of those that they had on station. So she didn't need any new ones to be brought up, but Butch he had a new one coming up on the Crew-9 crew mission, and so yeah, he was able to. He has his own suit.
Ready for Section 4.
That's a great question, though. There was a lot of problem solving that needed to be done to bring them home. But again, they're not stuck up there. They're happy. They're fine.
We're
They're doing
confident
just
with
fine.
you in Section 4.
And they are also not returning on this mission. This mission is going to go up to the station and stay there for 5 months. They're coming back. These 4 crew members are going to be coming back in July on this same capsule. But in order for Butch and Sunny and also Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov to come back.
For one more ask following that install for Valsava, we'll look for affirmation that crew is go for hatch closure.
Dragon Crew, go for
All
hatch
right.
closure.
SpaceX copies.
Great.
The closeout team
yeah.
is taking final
For-
steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for some state transitions before we get into pad hatch closed. A reminder at this time, ensure all items remain secure from now through launch.
Copies.
Store your tray tables.
Yeah. It's just like getting in an airplane.
Yeah, but yeah, for Crew-9 to be able to come back, the Crew-10 crew needs to get up to the station first, and sort of do that handover. At least in a nominal situation. Of course, if for whatever reason, of course, never want that, but knock wood and all that. If there were some sort of emergency situation, the Crew-9 crew can return at any point. They have their spacecraft up there on the station. They could have returned at any point in the last 6 months, essentially. But they were incorporated into the Expedition 71 and 72 crew members, right? And so they're part of that. In fact, Suni, she was the commander of the ISS for a long time, for a few months, which is really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, she certainly wasn't expecting that, I'm sure, when she first went up.
But it's not her first time. She actually was the commander of the ISS.
Well, I
a
mean,
few
for
years ago as
Starliner,
well.
though. She was expecting
Yeah,
like
I
8
know.
days.
but you know what I mean, right? It's not her first
Yeah,
rodeo
yeah.
being the
No,
commander.
of course. Well, neither of them. I mean, they're both very accomplished. They're test pilots. I mean, they're
Mhm.
brilliant. They have it handled. They're not freaking out up there by any means.
Yep.
But yeah, just to reiterate though, that was a situation where Butch and Sunny went up on one capsule and they're coming back on another. We have a question here from that diabetic kid. How many times have astronauts went to space on one vehicle and come back to Earth in a different vehicle? Has that ever happened before?
Many
Yes.
times. Sawyer, you want to mention about a certain astronaut on the ISS right now that actually went through that?
There you go.
Yeah, sure. So there was, first off, in the past, that has plenty of times happened before where people will come up on Soyuz and land on shuttle, or more likely, they will launch on one shuttle and then land in a different one. So that happened many times with both Mir and the International Space Station. Recently, one of the crews aboard the ISS, including NASA's Don Pettit, they launched, they docked, and then once they were on station, their capsule kind of sprung a leak. A very big coolant leak, and it was no longer safe for them to return in. So, what Roscosmos had to do was deorbit that vehicle, bring it back, and then launch them a brand new one so that they can return home safely. So, in fact, the crew that is up there, Butch and Sunny aren't the only astronauts that are going to be coming back on a different capsule than the one they came up in.
Well, I was thinking about Don Pettit. He was on the station when the Columbia disaster happened, so he went
That
up
too,
on a
yeah.
shuttle. He went up on a shuttle and had to come back on a Soyuz TMA-1. And in fact, that Soyuz capsule was the first of the TMA version, and it had a slight issue that essentially made it so that usually the Soyuz capsules, or even the Crew Dragon capsule as well, they have a bit of a lift when they come through the atmosphere, and so they can manage the G loads through the atmosphere when they're coming through, right? But on the Soyuz capsule, if the guidance systems, for example, fail, or some other thing sort of fails as well, they have a backup option, which is they don't use that lift and they just go through the reentry. And so the Gs are higher, the reentry is actually shorter. They land a few hundred kilometers earlier than they would, and so that's what happened with Don Pettit on that mission. And unfortunately, he was returning a bunch of things that he had because they no longer had the shuttle. And so, yeah, was a very rough re-entry for him. But there you can see on the right-hand side, they are closing the hatch on Dragon. And in fact, I will mention Anne McClain. It's not the first time that she's relieving a crew that had a bit of a weird mission extension, or rather mission modification. She went up to the ISS for the first time on the Soyuz MS-11 mission, relieving the crew of the Soyuz MS-9. And the reason why she did not relieve the crew of Soyuz MS-10, it's because that mission unfortunately had an abort during ascent. And it's not her first time doing this kind of, relieving other crews that had a bit of a trouble time or modified mission, I guess. And in fact, the crew of Soyuz MS-10 is currently on the ISS on separate missions. That's Nick Hague and Alexei
Alexander
Chinin.
Gorbanov.
No, Alexander Gorbanov is the mission specialist from Crew-9. Alexei
Yeah.
Chinin is the commander of Soyuz MS-26. But they were together on the Soyuz MS-10 spacecraft. And now each of them are like commanders. One is commander
Yeah.
of Crew-9, and the other is commander of the Soyuz MS-26. But they, got together again. So yeah, half of the crew on the ISS right now can probably, say, Butch Sonny, we got you.
SpaceX side hatch is closed, and we have begun the side hatch leak check.
Copy.
Not that they need any help though. Again, like they're totally fine.
No,
up there,
but
I'm sure.
yeah, but like they understand what they're going through, right? Because some of these people, imagine Nick Hague. Nick Hague, for example, he was supposed to be up there on Soyuz MS-10, and now he had on a board during flight, right? And so these things happen, and Roscosmos, ESA, NASA, all of these agencies just try to support.
Just real quickly, want to say thank you to Scott, who said, "I love nerding out with y'all about rockets, and I'm incredibly jealous of the photographer's talent. Thank you all for the videos." That was a store message from Scott, so I don't know exactly what was is that what he purchased up there, the picture? The VAB at sunset? Maybe? There was a bunch of pictures that were coming up earlier from other orders.
A print.
Amazing. Thank you, Scott. Actually, there were 3 orders here. I don't know if that's...
I think that was from D, that VAB at sunset.
There we go. Another one.
Methalox at night. That's cool.
Our photographers are the best. Sawyer, you are among them. Max out in the field too, if you can hear. Seriously though,
Max
guys,
is right next
check
to me.
out.
I'll send the props over to
Oh
him.
yeah. Seriously, NASAspaceflight.com, our merch store, merch.NASAspaceflight, I believe is what that is. And yeah, you can go there, you can check out all of their amazing photographs, you can get prints, you can get metal prints, and also you can get shirts and all sorts of fun little tchotchkes as well. That's obviously, some of our support comes through the store. There's also a suggestion here. If you haven't already, what about some Space Ninja suits added to the store? Suggested from Creative Bites TV. Yeah, maybe some pajamas that look like pad ninjas or something.
We'll have to talk to Adrian.
I think that'd be amazing. I love it. But yeah, we're always looking to add new stuff to the store. Also, sometimes you might even get into our special secret shop when things, don't go as planned. We sometimes will put out some extra special little limited merch as well. I'm not going to say the word today, but yes. So check that out. And thank you again so much, everyone, for your support. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. And congratulations to all you guys out in the chat there who might have just gotten that. Also, thank you, Jeffrey Walter Mixon. He had a question, do they launch directly into the orbital inclination of the ISS or some other parking orbit first? We were talking about the launch profile for this. Alex, you want to talk about that again?
Yeah, so in terms of the orbital inclination, yes, they go to the same orbital inclination of the ISS, and it is also a parking orbit. So the parking orbit sort of wording there, it's mostly about launching to a lower altitude rather than inclination or something like that. They launch to the same inclination, but they are inserted into an orbit that's lower than that of the ISS. And so what they need to do in that case, if you can imagine, for example, when you throw something up in the air, right, it goes slower as it goes up. And if you imagine at the top of that ride, I don't know, like a ball, a basketball or something like that, at that top of the ride, it's going slower, but then it comes back down and accelerates and it goes faster. Same thing with orbital mechanics. The closer you are to Earth, the faster your orbit you are going through that orbit, right? And so going to a lower orbit than the ISS. Oh, I'm hearing The Queen of Tone.
Dragon SpaceX, comm check.
Ooh, comm checks. Okay. Gonna shut up.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Hedris comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Dragon has you loud and clear.
LD loud and clear, stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration, comm checks complete.
Yeah, we're about the point here where we're going to be interrupted quite a bit with all of these checks. So thank you for your patience, but it's also really fun to listen in as well.
Yeah.
Steve also had a similar question about that inclination. Did you want to finish what you were saying about that?
Yeah, for the ISS, the inclination is 51.6 degrees. So if you imagine the orbit of the ISS and the equator, the angle in between both is 51.6. Now, as I was saying, because you are closer to the Earth, the Crew Dragon is essentially just catching up. So they don't launch exactly right underneath the ISS. The ISS is usually somewhere in that orbit, usually ahead of Dragon. And so by being lower, you're going faster than the ISS. Because the ISS is further away, it's going a little bit slower, and so you're catching up. Essentially, it's like merging into a highway, essentially, right? So you're trying to speed up to catch up to the other traffic and sort of merge with them. And that's essentially what Crew Dragon does. As soon as it's very close, like not directly underneath, but rather close in that sense, right? It raises its orbit, and then that approach velocity
Dragon
gets
SpaceX,
lower and lower.
Commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies.
Nice. But yeah, and so they work with that, with those orbital mechanics. Again, as I was saying, the lower you are to the Earth, or closer that you are to the Earth, you go faster. The farther away you are, then you are slower. So they work with those to close in, and they raise the orbit a little bit every time, getting closer. As they the final orbit before they do the approach initiation, as they call it. That's usually around 2.5 kilometers underneath of the orbit of the ISS. So it's a very small relative velocity. And of course, at the end of the docking sequence, they are below 1 meter per second of relative velocities. It's a very complicated orbital ballet, but they get this done. It's rocket science, orbital mechanics. They are pros at this.
Mm-hmm. Well, they'd have to be. It literally is rocket science, yeah. Thank you, Bideford, gifting 10 red team memberships. Yeah, you guys are so amazing. Thank you so much for the support. We really appreciate it. So we are not quite at the point where we were at where we had to hold for the last one, but there was a question for any of you who are just joining us now. Voxner was asking, I joined the stream late. Did we address the hydraulic issue? Have they said all good? Can you kind of remind us, Alex, of what happened on Wednesday, why we weren't able to
Dragon,
launch?
SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Dragon
Cool.
copy.
That's a great call out there. You can see there where Dragon is underneath that, and sort of above the NASA worm logo. There's like an arm, like a claw kind of thing. That is where the issue was, where the hydraulics issue was. That claw needs to open, and that allows the Stromback to separate away at T-5 minutes, right? And so that hydraulic system that opens the clamp arms, it was not working properly. It had an issue there. They looked at that after they scrubbed on Wednesday, and they figured out that there was an air pocket on the hydraulics system. So they flushed that out. They were able to clear that issue, and so everything should be good to go for today's mission. They did not attempt a launch yesterday, unfortunately, because of the weather downrange. They not only look at the weather here at the launch site, or even at some of the abort sites after they go into orbit. They even look at that as well. But they also look at the downrange abort locations. Not all of them need to be cleared. Some of them can still be no-go, and they will be able to launch. But it needs to be a sufficient amount of area that is go for them to proceed with the launch. Of course. Because otherwise, you will not have anywhere else that you could abort in case of an issue during launch. We don't want that to happen ever, right? But you got to be prepared for that just in case.
Just in case, yeah. There was actually, speaking of that, there was a question earlier. Oh, I don't know if I might have missed it, but they were asking specifically regarding the slide versus the basket. Do you know what I mean by that? Like in terms of how they would like jump out of the capsule in the event of an emergency. How Slick 40, I think, has a slide instead, and this one has a basket chute.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
shuttle.
Yes. So this slide wire basket system actually goes all the way back towards Apollo, I believe. So what they have at the fixed service structure there is there's basically zip lines. There's giant baskets, and there's arrows even marked on the floor of the tower to show them where to go to get to the end, and then they jump in the baskets, hit a lever, and they fly down. We're talking speeds that approach 60 miles an hour at points. That's to get them away from the vehicle. Oh, yeah. As quick as possible in the event something goes wrong. There's also armored vehicles that are there to then be able to help move them away. That's if something happens on the pad and there's a fire or something and there is no launch escape system that goes off. That's what they also use over at Pad B for Artemis. Whereas at Pad 40, where they just added a crew tower there, rather than the slide wire baskets, they have slides. So they're giant orange slides that will unfold essentially, and they slide down them. I believe that's about 20 miles an hour still. Work their way down, and again, same thing, get to a safety evacuation vehicle and get out of Dodge. If they're, again, that's all before the crew escape system is armed. Once that's armed, that can just activate and pull them away, and that usually happens at about T-minus 45 minutes.
Thank you, Gabriel GG, for that question. I can't believe I found it. It was from so long ago, but it's like, it just came up again. I was like, oh, wow. But yeah, no, that's so interesting. I think that'd be really fun to train on, I guess. I don't want to use it in a real situation, but no, that'd be really fun to just ride the basket down like that. They should make a theme park, a space theme park. Well, no, well, they have a space theme park, of course, but maybe they should add that as a ride at Kennedy Space Center for all of us.
Some people sometimes ask, like, why do they need it if they have the launch escape system? Well, the launch escape system is only armed at T-minus 40 minutes or 39 minutes or so. So before that, you need a way of quickly escaping the pad if there's some issue or something. That capsule is still loaded with hypergolics, right? So if something were to happen to it, you really want to get out of Dodge. And so, you better want to have that system and not having to use it rather than, having an issue and then needing to use it and not having it. And so, yeah.
Absolutely. Danny Joe says, I love the expertise and interesting facts you share with us. You're like really knowledgeable sports commentators. Love the show. Thank you so much, Danny, for the love. Thank you also, Craig, who also just picked up Looks like we have a Starship patch. Yep.
Ooh, flight
Um,
patch.
Didn't quite get this on flight 8, so getting it now before it vanishes. What would... what does that say? I can't read it. Sorry. What would...
What will an LES, launch escape system on Starship look like?
There you go.
Ooh. Yeah, that's
What would that look like?
yeah. Ooh. I don't know about a launch escape system. It will probably be quite difficult. I guess we could probably ask somebody that maybe knows a lot about Starship. Don't you think, Alicia?
Oh yeah.
Do
we know
have
anyone that knows a lot
here?
about Starship?
What? Huh? What?
Ooh.
Hi.
Ooh. Oh,
Whoa!
look.
Another voice. Hello.
What? Well,
We have
hello,
somebody else
everyone.
here.
Yeah, who's joining us now? Who is this?
It might be someone named Ryan. I don't know.
Ryan
Is that my
Weber.
name? Is that my
Ryan
name?
Weber.
There
Welcome.
you
Ryan
go.
is joining us now. Yeah. What do you think a launch escape system on Starship would look like?
Oh boy. I mean, like, I think they could do a launch escape system where they use the entire second stage if there's an issue with the booster. But as far as separating the crew, a possible crew module, like that could be that could be complicated to try to create a whole latching mechanism and as well as engines and everything else in order to detach the nose cone plus the payload bay away. Yeah, that'd be a lot. I don't know how they could even do that.
It's important though. But for what can limited edition.
Oh. See, are we back? Let's see chat if they can confirm if we are back or not.
Let us know if you can hear us.
We back?
I see some 5x5s. There we go.
All right.
Seems
You
like
guys sound okay to me.
there was a bit of an issue. We thought at first it was just Alicia, and then it turned out it was everybody else.
Don't blame
network
me.
issues. Yeah. It was not your fault.
It's
yeah.
Ryan. It's Ryan. His bad juju. He came in.
Yeah, it was my fault. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We are back.
Woo.
Nice.
Anyway, as I was saying, our patches are for Starship Flight 8. They are limited edition, and we have tens of them left, I was told. So be sure to pick that up if you want in our store, as well as all of our amazing prints that you were seeing earlier. Our pictures, our shirts, and all sorts of fun things. Also, Space Pope, thank you so much. $50 super chat. Bless this launch and space be with the crew. Amazing. Thank you so much for your support. It goes towards my cue doesn't seem to be working here. I can't put it. Oh, there it goes. It goes towards, helping us to provide coverage just like this, having all of our coverage on the ground there at the pads, and streaming it out, and of course also the store support too. So all of that stuff is very helpful. We really appreciate it.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
Good news, at this time we are tracking no issues with Dragon or Falcon proceeding with launch today at this time. So I have no updates for you, but we'll continue to keep you up to date if anything happens. Otherwise, the closeout team is performing their final steps in the White Room before they depart the pad. How copy?
SpaceX Dragon, copy, no issues. Great work to the team.
That is what we want to hear, guys. We are going to space today. Everything is looking good. That's great.
Yep.
Thank you, Chris Noah, for becoming a Red Team member. And Dylan just got 3 things from our store as well. Let's put that up. Let's see what you got.
Oh, another print
Another
of Flight
print.
6.
Ooh.
Nice.
A banana send-off. Yeah, it was bananas.
And then also, I think I
More
got 3
Flight
prints here.
6. See, they're taking
you can
prints
see-
of the successful flights.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
I don't think we have any. Well, no, we do have pictures of them taking
Yeah.
off of the unsuccessful ones, just not the last part of it, and also a patch
For Flight 6 as
Wonderful.
well. Nice.
for Flight 6. Thank you so much for your support. And speaking of actually debris, Smoo Blocks. Also, thank you so much for your support. Will there ever be a time when all the space junk is cleaned from orbit? My goodness, that is a large ask. There's a lot of junk up there right now. What do you guys
Yeah.
think?
Mm.
It's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
It'll take a lot of work to come up with a system that can gather everything. Because I mean, it isn't like just say junk sitting in the ocean where it's just kind of sitting there or floating. This is space junk moving at least around 17,000 miles an hour, and you have to try to capture that, and then either find a way to bring it back to Earth to get rid of or scrap or send it somewhere else. It is not something that's easy to solve. I think eventually we'll solve it. I don't know when that would even be. That's a big question mark.
They've been doing some research actually about being able to go up there and like capture space debris and then deorbit it safely. So as we send more and more things up there, it's gonna have to be something that we look into. I mean, especially with all these commercial space stations and everything, we don't want random things flying around up there crashing into it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that, of course, needs to be. One way of getting junk clean out of orbit is precisely not leaving them there in the first place, right? That makes things a lot easier because then you have fewer things to clear out down the line.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We have another question here from the Dumb Gamer. Can you tap into the radio frequency of the space station from Earth? So actually, that is a good transition question for me to maybe talk about some of the science that they're going to be doing on the ISS, because that's one of the things they're doing. They're actually going to be engaging with students around the world via ham radio, and they're going to be using the existing hardware up there to communicate and also to test a backup lunar navigation system. And interestingly enough, there's a related study from the same researchers that was launched aboard Blue Ghost to help bridge existing Earth navigation with lunar solutions too. So, Blue Ghost is up there killing it up on the moon right now, as you'll also hear about, some of its sights of the lunar eclipse last night on Twist later on. But yeah, so the ham radio is something that they're going to be using. Some of the other stuff they're doing, there's over 200 science experiments during their time up there. A lot of them are human research experiments, specifically towards long duration trips. So they're studying how the human body can adapt during long-term aspects of spaceflight. Some of them are this ongoing CIPHER investigation. So that stands for Complement of Integrated Protocols for Human Exploration Research. This is something that Anne McClain actually took part of when she was up there on the ISS the first time. So I'm sure they'll be doing follow-up studies with her too now. But they're looking at musculoskeletal behavior, brain behavior, cardiovascular things, vision, all kinds of these things, and how they can relate to radiation exposure and isolation and microgravity and being in such a tight, confined environment. Many of those studies start actually 9 months before the mission, and then they will continue on for even another 2 years after the mission as well. So they're studying these long-term things. Another one they're doing right now is going to be called Drain Brain 2.0. So 2.0, of course, it's the second iteration of an experiment that they were using to examine how the blood can flow from your brain down to your heart, but in microgravity, because of course we don't have gravity up there in the same way. So they're using a device that can record the volume of that blood flow from your skull. All sorts of different things. Nichole Ayers, she actually volunteered for a lot of these things, the pilot on this mission. She's essentially going to be a human guinea pig. They're looking at her cartilage, her bones, her eyes. But, truly, when you think about it, this stuff is really important in order to prepare for these long duration missions to the moon or to Mars or anywhere else, because these astronauts doing these tests for us are the only ones really where you're going to get this information. Like we don't have any tests here on Earth for these long-term microgravity situations the same way that they do up there. So those studies and those findings are really going to play a huge role in the future of human spaceflight someday. But not only that, they also, lead to solutions down here on Earth as well. I'm sure everyone out there is probably aware there are so many advancements that have been made on the ISS to help us Earthlings. LASIK, for example, they're doing studies to look into osteoporosis and cancer and Parkinson's disease. There's another study with protein crystal growth, another one that Anne McClain worked on the first time. So she's really excited to see how that's advanced, because on her first mission, it was just a matter of, can we even do these tests? But now, yes, they have proven they can, and they're making huge improvements in these fields as well. So that's really, helpful for us down here as well. Some other things they're doing, of course, flammability tests have been something they've been looking at for a while now up there. Flammability and microgravity. They have the SOFI MIST test. It's a solid fuel ignition and extinction material ignition. So it's a suppression test to improve fire safety on future missions, and also to look into future materials that they can use for spacecraft and facility designs up there. Takuya Onishi, who is one of the mission specialists on this, also said he's really excited to work on it because in the Japanese unit up there, they've got something called the electrostatic levitation furnace, or ELF. And essentially, if you want to melt something here on Earth, you melt these raw materials in a crucible, right? Like a container. But that in itself can introduce some impurities to whatever you're studying. So ideally, if you could do it in microgravity, where it's just this floating blob, that would be pure, right? But there's still movements, up there on the station that can subtly, shift it. So they use electrostatic force to hold it in place, and then lasers to heat it up to 3,000 degrees Celsius in order to study things like the viscosity and the surface temperatures. So they like setting stuff on fire up there. It's kind of fun. But then, of course, there's the other things too. Their usual maintenance to keep the ISS running. They've got spacewalks, robotics. There's some private missions that'll be coming up too that they'll be engaging with as well. So lots of science up there on the station, in addition to what's going on outside of the station as well. I know we've got the transporter mission about to launch tomorrow, I think, soon too, which will be sending up a whole bunch of other science experiments. So that's really what it's all about. We're sending humans up there to figure out how we can be up there long term, and maybe move on to things like the moon or Mars.
They definitely do a lot up there.
They do.
They're busy.
They are very busy, yeah. So Ryan, welcome to the stream here. Actually, you're a big Starship guy. Somebody asked a question earlier on the drive over to the pad. Somebody was asking, is there a Starship launch tower in Florida? I think somebody, avid watchers out there. I know they wanted to put one together, but this one has arms. Can you speak to that a little bit?
So they've got one at 39A. You can see it right there. It's got its chopsticks arms. They're not reeved in. As far as I know, the actuators aren't installed, so they can't move on their own. You'd have to manually move them. The other part of that is, of course, you see no ship QD arm or anything along those lines. SpaceX is in the process of trying to make this pad operational. They hope by the end of the year. I don't know. We'll see. They have a lot of work to do, as we've seen on aerial shots from NASA here, you can kind of, or like wide shots, you can basically see a lot of ground that's been cleared. They plan on adding an ASU. I think it's in a liquefaction plant for LNG, adding more tanks for methane, liquid oxygen. They got to build their entire pad and everything. So it's gonna be a while before something like that is even operational. They do plan on more. There's a possibility for a second tower at 39A for catch tower only. Yeah, catch tower only. And then of course at Slick 37. But when it comes to, of course we always like to use acronyms and stuff like that. So ASU is an air separation unit. Basically what it does is it takes air from the atmosphere and you can separate it out. You can separate out the oxygen, you can separate out the nitrogen, argon, and then basically you can turn it into liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen to use for your tank farms or purging systems. And then you can use the argon for welding. So it's kind of really nice. They plan on building one here at 39A. They also have plans to build one down in Boca as well. It'll help them with the massive amounts of propellant they need to fuel Starship. And I mean, it'll probably also help Falcon 9 too. I mean, it's going to be should be right around the LOX tank farm for Falcon 9, where the good old LOX sphere is from back in the Apollo and shuttle days. So they have even plans to build more towers. But yeah, it's not operational yet, but yeah, it's there.
So keep your eyes on that space. And of course, we always report on any updates. We have our flyovers as well, so you can actually see sort of progression of what's going on in the SpaceX facilities over there, the progression of the Starship stuff that's coming up there as well. But we're not talking about Starship right now. We're talking about Crew-10. We are about to send 4 astronauts to space. And so far, so good. Everything seems to be progressing nominally. Everyone seems very happy. And no issues so far. So knock on wood, let's keep this going here. Thank you so much for your support. Oh my gosh, we have so many other things here. Another store message from Ryan. He says, I don't know if Adrian has already sent me one, so I'm ordering one just in case before they run out. Adrian, did you send Ryan a patch? This is our Flight 8 patch again. So I guess we are still talking about Starship. All right, no worries. Thank you so much for your purchase. Again, we have tens of these left, so limited edition. Make sure to get that still if you want. We've also got Drunar, a super chat. Thank you so much here for Project Silly Putty, an orbital blob to collect and absorb space debris. Big thanks for the stream. Thank you for tuning in, and I love that idea, Project Silly Putty. We'll just have a big glob of isn't that something you can get, like, clean up? It's like goo you put on your, like, keyboard on your computer or something, and it, like, collects stuff or whatever, Something like that for space. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Thank you so much, Drunar. There you go. Thank you, Drunar, for your support. More store messages. Go NSF, go SpaceX, go NASA, and go
Dragon.
Crew-10.
SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Looks like he got a print there. They're closing out the crew arm. Again, things are progressing well. Thank you, Mark Thompson, for gifting 5 red team memberships. Thank you, Barbara Wells, for 1 red team membership. And Gabriel the Guardian. Also, speaking of space debris, a very big topic today. We had SpaceX Falcon 9 debris fall in Denmark, Copenhagen, the 19th of February, 5 a.m. in the morning. Goodness, I hope it didn't fall on you. Unfortunately, I missed seeing it. Oh, phew. So you can definitely see debris outside of the U.S. Yeah, it washes up on the shores in Turks and Caicos too sometimes too, guys. You never know where you're going to find debris. It happens.
Yeah,
you never know. It happens, especially with all the testing, though. That's you got to test these things before you put people on it. So you never know. If you're down in the Caribbean, maybe you'll catch a Starship tile. Maybe not catch it. Don't catch it. But catch it. Pick it up out of the water or something, maybe. Thank you for your support, though. Also, does the ISS, this is also another common question today, does the ISS have Starlink access or communications? Ryan, could you speak to this a little bit? Do you know about the use of Starlink? Whether we were talking about this earlier too, the feasibility of using that on different types of spacecraft or up on the ISS now that it's becoming more common?
I'm trying to remember yeah, as far as I know, they could stick Starlink on the ISS and still be able to use it. I think it's pretty much it's low enough altitude to do it. Because they do use, I mean, they obviously we know they use it on Starship to get really nice views. They've used it on Dragon before. They used it, what was it, Polaris Dawn?
Only on Polaris Dawn so far.
Only on Polaris Dawn so far, yeah. I know they've used it at least once. That's why I was trying to remember which exact mission it was.
Yeah, that was a demonstration too.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to prove it out using it on spaceships. It's one of the things why they're using it on Starship. They're trying to see how well it works on, something that's in orbit and while communicating with it. And I mean, it looks like it's been working well, but of course, in order to get the permissions to probably install it on the ISS and do all that stuff, it's probably a lot to go through with that. So I wouldn't see an issue with using it on it. It's just up to NASA and other partners on whether or not they do want to go ahead and install it and what they would use it for,
By the way, if I was wondering what the ISS currently uses, there are ground stations located all across the globe that use different S-band, Ku-band antennas located across the International Space Station to send data up and down. So there are occasional parts where if you're, say, watching the live stream that NASA has of 24/7 views from the ISS, they'll call it an LOS, a loss of signal. That's when it's out of those ground ranges. In the event that there's something desperately needed in terms of communications as they're towards that blackout area, there are in-orbit satellites that they can use to communicate with. And in fact, we heard earlier when they were doing the comms checks here with Crew-10 that they use something called TDRS, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite Network. So there are ways to constantly communicate with satellites currently, but those are stationary satellites in orbit, and they primarily use the ground stations.
Yeah, and in regards to the Starlink, on Polaris Dawn, they used lasers, so they used a laser link. Starship uses actual dishes to communicate with the satellites itself, because as we've seen, at least it's got 4 Starlink dishes on the hull of the ship, which then communicates with Starlink, and then of course Booster also has 4 dishes. So it's one of those steps forward. They're trying to figure out what way is best, because I mean, maybe even ISS could do it with laser link. I don't know. Or you put dishes on the ISS if you were to end up using it. There's obviously options, and they'll look into see if they're gonna use it or not. I mean, Starlink seems like it's been around for a while, but it's still relatively in its infancy. It'll get a lot more powerful once they start getting the V3 sats up and running. But until then, it's still getting going.
And then, of course, there's always the ham radio that I mentioned before. They're doing their science experiments up there. And Dr. Holly, who we love seeing on the stream, hello, Dr. Holly. Thank you for tuning in with us. Says, I have talked with an astronaut on the ISS during Crew-4 by ham radio. It was Kjell Lindgren. Awesome.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Yes, it is. That's called ARIS, by the way, amateur radio for the International Space Station. And if you time it right, you can try and connect with one of them using antennas that you have on the ground. I've done it as well. It is surprisingly easier than you'd think.
It's so cool that they do that. And it just makes it so accessible, too. I love that they just, are able to chat with kids and do that. That's really awesome. And yay, Crew-4. I got to see that one launch in person. I love that mission. We are looking at our astronauts sitting there all buckled up. And once again, it looks like over there on the left, Kirill Peskov may be taking a little nap before they take off. But that's okay. He's a mission specialist. He's there not quite as busy as the commander and the pilot at this moment during all of their checkouts. There was a question earlier, Sawyer, actually. I'll throw this one to you. Where is it? Here it is. So this is from Core BDP. It takes some time to do these checks before launch. Was it the same when the shuttle was being used?
If you're trying to earn me extra brownie points for mentioning shuttle again, yes, it was the same with shuttle. They would make it out there about 3 to 4 hours before and lay on their backs. A lot of it at the time then as well, they would have fueling operations happen a little bit earlier than they do with Dragon. For those wondering here, with Dragon, they don't begin fueling until less than 8 minutes to go until launch and what they call load and go. So right now, the rocket they're sitting on is not fueled. Meanwhile, though, they still have other things they want to check. As mentioned earlier, they have to do the suit checks, they have to do the communications checks. They have to then close the hatch and make sure there's no leaks. We've seen that before, that a single hair has caused a not secure leak before. So they want to take the extra time for that. And part of the timing is basically troubleshooting time built in. So if something isn't exactly right and they need 20 minutes to work on it, they have the extra 20 minutes as free time built into the countdown. You'd rather be on your back waiting around than going, oh crud, we don't have enough time. So, especially with a window which is instant, which means if it does not launch at 7:03 and 48 seconds, it doesn't go today.
Yeah. And yes, I was saving that for you because I knew you'd know about the shuttle. We're all
Yeah,
shuttle fans here. Come on.
The difference being they actually had like backpacks and things on their back, which was sort of their comfort to lean on with their Aces spacesuits. Here, they're more custom molded seat back, so it's a little bit comfier for the SpaceX crew than it is for the shuttle crews.
Sure. And yeah, I know. I think some of the astronauts that were on shuttle down, on the mid decks there, I think they actually did fall asleep. I remember hearing something where somebody was up there and they yelled down, "Hey, you awake down there?" So can imagine for sure. If you're not doing anything, why not catch up on some sleep? Somebody else was asking also regarding the ham radio thing. How easy is it to actually get the licenses and all of that to actually operate a ham radio? Do you need a license for that? I thought that was just kind of open.
You do need a license. There are 3 different levels that you can go on, the most basic being something called technician. It is a super easy test. Again, you get study guides where they give you all of the possible questions and all of the possible answers. So you have the answers already ahead of time, and they got rid of the part where it's required to learn Morse code. So essentially, you have a very good chance of passing it. And from that most basic level, the first one you can get, that allows you to talk to the space station.
There you go. So if you all are interested in reaching out and talking during some of these science experiments they'll be doing actually with the ham radio up on the ISS during this mission, go ahead and see how you can get yourself that license. The easiest one, Sawyer says, is what you need. So very cool. Very, very cool. I love that. All right. So, some more support. Thank you so much, Robert Easterday, for your support as well. Falcon 9 and Heavy are awesome, says Virgo Drusky. I always try to make them in Kerbal Space Program and bring things to LEO, LKO for KSP, and beyond. Nice. Very nice. Falcon Heavy, I haven't seen that in a while. When is the next Falcon Heavy launch? Do we know when that one's going up again?
I think I'm trying to actually remember which one is the next one because it's been a little bit.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
If I could just interrupt for a quick second here, hopefully the Starlink handover completed. The crew vehicles that they arrived in are now driving right by the VAB and leaving. So they are returning back to where they were. So all of the pad crews, all of the vehicles the astronauts arrived in are leaving.
All right. Well, good. We don't want them to drive back in them. So go. Good. Amazing.
The next Falcon Heavy that I see on the registry, this is through next spaceflight, is the Griffin Mission 1, which is net December 2025. So I mean, we'll see. If it's this year. There's also USSF 75 and USSF 70. And of course, there's like PP and Halo, and there's other Falcon Heavy missions on the docket, but we could be in for a year where we might have one or none Falcon Heavies. I mean, it's kind of dependent on payloads entirely, so we'll have to see.
I'll have to put my Falcon Heavy earrings in storage for a bit then. You mentioned, Ryan, next space flight. What is that? Please tell our audience what next space flight is.
Next space flight is where you can go and see all the upcoming launches, whether it be, SpaceX, Chinese, or even Electron, or it doesn't really matter what it is. You can go see what time and date the launch is, and there's a lot of other cool stuff that you can look up, and just information about the mission and everything like that. It's really, really cool. It's really helpful, and we run it. So, yeah.
And how can people find it?
Nextspaceflight.com.
Like in the App Store?
Yeah, in the App Store. Yeah, sorry.
Amazing. Just say nextspaceflight.com and it appears.
Yes, it just
Awesome.
appears.
It just appears. And of course, check out nasaspaceflight.com as well. So you can check out all of the amazing articles that our brilliant writers are putting together for you every day, with things like breakdowns about this launch and all of the other launches coming up. Our YouTube channel, we are always putting out new content for you as well. All sorts of different topics. Again, shameless plug, This Week in Spaceflight that I host and that Alex writes. We are going to be releasing that after this launch, so stay tuned for that. Ryan Caton is working hard behind the scenes, getting that all edited and put together for us as well. We've got some more store messages coming in. Thank you for the Starship patches. Is there a generic one just for Falcon 9? A Starhopper one would be excellent. Do we have generic patches? I haven't looked at what we have in the store right now.
As far as I know, we do not. But honestly, I kind of like the idea on that. Adrian? No.
We've got two great ideas so far. We've got.
Yeah.
I am promoting having the space or the Pad Ninja pajamas, and then you guys can have your Falcon 9 patch.
I think it would be cool, like a Falcon 9 patch or a Dragon patch, just kind of like a generic one. I will say there will come a point when we're there, like I can't wait for the really, really cool like the special mission patches that could possibly come along for some of the cooler missions of Starship coming up. We've got a lot of cool stuff with Starship, but there's a lot more to come.
So, actually, speaking of that, and speaking of patches, now might be a good time okay, actually, maybe not right now. Give me 1 second. I was going to say, I'd love to talk about the patch design for Crew-10. But we're going to give Jay just a hot second to pull. Want to say another thank you for the store message here from Suzanne. Got a Starship Flight 6 patch, the one I got to see in person. Great coverage today. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Starship Flight 6, awesome. That's been a popular one today, actually. Thank you so much for picking that up. Chris also, store message, thanks for the patch, NSF. My folks live in Southwest Arizona and have seen rockets launched from Vandenberg, but can't figure out which ones they should be able to see. What trajectory would be necessary for them to see launches? So out in Arizona, but on the West Coast, I don't know. That's a good question. Do you know out on the West Coast any launch tips for viewing them?
I may be able to help with that.
Hi, Alex.
Sometimes when they launch Starlink from the West Coast, they launch very hugging the coast of Baja California, for example. And so if the conditions are right, you might be able to see it from the western side or southwest Arizona, just like the message says. So, every Starlink mission out of Vandenberg could be an opportunity to watch those missions. For example, the upcoming transporter mission is going southwest, so it's actually going away from you. That's not the kind of mission that you want to look out for watching from Arizona. You want to look out for the missions that are hugging the coast, because those are going to be, a lot closer as it goes up into space. You're not going to see them right away. You're going to have to wait, things like when it goes to second stage ignition and things like that, when it's higher up into space. But once it gets there, and if it's hugging the coast of Baja California, you might be able to see that very, very naturally. I've seen multiple videos out there in social media or in YouTube or whatever of people out there in southwestern Arizona that have been able to see these launches, especially, when there's that twilight effect of it being dark here on the ground, but as you go up there and you get sunlight, right, you have the jellyfish effect, as we call it. It often looks really cool from the the eastern locations. Again, Arizona and things like that, California as well, from LA area and things like that. But again, it needs to be that kind of mission that heads southeast, hugging the coast. Otherwise, if it is like Transporter 13 coming up next from Vandenberg, it's gonna be going away from you, so you're gonna have a harder chance to see that. It's very unlikely, not impossible, but really harder to see that.
Got it. Also, another storm message too here, though. Getting 2 more, just didn't make it. I didn't miss it earlier. I think I missed a word there. Go Crew-10. Awesome. Thank you so much for getting that patch as well, Josh. There's also just a lot of, some chatter here too, just about the other things. Johan is saying, I'd love a Space Ninja cosplay suit. Just saying. Me too. Also, when are we getting star jewelry in the NSF shop? Hey, I mean, I got my earring line, right? I think we should be looking into that too. Why not? And
I'm about to check out what earrings you wore for Twiz, because I'm starting to review
don't
Twiz.
give it away. Don't give it away.
I'm not going to say
They're pretty epic. They're new. They're new for this one too. They're awesome. And Admiral Merith says, can we please have the smallest order possible, very limited edition Starhopper patch, please? These are all great ideas, guys. We will pass them along to the store and see what can happen for you. You never know. But yeah, speaking of patches, guys, let's go over the patch for this particular mission, shall we? Thank you. Right on cue. There it is. It's beautiful. So this was the 170th patch to represent a NASA astronaut mission since 1965. Now, interestingly enough, though, this crew patch began with an idea that was inspired by AI. So normally you have the crew, they all come together, they pull their ideas, and then an artist creates it. But Nichole Ayers, who's a pilot on this mission, she spearheaded the design, obviously worked with the 4 of them. But she recognized that she was, in her own words, a mathematician, not an artist. So she decided to use an AI imaging software to brainstorm some designs that represented the mission. So she came up with a few concepts, and then she took those designs to Johnson's head graphic designer, who then created the patch as it is today. But he even said he didn't have to do too much. He just sort of compiled some of those ideas together. So you can see this patch. It's super cool. You have the dragon's wings outstretched like that. She said that they really wanted to highlight the fact that all 4 of the crew were professionally trained pilots with a lot of experience. So that's why the wings are so prominent in particular with this patch. It is illuminated, obviously, by a beautiful sunrise or maybe a sunset there. Focused on the ISS. It's kind of looking over the Earth there like the ISS as well. And the stars around it are red, white, and blue, which symbolize the flag colors for each of the crew members' home countries. So, of course, we have America, Russia, and Japan for this mission. And the brightest stars there, they say, represent the crew's closest family members and support systems. You'll also notice on the bottom, there is, first of all, around it, there's 10 sides to it. So that, of course, is because they are Crew-10, so they are 10-sided there. And also the X at the bottom, like the Roman numeral 10 for Crew-10, that is representing their ascending and descending trajectory. And again, notably here, the return is going to be happening on the West Coast. So we talked about earlier how the launch pattern here is going to be going up the eastern coastline. It's going to be hugging it like it normally does there from these. But this is going to be the first crewed mission now to be returning on the West Coast. They're going to be changing it over there for recovery. So they wanted to highlight that. It's a new thing. Crew-9 is going to be landing still on the East Coast, but this one's going to be coming in on the West Coast. And I don't think we have it ready to go here, but the SpaceX patch, they always create their own, with the shamrock on it and everything. Theirs kind of highlights that as well, that it's really like the big thing for them is going to be changing this trajectory for them coming in. So that is the Crew-10 patch. I just think it's always really fun to highlight some of the symbolism of that. It's beautiful work, obviously, just the art and the humanity that's involved in some of these things too. Oftentimes, we're so focused on the technical details and everything, which of course are super important too, but the humanity behind it and some of the artwork there I think is also really fun to point out.
Patches are always cool with any the any symbolism behind them. It's always cool to like look behind it to really see all the cool stuff behind it. I always love that stuff.
There's so much symbolism behind it. Actually, there was a question here too. What's your favorite Crew Dragon mission patch? Mine is Crew 4. This is Lords of Random. Do you have a favorite mission patch? Maybe not even Crew Dragon, but just in general. Maybe one of ours.
A favorite mission patch in general, man. I have to say, because I recently got it, and because of the really, really cool just the accomplishment that had, I have to say the Blue Ghost mission patch for Firefly. It looks really cool. And especially because of the accomplishment they made for it. But I think in general that is that. Because I'd have to look back and look at all the other crew mission patches. I don't remember them all off the top of my head.
Yeah, there's so many of them. There's so many. Not even just the SpaceX ones. I mean, all the way back to Mercury, right? There's literally books written about it. But yeah, the Crew 4 one that they mentioned there too. It is a very unique one, with the Dragonfly. I love the Crew 4 mission because I got to be there for that one. That was my first. Actually, I think there was a Starlink that went up before that particular one, so technically that was my first launch. But that was the first launch that I was there for Crew, and it was just a really special experience for me personally too. So I think more so than the symbolism of the patch, it's just the fact that I got to witness it. Anyone else who's on here? You guys have a favorite patch? Oh, maybe not. Alex is gone. Okay. So we can come back to that. I'm hearing a bit of static. I think that's from the Tidra system. It sounds like they're maybe about to say something. I don't think that's us.
It does sound like it's.
Oh,
they were about to do do a comms, but I guess not.
Oh, it sounds like something's happening there. All right. Well, let's get to some more questions that we have here. Oh, also, actually, speaking of other things, my tote bag arrived. Have you guys seen the new tote bags that we've put out? The Starship Tile tote bags. So cool. I love all these new ideas that we're having to be able to sell to you guys. It's so cool. And Alicia would need to wear a ninja suit on stream, says Chris. Yes. No, but seriously though, if we sold something, I wear like the NSF merch for This Week in Spaceflight, and I always try to theme it, and my earrings, of course, to whatever topics I'm talking about. So you'll have to guess what I'm going to be wearing for this one, and it's not this mission, I'll tell you that much. So yeah, if we sold that, I would 10,000% wear that for Twiz. Are you kidding me? That'd be amazing. Speaking of, we're going to be coming up on our 100th episode, I think we have 2 more before we hit 100. So I have a little special extra something for that too. Very exciting though. Who wouldn't? I think everyone, if we sold it, I think everyone would. You guys would be wearing that in the flame trench and everything.
That okay, yeah, would do a full flame trench in the in the
Pad Ninja suits.
Yeah,
that'd be amazing. Oh my goodness!
You have to make an orange one for Jack though. Then.
Oh, of course, everything is orange for him.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Ephemeral Face, thank you so much for becoming a Pad Rat member. This is our membership program. Of course, we encourage everyone, if you'd like to become a member, get some behind-the-scenes cool content. We have special behind-the-scenes streams for members. We have special content. We have special access to pictures and videos and all kinds of really cool things. So we highly encourage you to check that out. Let's see. Where can I buy a Crew-10 patch? Let's see. I think they sell those through the NASA stores. The space stores. We have our own crew patches, or not crew patches, Starship patches that we make. for our merch. But the official ones, I think you can get through the official NASA outlets as well. Drunar, yes, amazing. We need, here it is, Pad Ninja onesie. See, it's the pajamas. We can literally dress like pad ninjas and like wear pajamas while commentating and stuff. Wouldn't that be great? And then you can be like, yes.
Sure, let's do it. I'm down.
I think it'd be great. Why not be comfortable?
It's always nice to be comfortable. And I mean, you also look cool while being comfortable. Like, come on. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Lever Action Larry, thank you, NASA Spaceflight, for the awesome coverage. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. We love bringing you all of this fun content. Yeah, a little slow right now. Of course, they're still going through their checks. But the last we heard, everything is going smoothly. So, no news is good news, as they say.
Usually it means they're going through everything. They're making sure everything's good to go before they get into their their final checks and into fueling here in a little while. But yeah, it's one of those things is if you're not hearing a lot of comms, a lot of times that can mean things are going well. There's not really tracking anything, and things are progressing just fine, which is what we always want to hear. So.
That's great news. Thank you, Chris TG, for becoming a PadRat member as well. Here's another question for you for Starship. The question is, when do you think Starship Flight 9 will take place?
Oh boy, that's a loaded question.
Yeah.
It entirely depends. So SpaceX did not slow down production. They obviously cryoed Ship 35, and they finished stacking Ship 36. So they are proceeding at pace with their production of Starship. The really big question on when this flight will take place will be how long it takes SpaceX to solve the problem that they have at hand with Block 2 as to why it's blown up twice on ascent around the same time. I'm thinking at least late May, June. I mean, we'll see though. It's always possible for SpaceX to go quicker. It's SpaceX, and it's a development program, so they like to push the limits of it. And that's just Starship. So yeah, it's probably at least 2 months away, I would say. But it's a really open-ended question at that point. Yeah.
All right. So Ryan is saying 2 months. We'll see if that sticks. There's a lot that needs to happen before.
Yeah.
Yeah. And weren't they hiring for a new position also recently? They posted a job posting.
Yeah, they posted a job posting for propulsion engineer, I think it was. It was for the design and review of Starship's propellant distribution and transfer system. So hinting at the new methane transfer tubes that were designed into a Block 2 of Starship that could be part of the problem, or at least the new plumbing that they've put into Block 2 could be part of the issue for it. I'm not going to read much into that, I guess.
Someone got fired. I will. Someone got fired.
At least you said it. All right.
Maybe no. Maybe they're just hiring somebody in addition to help said person.
Either way, they're looking for more people to help in such a design. I mean, it's literal rocket science. It's not like you can just throw a couple of pipes in there and say it works. There's a lot that goes into it because you can deal with vibrations from the engines. There's vibrations and flow from the propellants. There's a lot that goes into designing such a system, and sometimes it's maybe not be right on the first time. I mean, Apollo 6, and they had a pogo issue.
Yeah.
So
perfect timing here, actually. Plutonium-239, thank you so much for your support. But yeah, here's this question. Do you think the Starship blew up? Do you think the Starship blew up due to harmonic vibration, also known as the pogo effect? Can you explain what that is to everyone and give us your thoughts on that?
So the harmonic resonance that they talked about with Ship 33 could have been due to what I think it is. Obviously,
countdown for crew readiness. We'll be commencing with fuel bleed in approximately 2 minutes. Expect some pressing and venting from the vehicle.
okay, proceeding to count. That's always good to hear.
Neat.
So, yep. So, what I think it is I think it's the new methane transfer tubes they installed. They basically took the old transfer tube design, which hooked into the central transfer tube, and they just stretched it all the way up to the common dome, and made it vacuum jacketed. It doesn't look like they had any reinforcements on them. Those with an empty LOX tank could be, vibrating or flexing, which is then turning into basically it's adding a vibration to the vehicle, and then once the LOX level gets low enough, and you have the vibrations in the engine, the vibrations from those flexing, and everything else in the vehicle, you hit a resonance, and in the snap of a finger, what can happen is all of a sudden a pipe breaks loose, something cracks, and you get a large propellant leak into the attic, which is the area just above the false ceiling, and it's between the false ceiling and the aft dome of the ship, and then it just kind of dumps into the engine bay, and they're having problems with that. It's the harmonic resonance and pogo aren't exactly the same. They can be two different things. So as far as I remember, what could be going on with the Starship, is not the same thing that happened with like Apollo 6, but it is a resonance effect. So
Yeah, it's very important to note that not every harmonic vibration is pogo, and pogo is like a type of harmonic vibration, and in that case it will be like an up and down vibration, like a pogo stick. That's why it's called pogo effect, right? It is related to the propulsion system as well. It's not about the structure of the vehicle. It's actually related to the feedback. It's like a feedback loop where you get a lot of you can think of it, you get like a pulse of force on your system, and so that sucks in a lot more propellant through your pipes and everything, and that leads to more thrust out of your engine, which then feeds back again to that same issue. Usually what you usually have is a system within your propulsion pipes or whatever that controls that by sort of pulsing some of that propulsion system. In the case of Falcon 9 that we see here on screen, it has what it's called a pogo accumulator, which is basically like a small like a small reservoir of liquid oxygen near the engines. And so what it does is that reservoir can be filled or emptied out to create those like sort of a counter action to the pogo effect. And so some of the callouts that you may hear as we count down here close to T0, we're very close now to the point where we're going to hear all of those go no go polls where they're going to get ready for propellant load sequence. You may see that, as we see there, that vent on the Stromback. They're chilling down some of the lines that go up to the Stromback, getting all those ready for fueling later in the count. And some of those, you may hear things like pogo bleed and things like that. That's related to that system on Falcon 9 that allows them to be able to suppress those up and down oscillations across the vehicle. And, that is... if you let those uncheck without that pogo bleed system, then you will have a very bad day. Your whole rocket could tear itself apart. You don't want that. So they usually have those systems in place, and Falcon 9 does have that system in place. Really tying in with Crew-10 today, right?
Well, so actually, there is a question from Brian Cavett here. Was wondering, speaking of like the propellants too, could Falcon 9 launch without the propellants being so cold, just barely liquid, and still make orbit? Because I know, as we start seeing the ship, hopefully, start to get fueled up and everything, we're going to see those frost lines and everything is very cold. Can you mention like why they have to be so cold, and what would happen if they weren't?
Yeah, they need those subcooled propellants to be able to pack more of the propellants on board of the rocket. So, for a given volume, if your propellants are densified, are denser and colder, then that means you can pack more mass of these propellants. And at the end of the day, if you've seen the, delta V equation and everything, there's no volume there, there's mass. So you need more mass of the propellant. And the way that you get more of it with the same tank volume is by densifying it. And so you make it colder, and therefore you can pack more of it, and therefore your rocket has more performance to orbit. And so that's why we see these sort of, fast load and go procedure where you load the astronauts and then you quickly load those propellants in 35 minutes, essentially, before lifting off. You could, in theory, load non-subcooled propellants on Falcon 9 and the engines will still work perfectly. I mean, if you think about the second stage, for example, once it goes through its coast phases in space, not for this mission, that will not be the case. But for example, Transporter 13 coming up later today from Vandenberg, that'll have 4 burns. The last burn, I think, is like 1 hour and a half or something like that into the mission, or 2 hours into the mission. Those 2 hours is plenty of time for the kerosene and the liquid oxygen to move off their subcooled points, right? So it's no longer subcooled. The engine works just as fine. But you also have a very empty tanks. You have very little propellant left on those tanks for those maneuvers. So yes, you could, in theory, load those subcooled propellants in the engines. Non-subcooled propellants and the engines will still work. The only issue is that you will have a less performance rocket there on the pad. And so, for example, you will not be able to return the booster back to the launch site. Maybe you will need a drone ship, for example, or just not even recover the booster altogether. Like maybe the performance is just not enough to even do that, right? That's why they introduce subcooled propellants, because being able to load more LAV propellant allowed them to reserve some of it for those booster landings. And so that extra propellant that they added is actually for that landing. So you either cannot do those return to launch site landings, like today's mission has that booster scheduled to land back at landing zone 1 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And so if you cannot do that, maybe you need to go to a drone ship landing or just completely expend it.
Nice. And the booster itself, actually, speaking of that, somebody at JAY Gaming had a question. Is that booster new or has it been used? And if it's been used, how many times has it been used?
It's nearly new. If it were a car, you would probably sell it as mostly new, because it's only being used once.
Do they have a Kelly Blue Book for boosters? Like, can you look at like, Carfax for boosters?
Yeah, that's sort of the thing here with Falcon 9 boosters. They've flown already up to 26 missions with some of these boosters, and so flying a booster for a second time, that's almost new, right? It's like just flown once. But yeah, this is booster B1090. That's its serial number, and so it's essentially, just new. It only flew once before.
That is a thing, though, for crewed launches, right? Isn't that kind of an unspoken rule that they always want to put them on a flight-proven booster because there's people on board?
Well, they've flown on new boosters. It sort of depends whether, for example, sometimes SpaceX may want to sneak in a new booster to their fleet to keep them fresh, right? Because some of the oldest ones, either they sometimes expend those or they need a longer refurbishment time sometimes. So they want to introduce newer boosters, not only because that, but also because they introduce the newest upgrades. They still have little upgrades, even though it's not a block upgrade or a huge version upgrade or something like that, but little things here and there that optimize their performance and their reuse and everything. Those can still be done. And so newer boosters have a lot of these new implementations. Like, we heard last year, for example, we heard about the self-leveling landing legs, for example. That was a new thing introduced on these boosters recently. So those kinds of things are usually good for SpaceX to introduce on their fleet. So sometimes crew missions do have new boosters, but a flight-proven booster also can be good enough, right? I believe NASA has up until the 5th flight of these boosters for crew missions as certification for SpaceX to fly. For commercial missions, though, they don't shy away from using a little bit more used boosters, right? Because it's commercial instead of NASA. NASA is a little bit more conservative, but still, they use flight-proven boosters. They say, okay, yeah, let's fly on a flight-proven booster, but just not too flight-proven, right?
Right. Sure. And yeah, the other one that this one was on, I don't know if you mentioned, is the O3B mPOWER mission 4. And the turnaround time is about 87 days for this one. Not too shabby.
For those that like precision, 87 days, 37 minutes, and 48 seconds.
Of course, you know that.
Yeah, we put that in the description, I think, because of the T0 to the second of today's launch is 7:03:48 p.m. Eastern, and so it's 37 minutes and 48 seconds turnaround. It's so funny.
Yeah, the capsule too. Had it gone up on Wednesday, it was like exactly 1 year, right, since the last time it came in too. So now it's 367 days. Oh. But yeah, that's C210-4. That's Endurance, which previously flew Crew 3, Crew 5, and Crew 7, and will now be recovered off the coast of California by either Megan or Shannon. Not Bob or Doug. They're switching it to the Wi-Fi.
I'm sure there was a flop.
Yeah.
I know the answer to that, Alicia. That'd be Shannon. Hey,
Julia. Oh, thank you. Julia, welcome.
Hey.
Hello. Yeah,
Hello,
so Shannon
welcome.
is now stationed at the Port of Long Beach, and we have Megan stationed over in Tampa right now.
Cycling
to
orbit
support
tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure. Additionally, I can give you a go to step into Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, copy Section 5 and work.
So we're at about hour now. We're going to be hearing a little bit more of this. And they're going to be given the go to move ahead now with our T-1 hour briefing. Welcome, Julia. You came just in time so that you had to be quiet again.
Exactly, just like last time. Say a couple words, be quiet.
We're used to that at this point, though, in the liftoff.
Oh, yeah.
Where are you at right now, by the way? Where are you joining us from?
I am joining you from the Kennedy Space Center press site, right by our hut. So I've got a pretty good view of the rocket, and I'm here out with Max and Sawyer. So it's a fun time. It's always exciting to see astronauts go to space.
Always, always. And the weather still holding up good out there for you guys?
It's a proper breeze. Not a bad breeze, just enough to keep any bugs away. Temperature is beautiful. Just a few wispy clouds in the sky, and yeah, I think as far as weather goes, we are good. Weather tomorrow, though, not so much. So let's cross our fingers for today.
Cross our fingers and toes for sure. But I'm feeling good. Things are going good. It's gonna happen. We're doing this. We're going to space today.
Actually, Dragon Crew-10, go for launch.
SpaceX copies. Crew is go for launch.
Go, go, go.
We like hearing that. This was about when they decided to call it off on Wednesday, too, because of that hydraulic issue. But so far, so good. Julia, there's actually... Oh, can I ask my question first?
Sure. No, you're hosting. I was actually... Yeah, okay, you go.
Karsten Jensen was asking about the countdown clock, because you said you're down at the press site. Is the big countdown clock only used for crewed launches?
No, actually, it is not just crewed launches. It does get used for other NASA missions. Anytime we're at the press site for basically a NASA-driven mission is when we see the clock tick up. It's pretty rare to see it like you wouldn't see it for a Starlink.
Starlinks are so like common these days. No one cares about Starlinks anymore, right? How are we at this point in our
Right?
lives where people are like, "Oh, it's just another rocket launch"? Well, we're not. We
Yeah.
always bring it to you, of course.
I've lost count, but as Max says, each one is a different experience, and more often than not, that was really awesome. Something about a launch is special. So we always step outside, even if we're not at the press site and we live nearby. We step outside our doors and we look up.
Absolutely.
We have, in fact, I'm gonna make a little spoiler of Twiz. They're targeting 170 launches for 2025 of Falcon 9. That's not counting Starship or anything. Probably 2/3 of those 170 launches are gonna be from the Cape Canaveral, right, from Florida. And so, yeah, a lot of those are gonna be Starlinks. So you're gonna get a lot of them.
Yeah. In 2016, when I first moved here, it was one, maybe two launches a month. And I didn't think it would come to this. Maybe 2 in 24 hours, 3 a week, 4 a week. But that's okay. We're here for it.
We're here for it too, and we don't even live down there.
I guess
Alex, you're in Spain. I'm in New York.
Yep. I can also mention another piece of news that came out today. It was so recent that we were not able to put it on Twiz. I guess we'll put it next week. They're aiming to increase their cadence from Slick 40, from Space Launch Complex 40, up to 120 launches a year with Falcon 9. Like, what? Right? It's like, that's a lot of launches just from one pad. So, yeah.
You know what my brain goes to, Alex? That poor flame trench. That
Ooh,
poor
you mentioned-
TE.
Flame trench?
Mention the flame trench. We should
I
have been
know, right?
today, right now, on the flame trench show. I know some people have been asking about that in chat. We're gonna have that tomorrow. Don't worry. It's just being delayed because of the Crew-10 live stream.
Like, how many launches per day? Or not per day, but, trying to do the math in my head. If they were to actually do 120 in a single year from pad 40.
One every 3 days, it will be, yeah.
Also, kind of what they're doing right now, basically.
On average, which means some of the turnarounds will be like maybe a day and a half or 2 days. But that's obviously, the max case scenario.
Yeah.
Not the. Although, to be fair, well, I'm not going to extend any more on this topic, but they're supposed to be approved for 50 launches from that pad. They've done more than 50 launches in the last 2 years. So, yeah. 50 launches per year, I mean.
So we are about an hour away from launch now. If you guys are just joining us, welcome. Once again, this is the Crew-10 launch, the NASA SpaceX Crew-10 launch to the International Space Station. We've been on here for, 3 hours now, talking through all of these pre-launch preparations, seeing the astronauts on board get suited up, seeing them hop in their Teslas and drive out to the pad and lean back and look up at the rocket, all these fun traditions that they have, getting them strapped in. And now we are proceeding. Things are looking good. Had a couple questions in chat. Who's commentating right now? Let's go around the horn here. Let's see. So we actually just had Ryan. Ryan, are you heading out now? Are we saying goodbye to you?
I mean, unless you guys want me to stick around, I think you have enough people here who know a bit more than me about this stuff. So I'll let you guys cover it. So
Sure. Well, thank you for joining us.
Just
Ryan Weber, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. I was just here to help cover and help out a little bit, but
yeah.
You guys.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have fun and go Crew-10, go SpaceX. Obviously always hoping for a good, perfect launch. So you guys have fun.
Thank you. So awesome. Yeah, we had Ryan on here earlier. I'm Alicia Siegel. I am a host and commentator here on NSF, host of This Week in Spaceflight, which we were just talking about. We've also got Alejandro Alcantarilla Romera, who is a writer and commentator and multi-hyphenate here at NSF. Alex, thank you for being on here again.
In fact,
and then
thanks to Ryan, because I was actually reviewing This Week in Spaceflight. Gonna be coming up after the Crew-10 launch, so I had to review that.
yeah, we're doing a lot of different things at one time right now. For a while there, I thought I was actually going to need to record a pickup while I was commentating on Crew-10. So thank you, Ryan, for pulling whatever strings you did there and making magic for me. We've also got Julia Bergeron on the stream, photographer extraordinaire and just amazing person. You want to say hi? Or not? That's fine.
Well, yeah, I would say hi if my mic would cooperate with me. Absolutely. Hi, everybody. And I am happy to be here. It's been a long couple days, but this is exciting. It always is. So
always is.
I'm happy to be on with you.
Yeah, it's always fun when we're on together. And you're out there also with Max and Sawyer as well, right?
Yes, Max and Sawyer are here. They are taking a much-deserved break after their long day as well. We're going to have Max with an amazing tracking view. I think you all have a really good close-up that Max is bringing us right now. And Sawyer was on commentary a little bit ago, but getting ready to do some photography as well.
Amazing. We saw some awesome photos from both Max and Sawyer earlier today from when the astronauts were coming out of the operations and checkout building, and also the cavalcade of the cars going out to the launch pad. Thank you guys so much for those shots. And we're excited to see what you bring us coming with the launch as well. Let's hit a timeline. Let's look at and see what's coming up for us here. I believe we have a graphic we can pull up on screen. Alex, can you walk us through what is coming up? What's happening right now, and what are we looking forward to?
Yeah, so right now we are just minutes away from the launch director confirming that they are go for propellant load. That should be coming up at T-minus 45 minutes. Once that is confirmed, then we're going to have crew access arm retraction a few minutes later, and then they're going to be arming the launch escape system on Dragon, because at T-minus 35 minutes, we're going to get to that propellant load sequence. It's an automated countdown sequence. Everything is essentially down to the second. And so first, we're going to have Stage 1 propellant load, both liquid oxygen and RP1 that you can see on the timeline. At the same time, they're going to be loading RP1 on the second stage, on that kerosene tank on the second stage. You might have seen some of the venting on the stromback. That's part of the preparations to fill the liquid oxygen tank on the second stage. Now, the venting that you saw there is to chill down the line that goes up to the transporter reactor. But then there's another section of that line that goes to the second stage. So at T-minus 20 minutes, we're going to see the LOX chill down vent, that, big vent, the best vent, as we call it. And that is to chill down that other section of the line that goes to the second stage. So those are sort of the next steps on the countdown. Once we get through those, we'll talk about, what else is left. But you can see there a full rundown. Stage 2, LOX load begins. Falcon 9 engine chill, stromback retract, etc., down to the liftoff, hopefully in 48 minutes and 25 seconds from now.
Awesome. Love to see that green check mark. So the next thing we're going to be looking for is in about 6 minutes, crew access arm retracting. Very nice.
Yeah, before that, hopefully, we're going to get that call out from the launch director of, go for propellant load, blah, blah, blah. He'll say usual things. One of the things that we may hear as well, and this is important to mention beforehand, there's going to be a call out to launch operators to first close out the Hangar X launch control center. They close that out before propellant load, and it gets only open once Dragon gets into orbit and separates from the second stage and things like that. And then we're also going to hear a call out talking about, what to do in the case of an abort, right? Not during flight, but during the countdown sequence, when they need to hold the count or something like that Not speaking about, you know,
Team has pulled go
activating-
for
there
LES
we go.
arm, propellant load, and launch.
You'll have it here.
There we go.
But yeah, he'll say, you know, the usual hold, and everything. That is not that they're holding. He's just giving the instructions to launch operators. So that's probably going to be coming up next. It's usual part of the process.
I'm so excited that we have moved into this part of the launch today because we didn't get to do this on Wednesday. So this is good. Things are progressing.
Yep.
So thank you, Timo, who just became a Pad Rat member. Also, we love, you know, having your support. We love having you guys all tune in. This is why we do this. It's obviously we stream these things for you all. It's also a lot of fun to watch it for us too. But really, you know, all of your support goes towards having this amazing coverage that we bring to you. All of these cameras out on the pad. You know, thank you so much again for your support. Also, we have Michael. Hi, and thanks for the opportunity. This was a store message. Only mission 6 through 8 patches are available. Where can we pre-order mission 10? Please and thanks again. Good luck and Godspeed. So if you mean Crew-10, if you want to get one of those patches, I believe you can get one through any of the official NASA stores. But mission 6 through 8, I believe you're referring to the Starship patches that we have in our merch store, merch.nasaspaceflight. Also another way that you can support our streams. And well, we got to get to 9 first, right? we only just had flight 8 for Starship. So pre-ordering flight 9, I assume will be, and according to Ryan Weber, in the next 2 months. He thinks it'll be in the next 2 months. So get ready for that. And yeah, pre-order your patches. Again, that patch that he just picked up there, the flight 8 patch, there are very, very few left. I was told earlier there are literally tens of patches left. So if you still want to get that one, limited edition, your last chance, pick up the Starship Flight 8 patch in our store.
Yeah, we're working
also-
on the Flight 9 patch, but it's not complete yet, and it's also not on pre-order.
That's right. We got to get to Flight 9 first. All right, and then also 33 Raptors Mimi.
T-minus 45 minutes. Both control rooms go into lockdown and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and then approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on a countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement.
Crew X's arm retraction starting.
There we go. Those are the instructions that we were talking about before. Logging out the doors of the launch control center. That's per standard procedure. And it won't be open until either they offload the propellant or they reach orbit and the launch escape system is disarmed. And if there's any emergency or anything like that, they can call the triple hold word count on the countdown nets. So yeah, that is standard procedure. There we can see that crew access arm retracting away from Dragon.
There it goes. So they are now in that capsule and getting ready to blast off. 33 Raptors, Mimi, thank you so much for your support. Again, love your coverage as always. Keep up the great work. Godspeed Crew-10. Absolutely. And Jane Grimshaw.
Wow.
P.S. Loving the launch coverage. Thank you. You all do such a great job. Yeah, that was a great shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a shot from the crew access arm. That was cool.
Why'd they cut away?
Yeah, come back, NASA.
Come back.
These are feeds provided by NASA, by the way, so that's why we... there we go. You can see the crew access arm does not...
retraction complete.
I always get ahead of the callouts. But yeah, you might see that it's not fully retracted. It stays there, in case of any emergency. They need to put it back on Dragon or something, it can quickly go back. At liftoff, it will swing all the way, just like the strong back sort of throws back at liftoff, right? The crew access arm will also throw back all the way to its fully retracted position.
It's like you've done this once or twice.
Yeah.
Dragon,
You
SpaceX,
just know.
go for Section 6, close visors, and arm launch escape system.
There we
All
go,
right.
we're getting active.
Closing visors.
SpaceX Dragon, copy Section 6 and work.
Section 6.
Yep. This is the 16th human spaceflight by SpaceX, so we've seen a few of these already.
SpaceX Dragon, 6.4, visors closed, arming the launch escape system.
Question here, actually, about the launch escape system. In case of an abort, where is it? There it is. Can they control the landing location after activating the launch escape system, or is it arbitrary?
They have a bit of a leeway. They can control how
SpaceX
far
Dragon,
away.
6.4, visors closed, arming the launch escape system.
Copy, Dragon, you are go for 6.6, arm launch escape.
They obviously don't have a lot of leeway, right? Like you cannot have 1,000 nautical mile sort of difference in your landing position after you abort or something like that. But you can maybe steer a little bit here and there, especially in the later parts of the process. If you abort during stage 2 flight, they have an option, for example, where they can either abort really close to Newfoundland on the on off the coast of Canada, or there's like this big gap where there's only ocean. So either they go to Canada or they go to Shannon off the coast of Ireland. And so Dragon can, at that point, use either the Dracos or Super Dracos. There's enough time that ballistic trajectory...
verified armed.
There we go. That they have enough time to be able to control a little bit that splashdown location if need be. Obviously, we never want them to figure this out in a real scenario, but it's prepared to do so if need be.
We haven't seen too many shots of them in the capsule right now. But somebody was asking also earlier, what were they doing if you did see them before? What are they doing on those leg tablets? What are they for? As you've been hearing, Core shouting out, oh, section 5, section 4, or whatever. There's manuals, right, on those tablets that they're looking through. Like previously they had actual physical books with pages of all of the procedures in order to launch and everything. And now
they are.
Oh, here we go. They're listening to us. Look at this. Thank you. But yeah, so they're that's what's on their tablets too, right? Is a lot of these checkout procedures that they can kind of swipe through and make sure everything is looking good.
And they have a paper version. You can see there's a thick sort of book thing underneath with a zipper. That's because they have the paper version of some of these procedures. They also
Just
have,
in case the battery dies on their iPad, right?
You can see there's a little bit of a paper sort of hanging from the side of the displays. That's probably also some kind of notes or something that they may want to keep an eye on during the flight. But
cheat sheet.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. But that is precisely right. Because it's like we're in the 21st century. Even Soyuz uses already iPads and tablets and things like that. Like even for controlling the Soyuz, they have now as well some of those commands that can go. They connect the iPad with the which is really mind blowing, right? That a spacecraft designed in the 1960s can talk to an iPad and do that back and forth. But of course, it's because it's being upgraded over the decades, right?
Yeah.
But they use that, and they have a backup paper version of their checklist. It's very comfortable. I mean, you see that also on planes with the EFBs or electronic flight bags and things like that. So
Sure, yeah.
it's 21st century. We're 2025, right? It's common to see those things even in rocketry, and it's very comfortable. Doesn't weigh that much. You can sweep through a lot of procedures and everything really quickly. So yeah, they use those tablets whenever it makes sense.
But still good to have a paper backup too, just in case.
Exactly. Always good to have backups.
Backups for backups. Absolutely. So we're going to be looking to launch in about 37 minutes coming up here.
And tanks will be venting for propellant load.
There we go.
I was just going to say, all right. So propellant load is beginning. Can you walk us through a little bit of what's going to be happening now, Alex?
Yeah, that should start at the T-minus 35-minute mark. What they do beforehand is, the tanks are usually pressurized and filled with like gaseous nitrogen, right? And so what they do is they vent that pressure out to allow the propellant to go into the tanks once the propellant load sequence starts. So you hear a lot of venting from. I believe we're hearing some of the pad sounds. Maybe Jay can confirm that in the back channels. He was maybe feeding that to us. But yeah, just getting ready for that propellant load. He says yes. Thank you, Jay.
Thanks, Jay. And another neat little indicator here as they start to fuel up the ship, as we were talking about earlier with all of those very cold propellants that come in, you're going to start to see a frost line start to grow up there too, right? It's a neat little indicator of it being fueled.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of frost and condensation on the rocket, especially on the booster, probably in about 5 minutes or so. Once they start loading that liquid oxygen on the booster, it's going to get frosty. It's usually a good indicator. Yeah. It's usually a great indicator of how the propellant load sequence is going. If you don't see that, for example, recently we had a Starlink mission. Of course, on the Starlink missions, we don't get as much access. If you don't see that frost rising, they probably have stopped the propellant load. And so we saw that on a Starlink mission recently, and we knew that they were aborting that. So yeah, here we have a lot more access.
Yeah. We
will
want to see
hear
that
it.
frost line go up.
Just like we're going to hear now a call out.
The launch auto sequence has started.
There we go.
You are something else, Alex. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You just have these times memorized. I love it.
That is the start of propellant load. So we are well into now that propellant load sequence has started, that launch auto sequence. And so just going through. Ooh, more pad sounds? What's that?
We have a question here from Deplorable Dreg. I love your names, guys. Can the crew hear and or feel the ship being fueled up?
I
mean, I can answer
believe
this.
so. Yeah,
Julia, yes.
I've heard reports that they can feel and hear their dragon come to life as it's fueling, as it's doing different purges. That's at least what I've heard. What have you heard, Alicia?
That's what I've heard as well, that they say that with Crew Dragon, it really feels like it's alive underneath them, that they can hear it, kind of groaning, and it's like, this heavy breathing that we're kind of hearing from the pad of like, the venting, and how it just, it really, like you said, comes alive underneath them. That's so cool.
Yeah. They also hear the Dragon spacecraft because, when the launch escape system is armed, what they do is they prime the pressurization system. Because the Super Dracos use very high pressure. It's a hypergolic system, right? So what you do is you have two different materials that mix together and burn in contact. But in order to, push them together and create that thrust and everything, you need to use pressurization systems. And the Super Dracos are very high pressure engines. And so you need that high pressure system to be primed and active to be, triggered whenever it's needed for that escape system. So even things like that, they can hear all the clicks and sounds and thruster pulses and everything. And so they say it's like, the dragon really is a dragon. It becomes alive when it happens.
It's so cool. Joe Kangas, speaking of these Super Draco ports and everything, and the covers of everything where they're fueling and whatnot, they've got covers, right? So when do those get blown off before flight, or do they get blown off during flight? How does that work?
Yeah, the regular Draco thrusters, they have something that you will assume, you will probably think it's like some kind of paper bags or something like that. It's very similar in that sense. It's not technically paper bags, but it's very similar, that material that protects the Draco thrusters, those little thrusters that are capable of doing all of the attitude controls and everything of the Dragon capsule. Those are normally blown off during launch, because you're going very fast through the atmosphere, and so those things get blown off. But even then, if there's one that's still a bit stuck anywhere or something like that, and it still rides to orbit with Dragon, right after it separates from Falcon 9, we'll see these pulses of the Draco thrusters. It'll fire those thrusters, make sure that they all work, and so when that happens, those covers just get blown off, right? And so it either gets blown off during ascent, or it gets blown off as soon as the Dragon fires its thrusters. And so those are okay. Now for the Super Draco thrusters, the bigger ones are on those pods around the capsule. There are covers, and they also get blown off if they activate. Of course, we don't want to see that, right? But you can see that sort of thing, for example, when the launch escape system abort that they did on both at the pad, they did a pad abort test and also an in-flight abort test. The one at the pad, you might be able to see that better because it's closer, and the one in flight was in flight, right? But they do have those blow-off covers. Essentially, they just, as soon as you fire the thrusters, those Super Dracos, they just, boom, they go out and leave way.
Stage 1 cryo-helium loading has started.
Nice.
So we're 30 minutes out now. Very, very exciting. A lot of people questioning here. Maybe Julia, you can answer this since you're out there. Will we see the jellyfish tonight?
Ooh, that's kind of a 50-50. The last launch attempt was much closer to the time where sunset would have impacted that. With daylight savings time, I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit too bright here. With that being said, if you live up the coast, maybe, kind of in your land, Alicia, you might get that atmospheric effect, not as colorful, but the second stage should still be pretty the farther north they go.
So if you are up the coast, maybe pop outside and take a look. Yeah, a lot of you guys asking about the jellyfish tonight.
And another thing too, if you pop outside, don't forget to look for the ISS. Because right after launch, when we were here last attempt, we all waved to the ISS as it went over us, because that instantaneous window is because of when the ISS is in the precise place it needs to be for Dragon to meet up with them.
That's right. So these launch times are instantaneous windows. Like she said, it is literal rocket science of when they need to launch. And if it doesn't work at that exact time, down to like the second, it's a no-go. So very important with the timing of that, for sure. Thank you, Steve K, for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you, David Howard, for becoming a Pad Rat member. So much wonderful support here. Look at this. Ari Guest, congratulations. I just got offered my dream PhD position. Fantastic night all around. Thank you, NSF team, for the great coverage. Time to get well. Okay. Yes. have a wonderful time tonight, Ari. And congratulations on your PhD position. That's phenomenal. So you got that. We're gonna watch people go to space today. It's gonna be great. Gonna be great. Red Silo Homestead, thank you for the support. Didn't earlier crews have something, stuffed animal in the capsule with them that would float around? Any on this flight? Yes.
Ooh.
We don't know yet what it is. That's called a zero-G indicator. There have always really been a zero-G indicator. That's something that they bring up with them. Typically, yeah, it's like a small, like stuffed animal or something. Although apparently, I think Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, Soviet cosmonaut, I think he brought a Russian nesting doll. I think that's actually where that tradition comes from. But it's important for us to be able to visually see when they actually, are in microgravity, when that point has hit too. So it's usually tethered to their chair, but it's always a bit of a surprise. Sometimes they tell us in advance. I know there's been fundraisers linked to some of them too. Some of them have been like more culturally significant. I know I think it was Crew-6, the UAE. There was an Emirati astronaut flying, so I think he had something that was more specific for his mission up there. But yeah, we don't know what it is yet. Sometimes they tell us in advance. We don't know. We will definitely be keeping an eye out, though, as should you all. Once they go up there in space and once they hit that microgravity environment, you're going to see something float up. We don't know what it is. So let us know in chat when you see it, please. Always fun to look for. Thank you again for the support. Here's another question. This is Haggis Neeps and Tatties. Thank you for your support. Can you talk about the fuel? What specific mix is used and how they select it? Also, are there any cool components that are generally not known about them from a viewer's perspective?
Well, the fuel that you use is a refined version of kerosene. So you might hear kerosene being used, for example, on planes, right? They use Jet A, as it's usually called, or there's also other versions of kerosene as well, avgas and whatnot. This is more refined. It's needed for the kind of combustion that you have on the engines, right? We're not very sure about the full composition because sometimes these are kept a little bit more, hush hush kind of thing, and depending on the kind of on the kind of provider, for example, of the RP1, it might vary a little bit. But that is pretty much all we know, unfortunately. Now, if
Stage 2 cryogenium loading has started.
There we go. Nice. If you're wondering, for example, things like the mix on the engines, for example, like what's the mix with the liquid oxygen and things like that. I know it's not technically the question, but you have a fuel ratio, a fuel oxidizer ratio. In this case, they have about 2.5 kilograms of oxygen for every kilogram of fuel, more or less, and so it's a fuel rich mixture. It seems counterintuitive, but it is fuel rich, believe me, because it's the sort of what's it called? The stoichiometric ratio, the perfect ratio will be actually 2.8. So there's actually fewer oxidizer than fuel that you need for the combustion, but they do that on purpose to not overstress the engines, of course. But yeah. As for the fuel itself, that kerosene, again, it's a refined version of it, used for rocket propellant and things like that. Not too much that we know of, other than I think they do use a dyeing product so that they don't, mistake it for something else. But other than that, not much else. Could probably tell you some other things about other space programs. They use very weird versions of kerosene, but that's not what we're here for. We're 23 minutes away from liftoff.
We can make a separate video about that. How about that?
Ooh, yeah.
I'm sure you know a lot about this stuff, though, Alex. I bet you probably could. I bet there's definitely an audience for that. So speaking of what's happening kind of right now, and in minutes here, Michael Kennedy would like to know how much manual work and intervention are the crew likely to do during launch. I know the Crew Dragon capsule is very much automated now, which is exciting, like for this next generation of spaceflight. But how much manual work are they going to need to be doing now between now and docking?
Let's take,
If we are lucky, none. They do have some manual capabilities. Of course, they even have a manual handle to activate the launch escape system if they consider it a thing. Again, we don't want that to happen. Everything should be automated here if everything goes well, right? Even the propellant load sequence is all automated. The ground systems go through their own software and checklists and things like that to load the rocket. Dragon, one of the things that they do sometimes do, for example, is maybe configuring the displays for themselves. Like maybe they have for themselves like, oh, I want to see this, what's happening, right? But that's more like a personal thing. As the commander or the pilot, you may want to be checking out certain things about the propellant load sequence right now, for example, or during flight, you may want to check the Gs, or you may want to check what's their propulsion systems doing and things like that. Other than that, we prefer them to not take any manual control. They could, once they separate from the capsule, from the Falcon 9, they have manual control abilities to fire the Dracos and things like that. But everything should be automated, but yeah, again, they do have that manual capability. The intervention though, when things are going well, is barely none. Just looking at the systems.
Yeah, I would imagine that'd be important for them to be able to take control if they needed to in the event of an emergency. But yeah, if everything's automated, take a nap. Yeah, Marcus is saying, my legs would beg for me to move if I sat like the astronauts for as long as they do. Yeah, it's a trip. And actually, speaking of that, a lot of questions. How long will it take for Dragon to reach the ISS? How much longer than, once they actually reach there and dock? What's the timeline for getting there, docking, and then actually going into the ISS?
They're supposed to be arriving tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, so a bit over 24-hour trip. Some people might be wondering why that's the case. It's all down to orbital mechanics. Yes, Soyuz does get there quicker sometimes, but it only does that because it nails itself down to a very specific launch time and launch date. But sometimes we can guess when launch times can happen because we see a very famous vent here with Falcon 9. There you can see that Stromback vent on the launch pad there. That is the T-minus 20 minute and 20-second vent. That's the LOX chill down. They're now chilling down that line that goes to the second stage of the Falcon 9, preparing that for liquid oxygen load. We may hear soon.
Stage 2 RP1 load complete.
There it is. The RP1 load is
go.
complete on the second stage. So all the kerosene that needs to go on the second stage, it's already there. No need to fuel anymore that tank. It does continue on the first stage. So first stage RP1 load will continue for at least another 13 minutes. No, excuse me. It's around T-minus 6 minutes. I cannot do the math right now. Sorry. 23 minutes, I guess. No, the other way around. Jeez, 13 minutes. Yeah, I was correct at the first time that I tried to do this. Anywho, we're close to the launch. My heart is racing, and so
you're doing a great job.
I cannot do any numbers now. But yeah, we are
That's
preparing for that liquid oxygen load on the second stage. You can see they are a very healthy vent. It's also useful for the wind. Kind of show you where it's blowing and things like that, which is rather helpful.
There's the crew access arm. There we go. All right. So yeah, all that venting is supposed to be happening. That is a good sign. Don't worry. Nothing has gone wrong here. Thank you, Apocalypse Cow, for gifting 5 red team memberships. Thank you, D. Lucy, for becoming a Pad Rat member as well. What's up? Thank you for the support. More Alicia and Julia, you rock. Thank you. I'm sure Julia heard that too. Thank you. Love being on here with you guys. It's been a hot second for me, to be honest, so I'm happy to be back here. Thanks, Taylor, for becoming a Pad Rat member. Bill Steinhardt, a Red Team member. Thank you so much. Also, Taylor gifting 1 Red Team membership. Definitely check out our membership program, guys, if you want to learn more about everything we're doing behind the scenes. We have some really exclusive things for members. We have lots of really cool merch and all these amazing articles and things that you can have access to. Additionally, if you are a member. P Gamer backup, LOL. A Capcom member, thank you so much. That's very, very generous. A new member, thank you for joining us. And also a launch director from Retro Macintosh. We could not do it without the support of all of you guys, everyone. Thank you so much again. You are what helps us to bring you these amazing this amazing coverage that we're showing you right now. All of our pad cameras and everyone out there who's helping us out today, all of our equipment, of course, all of our coverage across the country. We also have, Space Coast Live and all these other Starbase updates and lives and everything out there too. We have flyovers where we can see things up above as well. Look at all these different camera angles. We do it for you. We do it because you are here for us, and we are here for you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
And some of these feeds are provided by NASA, but that takes also data bandwidth, right? People don't realize how expensive data can be when you're pushing through hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes and everything. So that's also getting very expensive. So we have those feeds precisely thanks to your support as well. So, yeah.
Awesome. Mark Geddes, thank you so much for 10 Red Team memberships. And yeah, you've been around for a while with us too. So thank you so much. Very, very generous as well. Diane, thank you for becoming a PadRat member too.
Page 2 lock load has started.
There we go.
Lock load has started.
You see the vent has disappeared now.
Oh, yeah, there it goes. Kenneth Cannon, hello to
Dragon,
Lucas from
SpaceX
Uncle Lala.
reporting that we continue to track no issues with Dragon or Falcon proceeding to launch.
No issues. Woohoo! That's what we want to hear.
SpaceX Dragon,
Go Crew-10.
We're happy to.
We're seeing actually a lot of questions here. This reminds me, P Gamer Backup LOL. Stubby? A lot of people asking, are we seeing the stubby nozzle today?
No, for this mission, they're using the performance of Falcon 9 completely. They're trying to also get that booster back to the launch site, so they need that performance in order to be able to do that. So today will not be a stubby nozzle on MVAC engine.
All right. And then also, Ethereal Swordsman, thank you so much for your tip. Also, an important notice for everyone. Apparently, a severe weather outbreak is in progress over Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas. Tornado activity. So everyone out there, do be careful and, be aware if that's going on right now. Obviously, you can come back and watch this later. Please be safe. That is the most important thing. We want you all to be safe. Speaking of stubby nozzle, though, again, P Gamer, thank you again for your support here. And is it possible for a crew launch to use a stubby nozzle?
I mean, it could. They have the performance spare for that, but they prefer not to and instead return that booster back to the launch site. If they were to use a stubby nozzle, they will have to land it on a drone ship. I don't know how much lower that performance will be. They have done Dragon missions, or at least one Dragon mission that I know of with the stubby nozzle, but the booster had to be landed downrange, and it was a cargo Dragon mission, not a crew Dragon mission. And now for cargo Dragon missions, they also do return to launch site landings as well. It frees up the drone ship for Starlink missions that do need drone ship landings because they try to pack as many satellites as they can. And it also returns back, which means you save on those 3 days of the trip back on a drone ship, right? And so it's very nice when you are able to do that, and it sort of outweighs the use of the stubby nozzle.
Again, D. Lucy, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. And Mike Bundy, thank you for your super chat. If you hear the sirens, shelter. Yes, please, everyone, be safe. If you hear sirens, don't watch Crew-10. Do it later.
The live stream can wait. Your safety is better.
So we are 13 minutes out now. Imagine what they must be feeling on there. Once again, everyone, we are launching 4 astronauts to the International Space Station in just a few minutes here. Commander Anne McClain, pilot Nichole Ayers, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, who's a mission specialist, and also mission specialist Kirill Peskov, who is a Roscosmos cosmonaut. We're launching the 4 of them on Crew-10, Crew Capsule Endurance, up to the International Space Station, where they will be spending a few months up there as part of their Crew-10 mission, doing lots of science experiments and other work on the ISS. And of course, handing off with the Crew-9 astronauts who will be coming home in just a few days. Somebody was asking earlier, do you think SpaceX would ever let NSF get something on board one of the rocket flights, either on a rocket or with the astronauts? And if so, what item would that be? Das and I have been talking about this for years. He would have to probably be the one to tell you what specific item it would be, but that would be killer. That would be amazing. Thank you also, Michael Gaines, for becoming a PadRat member. Hello from Massachusetts. Adam, thank you for your support. 5 red team memberships from LaserTech02. Thank you so much for gifting those out to our members in the stream now. And also Daniel Hogbin, another 5 red team memberships as well. Thanks so much, everyone. Again, don't forget to check out nasaspaceflight.com for all of the articles about all of these amazing launches that are happening, lots of in-depth information about science missions and all of the astronauts we're sending up and the work they're doing there too, as well as, of course, coverage of things like Falcon launches, Starlink launches, Starship launches, all of the launches that we have coming up. Transporter launches soon. All these kinds of things happening every day all around us. Also, don't forget to check out our YouTube channel, NASA Spaceflight. You can find us on there. We've got lots of different content that we push out, all kinds of updates every week. We've got Starbase Update. We've got This Week in Spaceflight, which I host with Alex also writing and Ryan Caton in the back editing. That's going to be released right after this stream as well for this week. So that's your weekly space news roundup. Be sure to check that out. And lots of other coverage too. We have Cape flyovers where you can kind of get a bird's eye view of all of the different facilities that are coming up in the area. And then, of course, merch.NASA Spaceflight. You can also check out all of the cool merchandise that we sell as well. We've got different shirts and patches and all kinds of fun things. Thanks again so much for the support,
shop.NASA
everyone.
Spaceflight.
Shop.NASA Space. What did I say? Oh, was I saying merch?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
It's
Sorry
okay.
about that. You guys can figure it out. Godspeed ahead, astronauts. Thank you, Lindsay.
Dragon, SpaceX.
Oh,
Confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
All right, configured for launch. We are under 10 minutes.
SpaceX Dragon, displays are configured for launch. And with that, this is the pilot Nichole Ayers. And on behalf of Crew-10, we'd like to say that today we celebrate the countless individuals all over the world that have made this journey possible. To the engineers, instructors, flight controllers, scientists, and leaders who worked tirelessly to get us here, thank you for your dedication to the safety and success of this mission. And a special thank you to our friends and families for your unwavering love and support. This mission is a testament of what humans can achieve when we work together. Go Crew-10!
Go Crew-10! Always exciting. We are under 10 minutes now.
SpaceX copies. And from the entire SpaceX team here, it's been a pleasure working together to prepare for this mission. And from all of us, good luck, Godspeed, go Crew-10, and enjoy the ride.
The usual speech at T-minus 10 minutes. But yeah, now we are less than 10 minutes. I mean, we're approaching already 8 minutes away from liftoff. You can see there the liquid oxygen tank on the booster is almost loaded. Should be wrapping that up at T-minus 3 minutes in the count. Very close. One of the final things that we're going to, a lot of things are going to happen in very quick succession. We're going to have engine chill starting on the 9 engines on the booster. We're going to have things like alignment of the flight computers on both Falcon 9 and Dragon. So we hear things like, Dragon is in internal power and things like that. Like, we're going to have all of those callouts coming up very quickly. Also going over the stage 1 RP1 load, which should wrap up around T-minus 6.5 minutes. Stromback retract, that top clamp will open and the stromback will retract about 1.8 degrees away from the rocket before liftoff. Again, stage 1 LUX load at T-minus 3 minutes, stage 2 LUX load at T-minus 2 minutes. We're going to have Falcon 9 in startup, Dragon in countdown at T-1 minute. Hopefully we're going to get that final go for launch at the T-minus 45 second mark. And so, lots of things to hear in the next few minutes. So just to be aware, we're going to have many of those callouts soon. Also, the pad is going to become very active.
Pad's calling it out to us, too.
Yeah.
Lots of sounds. And we can see, of course, that booster, all frosty, ready to go.
Engines are chilling in for flight.
There we go, engine chill. They flow some of that liquid oxygen propellant through the pumps to condition them for flight. It's a very cold cryogenic propellant, and so they need to be at the right temperatures for operations once they ignite those engines. Feels counterintuitive, but there's parts of the engine that are really, really cool, even though it's burning. But, first it's cool, then it burns, right? That's the order.
That should be the order, yes.
Stage 1
Yeah.
RP1
Don't
load.
want burning and then cooling.
There's the RP1 load on the first stage. It's complete. First stage and second stage is now loaded with RP1, that kerosene fuel that they use to burn. Next up should be the call out for the Dragon going into internal power and also pressurizing the tanks for strong back retract. Wow. Is your heart racing as well, Licia?
Of course it is. Yes, and I love that sound too. It just has such a unique, just like dragon growling sound, It's just so cool.
Yeah.
I get so excited at this point.
Look at that, all the venting. That's totally normal. That's gaseous oxygen coming out from the top of the liquid oxygen tank on the second stage. Very active few moments here on the count. They also arm the flight termination system and things like that on Falcon 9, so we may hear maybe some of those callouts as well as we progress through the countdown.
How are you guys feeling out in the chat right now? Are your hearts racing too? Are you liking this? Give us a like.
Dragon is
Give us a
configured for terminal count.
There we go. Tanks pressing for strong back retract. Dragon configured for terminal count. We are going. This is not at all. And look at how beautiful the lighting conditions are and everything. Almost clear, just very thin clouds there, very high up.
Strong back lower
Orange.
has started.
This was the thing that they were, worried about on Wednesday. That top clamp at the top of the strong back will open, and that was the thing that was not working on Wednesday.
That would have been bad.
Yeah, right? You kind of
air
need that
bubble
to
in there.
open.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's a static fire, I guess, right?
Yeah, exactly. There it is.
We
There it
already
is
did that.
opening. That clamp. And once it opens, the Stromback will recline a little bit, 1.8 degrees away from the rocket. Should be hearing soon some of those callouts of liquid oxygen load complete on the first stage. Really frosty, you can see there.
Very frosty.
But yeah, as you were saying, we have a lot of people watching, very excited to see the launch. Like and subscribe, all the other things, because that's how you can support us. Don't need to super chat or anything. Just that already goes a long way to support what we do and be able to cover this live.
And thank you for joining us too.
Exactly.
Let us know if it's your first launch ever. That's always fun, to know who are the new people here who've never witnessed a launch before. We're excited to share it with you.
Some people watching this from Miami even. Look to the north if you are there. And if you are elsewhere, also say that in chat. I'm
Stage
watching
one,
this
lock
from
load complete.
Spain. There we go. First stage is now fully loaded with propellant.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
There we go. Dragon in terminal count and on internal power. Slowly ticking down. Next up should be wrapping up the liquid oxygen load on the second stage. And therefore, Falcon 9 will be fully loaded with propellant. We're going to see that return of the Stromback vent as they clear the lines. They do those pushbacks, as they are called. Those gas closeouts, we're going to hear a lot of venting from the pad as well as they release all
Stage
the
2,
pressure
lock
on the
flow
lines.
complete.
There we go.
Under
And at
2
T-minus
minutes
1
now.
minute. Yep. T-minus 1 minute, we're going to go into startup. Dragon will enter countdown as well. They're both
Dragon
will
is in
be
auto
aligned.
idle.
There we go. That's related to the guidance computers on Dragon. They're auto idle.
Ground gas
That's
closeouts, expect
venting.
loud venting.
Expect loud venting.
There's the loud venting.
There it is.
Let's stand by for the call out confirming Falcon 9 in startup in 10 seconds from now.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown.
Neat. Now for the go for launch.
Dragon, SpaceX. Go for launch.
All right.
SpaceX, Dragon Crew-10, copy, go for launch.
Let's go. NSF is go for launch 2.
Go
30
Crew-10.
seconds to
T
go.
minus 30 seconds. T minus 15. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and lift off. Go SpaceX, go NASA Crew-10.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Max Q. Vehicle supersonic.
Stage 1 throttle up.
SpaceX Dragon, stage 1 Bravo.
SpaceX copies, 1 Bravo.
Impact shell started.
Amazing liftoff of Crew-10 heading to the International Space Station.
It's beautiful. Oh my gosh. I always get so just like, every time it goes up.
4 people right in there on top of Falcon 9.
That's wild. You can only imagine, right? So 2 of them, Anne McClain and Takuya Onishi, this is their second time doing this, going up to the ISS. But for Nichole Ayers and
Stage 1 throttle down.
Kirill
Peskov.
Peskov, this is their first time. Yeah.
Yep,
It
she'll be
must
coming up
thrilling
now.
for them.
Yeah, should be seen now.
Main engine cutoff.
Dragon, Q Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
There we go. Falcon 9 now under its flip for boost back burn and looks like
And
MVAC
back
ignition.
So this is going to be a return to launch site landing. It's not landing on a
Yep,
drone
coming
ship.
back. There it is. Stage 2 continuing into orbit. Stage 1 returning back to the Space Coast. So anyone close there, spec sonic booms.
And amazing tracking shots again from our team.
Yeah, you might have heard Anne McClain, the commander, calling out, stage 1 Alpha, stage 1 Bravo, stage 2 Alpha. Those are the abort modes that they have at different stages of the flight. Another callouts that we may hear every 1 minute or so is trajectory nominal from mission control as they continue into orbit. That's a usual regular callout that we hear every minute. I believe we're coming up on the first one of those. Maybe. Stand by for that.
Love these shots of the booster as it's coming into.
Boost back burn shutdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
There it is, the first call out.
SpaceX Dragon,
He was
copy
talking while
nominal.
muted.
Expect another one every minute or so. They do that until shutdown and orbital insertion. Booster on the left, coming back to the Cape. Second stage on the right, pushing those 4 astronauts up into space and into orbit. Crew Dragon Endurance atop that Falcon 9 second stage. Ooh boy, my heart is
Coming in
still
hot.
racing.
I know.
Yeah, we're still not out of the
So
clear. Keep in mind that, because that second stage obviously needs to burn for about 6 minutes. And so, that's when we'll get to orbit with Crew Dragon Endurance.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
There we go.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
That's good to hear. That's what we want to hear. This is also why they do it every minute, right? To keep the crew informed that everything is continuing to be good. Trajectory nominal.
Of course.
Should be coming up on that entry burn of the first stage, hopefully in less than a minute from now. For our return to the Cape.
Let us know if you're down there and you hear those sonic booms too.
Yeah, some people saying in chat that they're still hearing the sound of because obviously it travels for a long time. Yeah. And so they're still hearing the sound of the launch. That's always so cool.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
There we
That
go.
sound just rips
SpaceX
through your
Dragon, copy
body. It's
nominal.
amazing.
Yeah, when I was there watching one of these Falcon 9 launches, I remember it was still, you could still hear it even like a T plus 5 or 6 minutes is still reverbed.
Yeah.
Obviously, it
Well,
was
it
a lot
takes a while.
fainter, but yeah.
It takes a while to get from the pad to the press site even. Oh, there we go.
Ooh, there we go. Entry burn. Single engine burn, you can see there. It did not use 3 engines. That's normal. That's what's expected for this profile. It uses 1 engine on entry burn and a 1-3-1 profile for the landing burn. So the landing burn, watch out for that because it's going to be very quick. 1 engine first, then another 2 engines will ignite, and then it's going to go down to that single engine on the center of Falcon 9.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Trying to find the booster again. So far so good on the second stage, as we just heard. Nominal trajectory. There we go.
Ow.
You can see the venting from the
goodness.
engine chill. But yeah, that burn will be really quickly. There we go. Landing burn. 3 engines now. Up and running. Down to 1.
There are the booms.
Stage FTS is set.
Woo.
That was quite a sonic boom.
Wow.
There you can see successful landing. Great job,
Hooray.
PT-90.
So now it's B1093.
-3, yeah, exactly. It
Yeah.
just landed,
There you
so
go.
now it gets the 3.
Now it gets the 3. So yeah, this booster was previously used in the O3B mPOWER mission 4. And
now
it will be reused again for something else.
Yep, 2 missions in the bag. Should be coming up on that MVAC shutdown and orbital insertion for Crew Dragon Endurance. The first taste
Terminal
of
guidance.
microgravity. There we
Oh,
go.
and we're going to have to keep an eye out for the zero-G indicator. I love
Yeah.
these shots so much. It's gorgeous.
SpaceX
terminal
Dragon, Shannon.
guidance.
Great
There we go.
copy, Shannon.
That's for the option to abort at Shannon, Ireland. That's one of the last callouts before shutdown of the MVAC engine.
And back shutdown.
And there it is.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
Launch escape system disarmed.
Now we'll stand by for separation of the Crew Dragon. This is a view from the upper stage looking up into the trunk. There it is. Wow, look at that.
These shots are so amazing. It's just incredible how far we've come since like the first few crew ones to now. Like just the technology is just
Dragon separation confirmed.
That thing's floating.
Is that a panel?
Was that supposed to happen?
It looks like some kind of shield. Now we may see some of the thruster firings that I was talking about earlier as they prime that propulsion system. Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Wow.
Wow. So cool.
So cool.
Dragon, SpaceX, Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon and wish you a great mission. Over to LD.
It was an honor flying with you this evening. We wish you well on your journey and give Crew 9 our best. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
On that.
SpaceX Dragon, this is Crew-10 Commander Anne McClain. Thank you to all of the teams from across the world who contributed to the launch today. Spaceflight is tough, but humans are tougher. Days like today are made possible only when people choose to do the harder right over the easier wrong. Build relationships, choose cooperation, and believe in the inherent goodness of all people across the world. To my family and friends, without you, I would not be here. Explore boldly, live gracefully, go Crew-10. And over to pilot Nichole Ayers.
Oh.
Love her.
Pilot Nichole Ayers again. We are not the first humans to get to orbit, and we wouldn't be here without the bravery and hard work of those who have paved the way for human spaceflight. We now get the unique perspective of Earth without borders and get to revel in the connectedness of humanity. I would be remiss to not once again acknowledge those who helped me get here, to this wonderful view and this perspective, to the teachers, coaches, fellow officers, fellow teammates, Raptor Nation, to my friends and family that encouraged my dreams from the start. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
This is Mission Specialist
Takuya Onishi. I want to say a huge thank you to NASA and SpaceX, especially the Falcon 9 team for the successful launch, and we are looking forward to a smooth ride to the International Space Station. 日本の皆さん、たくさんの応援ありがとうございます。9年ぶりの無重力の感覚をかみしめてます。これから先の ISS への宇宙の旅、楽しんでいきたいと思います。I will now hand the mic over to Mission Specialist Kirill.
Thanks a lot to NASA and SpaceX for this wonderful ride, and I want to say a couple of words in Russian. Пользуясь такой чудесной возможностью, хочу поздравить с 65-летием со дня начала подготовки первого отряда. И также хочу сказать спасибо большое за те знания и жизненный опыт, который мной были получены в тех стенах для того, чтобы выполнить этот полет. А также спасибо школе номер 14 города Назарова, Ульяновскому высшему авиационному училищу гражданской авиации и авиакомпании «Макар» и «Нордвин», где я начинал свой путь в небо. И, конечно же, спасибо большое семье и за поддержку.
So hearing some amazing words from all of the different crew members. Anne McClain, commander, her second time in space now. Nichole Ayers, her first time in space. She's the pilot.
Thank you, Crew-10.
Takuya Onishi.
At this time I can report nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov, the two mission specialists. They've got to be so excited. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for them. This is great.
Yeah, that's so cool. Somebody was asking what happens now to the second stage since it's separated. It's going to be deorbiting. It's supposed to be deorbited in a few minutes from now. It'll turn around, fire its MBAC engine for a short amount of time, and then we'll be coming back over the Pacific Ocean, sort of on the west coast or west area, I guess, of the Pacific Ocean. In the meantime, though, we're pulling all of the replays of that exciting launch and landing and everything, right? And so stay tuned because we have that coming up next. And also photos from the field, from Julia, Max, Sawyer, all of the people out there. We're going to have that as well. So, and also
what we're looking at right now is the SpaceX, right? The SpaceX facility.
Exactly. Yeah. Like there's still things going on, of course. Dragon needs to open its nose cone, right? To be able to have all of the docking interfaces and the rendezvous antennas and all their sensors and whatnot, and for docking as well. And also there's 4 bulkhead Draco thrusters, very bit larger, more efficient Draco thrusters than the smaller ones that we saw firing before. And those are going to be making the big maneuvers to get to the International Space Station. That docking to the International Space Station should happen tomorrow, Saturday, March 15th at 11:30 p.m. Eastern. That will be 3:30 UTC on March 16th. So just so you are aware, we're not going to be able to cover that. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody up there on the ISS.
Not yet.
But NASA and SpaceX, of course, we'll be covering that. So yeah. In the meantime, again, we have all of those replays. I'm seeing already in the back channel all of the exciting stuff that people are preparing to show us. So yeah.
And just some more stats for everyone. This was the, if I'm not mistaken, the 49th landing on landing zone 1 out of the 50 attempts that have been made. The 77th successful landing by a Falcon booster since the last failed one. The 50th orbital flight of a Dragon spacecraft.
Not recovery.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, because recently we had
flight.
No, go ahead. So sorry.
No, go ahead. Recently we had.
I was gonna make the sort of joke, no joke, that recently they had a successful landing, and then it had a fire and was lost, right?
Yeah.
So the landing was successful. It was what happened after, so we're not counting that, right?
It landed.
Exactly. It's the recovery that failed. Exactly. Whatever happened later.
Well, no, it was recovered, Alex. It just didn't want to be recovered.
Yeah.
It gave itself.
It was a bit melty, though.
Yeah, a little melty, yeah.
But yeah.
But this is the 50th orbital flight of a Dragon spacecraft and the 16th human spaceflight by SpaceX. And this mission brings up to 60 the total number of people sent by SpaceX to orbit.
Nice.
So
You
amazing.
might see, wait. It's the 16th human spaceflight by SpaceX, but it's Crew-10, right? That is because it's the 10th crew rotation mission by SpaceX to the National Space Station. But they also had Demo 2, which was not technically a crew rotation mission. It was just a demonstration mission, right? So that's
Bob and
11.
Doug, right? Bob and Doug.
Exactly. Then you have Inspiration 4, right? That was a free
Right.
flight mission. You have 3 Axiom missions, and then you also have Polaris Dawn. So yeah, it's Crew-10, but it's also the 16th human spaceflight mission by SpaceX, and coming soon, the 17th with Fram 2 going to a polar orbit. So stay tuned for that as well. You know what you should also be stay tuned for? Hey.
Oh.
You're gonna hear
are
more
you, Are you
Alicia.
prompting me?
Yeah,
Hopefully you're not sick of me yet.
if you stick around after this live stream is over, you may be able to hear Alicia for at least another 23
For another
minutes.
25 minutes, yeah.
Exactly.
You can hear Alex's words being said out of my mouth. So we've got the next episode of This Week in Spaceflight that will be debuting right after this, so you can catch up with all of the latest space news from the week. We had a lot of scrubs. I can say the S word now. We had a lot of scrubs this past week, but we have a lot of stuff coming up now.
Dragon SpaceX,
So,
nominal nose cone opening and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
Great.
Dragon copies and confirm nominal E-plus activation and go for visors.
I want to get some shots inside the capsule. I want to see the zero-G indicator.
Yeah, me too. I'm very curious what it is. Fortunately,
Affirm, you are go to open visors.
that's nice.
Well, that's good. Yeah. So now they can get
And-
a little comfy.
Yeah. Visors up, and soon after, very shortly from now, they'll be able to get off their seats and suits and be able to get in more comfy clothes. Hopefully go to the toilet, maybe. Right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, everybody probably would need that after 3 hours on their
Well,
spacesuit.
yeah, they've been sitting in there.
Yeah.
Well, there's that classic story about Alan Shepard, right? He was stuck in his capsule forever. They kept delaying it, and then he ended up... Oh, there we
Here
go.
we go.
All right.
Zero G.
He ended up peeing his pants is what I was going to say. What is it? What is it? I see a pad floating around. That's not it.
That would be
They
very
usually
weird,
try
though.
to make it... It's an iPad. What? They usually try to make it pretty obvious and, hold it in front of the camera. So they're probably almost at that point.
Oh. Here we go.
I see smiles. That's always a good sign.
You can see there those displays showing the trajectory. Always being aware of where they are going. I can see some of the numbers there. It looks like 209 by 207 kilometers, maybe, for the apogee and perigee. 51.62 degrees.
Dragon
See if you
SpaceX,
squint, you can kind
there
of
are
see
about
that.
3 minutes remaining in the current ground station pass. At this time, you're welcome to introduce your zero-G indicator. We're using the full crew cam, so we can see all 4 crew members right now.
Ooh!
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
All right, copies. Thank you, SpaceX. We'd like to introduce the Crew-10 G indicator. Holding him up. The hand crochet origami crane. Japanese origami, hand crocheted in the United States, and his name is Drug, which is the Russian name for friend. Origami is the Japanese art of folding paper. This is a nod to the unique and deep cultural traditions from which each of us come. While we're from different parts of the world, we are brought together in this bold endeavor, and we represent all of humanity. The paper design was also chosen to represent paper airplanes that we made when we were kids, before we were astronauts, when all we had was a dream. We looked up at the sky and we wondered what if. Symbol that every big accomplishment starts with a quiet dream, and that dreams do come true when you believe in yourself and you listen only to those who believe in you. Crew-10 believes in all of the dreamers. Flag and the number markings on the crane. There's a number 10 on each of its wings and a flag from each one of our countries on the tail. This is a nod to each of our shared experiences as professional pilots. Patches are arranged to look like an airplane. It's a source of deep pride for our crew, because what pilot doesn't like to talk about the fact that they're a pilot? It also symbolizes our shared culture as astronauts. Years of training together, we found we have far more in common than we do different. The indicator was handmade by a small business owner in the United States. It represents all the hands which created our entire space program. This rocket and this capsule that we're flying today. It represents all of the artists and musicians who inspire people to imagine beyond what they can see. Flight is perhaps the most complex endeavor of our time, but it was built one step at a time, by one person at a time. The origami crane is the international symbol for peace, hope, and healing. And hopes to serve as a beacon of hope, a reminder of what humans can accomplish when we see the goodness in one another and we choose to work together toward a common goal. Today, we are united not through common enemy, but through shared optimism and a basic belief in the goodness of humanity. It's far easier to be enemies than it is to be friends. Here to break partnerships and relationships than it is to build them. It is hard, and success depends on leaders of character who choose the harder right over the easier wrong, and who build programs, partnerships, and relationships. Explore for the benefit of all. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. Crew-10 chooses to go together in peace, because you cannot be great without the greatness of others. NASA, go Roscosmos, go JAXA, and go Crew-10.
Amazing. That is so beautiful. I'm like gonna cry. Oh my god. So it's a hand
Yeah.
crocheted origami crane that of course the Japanese tradition of paper folding there. Um gosh, peace, hope, and healing is what it
Dragon
represents.
SpaceX, we really appreciate those words, Anne. Thanks for introducing.
I didn't catch the name of the crane, but it means friend. The paper design representing the paper airplanes that they all made as a kid that inspired them. Again, they're all pilots on this mission. The number 10 on each of the wings, laid out kind of like would be on an airplane, like a squadron art. The flag from each country that's represented here: America, Russia, and Japan. And it's representing their shared culture and the artists and musicians who inspire people. I love that. That's so amazing. It's actually interesting too. They really put a lot of thought into that one.
Yeah.
Sometimes they go up and it just sort of floats up and they're like, oh, it's a dinosaur, or oh, it's a turtle, or whatever. And it's like, yeah, there's
Yeah.
always symbolism behind it. Of course, like the turtle represented the turtles, which was the astronaut class, their nickname. But this was handmade and like so much thought. I love that. That's beautiful. I want one. Very cool. And it's great to see them up all in good spirits too, and very, very inspiring. Wonderful words up there by Anne McClain.
We're
So
preparing
we have shots
already
here.
some. Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, we've got shots here of the SpaceX facility, and we are preparing some photos and some replays for you now of the launch. Some great stuff coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. Lots of cool shots getting prepared. I'm already seeing some shots from Max, Julia, another one from Sawyer. If you follow them on social media, though, you might already have seen some of these shots, because I know they have been posting these on X. But we're going to show them here as well. I'm giving Jay a little bit of time, of course, our producer here on the stream. He needs to put all of those together, of course. Gonna just grab them out of the blue, right? But yeah, we're
what, Alex?
essentially.
Fun fact.
Yeah, Julia, go ahead.
Fun fact.
But wait,
I don't post mine until they have been posted on the stream as a thank you to the folks who are tuning in.
So you see it here first.
There you go.
I can't wait to see what all of you, what you all.
And apart from
got.
those
It's
pictures, we
amazing.
also have the replays from the cameras, all the bots, all of the cameras out there from Max as well. He has a really great track that we're pulling for that launch. The views of the landing as well. So
While they're
stay
pulling
tuned.
all of that, speaking of zero-G indicators, we just had a question by
Sure.
Creative Bytes TB. What would you take up with you if you had the chance? So I guess if you could pick a zero-G indicator, what would you want your zero? I know you don't want to go to space, Alex, but if you did, what zero-G indicator would you take up with you?
I was gonna make the joke of something that keeps me calm. Like some pills or something, but no, I'm gonna make that joke. Medicine doesn't work. I will just bring any fun stuff plushie kind of thing that might be. I really haven't thought about it. I will obviously use some kind of plushie or something like that because of course fluffy and everything, right? And but yeah.
I mean, the fluff, I guess, is important, so you can cram it in that space and then also not have it, damage anything. I guess, I just the top of my head, there's two things that come to mind. So, of course, I work at the Intrepid Museum, and we have these squishy space shuttles because we have the Enterprise, of course. So we have these like well, here we go, a stress ball essentially. So that would help you, Alex, when we go up together. But it's like a stress reliever, stress ball of the Space Shuttle Enterprise. So I always thought that would be kind of cool to have, a space shuttle inside of a capsule, I guess, in space floating around. Or alternatively, a TARDIS. I'm a Doctor Who fan, so I think that would be really cool to see, a TARDIS floating around in zero-G. I think that'd be really fun. Let us know in chat what you all would take.
Nice.
And so in the meantime, also while they're gathering this, let me go ahead and thank some of our supporters here as well. 5 Red Team memberships from Rob Finfrock. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Eric, for becoming a PadRat member. Also, Ian Siggers for becoming a PadRat member. We have a lot of new members this time. This is great. We've got Ashleen R., also a PadRat member. Go Crew-10, awesome coverage as usual. A $20 super chat. Thank you, Apocalypse Cow. Love that name. I've seen you on here before. Thanks for becoming a PadRat member, Russell Jones.
Dragon SpaceX ground has pulled go for the upcoming phase burn.
Good news again. Amazing. Watching from the U.S. Sugar Express train. All right.
Dragon,
Thank you,
copy.
Raptor at Disney. Hello from Puerto Rico. You guys rock. Kudos. Thanks, Chaos Forever. Thank you. 50 Red Team memberships. Oh my goodness. From Mike Alpha Tango Sierra. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing that with 50 of our followers here who are watching today. 50 of you just got free memberships for the month. So congratulations. And we hope you take advantage of that. Your memberships, you get all of this behind the scenes access. You get to see different content. You get to see, behind the scenes footage of us doing, setups of stuff. Also a lot of exclusive photographs and coverage that we have. Oh my gosh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. And also 50 Red Team memberships from Mark Garretts. Mark, thank you so much. And earlier as well, I believe, yes, there is a $100 super chat as well from you too. Thank you so much. You're just so generous. All of you are so generous. Again, but really everyone tuning in too, just your time, liking the stream, subscribing to us. That also really means the world to us. We do all of this for you, and all of your support goes towards us having all of this great footage out there, all of these cameras, all of the infrastructure that, DOS is always talking about, wiring things and everything. Maybe someday we will have cameras on these capsules too. That would be awesome. But in the meantime, this is what we are doing, and it is all because of you. We do it for you, and thank you. Thank you so much. We've also got support from Echo Deal. Thank you so much. My Blahaj volunteers as 0G indicator. Okay, great. We've got East West 92, a $20 super chat. Panda Lawn Care for affordable lawn mowing in Central Florida. All right, check them out. Great. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member, L. Larson 6174 as well. Here, does the crew receive an NSF patch for their flight? That would be fun, Rockhounds. We could mail them something maybe when they get back from space. But yeah, why not? Sure, they can always tune in as well if they'd like to rewatch their launch, which I would imagine would be pretty crazy.
Look at that.
To do that. Oh my goodness, here we go. We got some replays.
From that pad camera, and
amazing.
There goes the vapor. Ooh, from the press site.
Wow.
Showing the countdown clock.
Oh, never gets old. Look at that. That's beautiful. Amazing. It's always just so stunning to see these go up. And it's like the brightest light you can imagine. With those flames coming out. I'm always surprised every time I see it. I'm just like, whoa, how am I staring at this? I shouldn't be staring at this, but I am. I can't look away. Beautiful sunset behind the VAB up there too right now. Wow.
Yeah, and I believe this shot is actually from the VAB, now that you mentioned that.
Oh, did we have someone up there?
No, but I think it's from the NASA views. Part of their feeds. You can see it's sort of elevated above the launch site. There it is. See the crew access arm retracting away at liftoff? That's what I mentioned before that we will see.
These are beautiful shots. Somebody in chat's asking right now, I know you guys aren't covering it, but can we still view the docking tomorrow? Yes, I believe they often stream that on the NASA NASA Plus, the NASA website, so you can always check that out until we get cameras up there someday.
Yeah, NASA, I think it's going around 2 hours before docking. They're going live. Trying to exactly tell you now the time. 9:45 p.m. tomorrow, Saturday, March 15th. That time is in Eastern time. 9:45 p.m. That's when they begin their coverage of the docking. Docking is scheduled for 11:30 p.m. Eastern time or 3:30 UTC. That can probably help you a little bit better if you are not on Eastern time and you know your UTC offset.
Ooh, shaky pad camera. These tracking shots are incredible, guys. This is just like...
Yeah, this is... Hang on, Jay. Jay's trying to tell us in the back channel which track is which.
Yeah, who's
but he said two different people. Is this Gage or Wade? Okay, this is that Dr. WD40. Wade. Thanks, Jay. That was a very subtle very subtle way of telling us that it's from him, thanks to Dr. WB oh my god, WD40. I'm not very used to saying that, so that's why it's a bit complicated for me.
We had a question too from Jamal Banks. What is UTC in New York City time? So I know, yeah, New York City East Coast time. I believe it's 5 hours
4.
in advance. 4? Is it 4 hours?
4 before, yeah. With daylight savings now, it's 4. It's the same time as Eastern time. So 11:30 p.m. Eastern, as I said before, for that docking. Tomorrow, that's the same time in New York. You know that very well, Alicia, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Eastern time, same thing. Ooh, there's Lenny. Look at that.
Wow.
You can see how it transitions from 3 engines down to 1 engine for that final touchdown. Wow. But yeah, it's 4 hours before UTC. -4 is how it's usually.
And then you can convert from there depending on where you are.
Yep. As long as you know your UTC sort of offset, then you'll be able to. Ooh, hang on. Is this from Max? That zoom in view looks like Max. Is this a slow-mo?
Video?
Or is Jay not
Is it
playing
frozen?
it?
Is it a picture?
Meanwhile, the booster from the last launch is coming back. By the way.
Oh
There we
yeah,
go.
some
Now it's
people were
playing.
asking about that. Was that the Starlink?
Yep. B1069.
21, I think is what that one was. Oh, there we go.
Ooh, you can see the
Nice.
umbilicals throwing back. So cool with the ice, the frost. You could see some of the covers of the Draco thrusters falling off.
There you go.
That's on
Nice.
purpose.
Max, this is great.
Yeah, as they say now, he cooked. That's so cool. You see that shaking? That's not his pulse or anything like that. That's the engines. The sound of the rocket just shakes the camera, even though it's on a mount, special mount that DAS made and everything. I believe that's in fact this sort of camera view that we're seeing.
It
He's
really is
using
that loud though. You're not kidding. Like the sound rips through you and shakes everything. Shakes you to your core.
Yeah.
It's a very unique experience if you've ever had a chance to witness one of those in person, especially that close at the press site.
You were there for Crew-4, right?
I was there for Crew-4 and I was there for Artemis, which was awesome. That was really something.
With those solar rocket boosters.
Oh my god. Don't know if, we'll ever see that again, but oh my god, it was amazing.
Yeah, we'll see about that, but yeah.
I was there for all of the Artemis launch attempts. That was
that's dedication.
Well, they kept, delaying it, and they kept having to fix things and whatever. And I just remember I was down there with Chris Gebhardt. We were right next to the clock. And Julia, you were there too, I think. And was Max down there too? I can't remember. I just remember us all being down there by the lake and freaking out as soon as we saw like the T-tab. We saw like the green little flash. We were just like, oh my god, it's happening. That was.
I remember that.
You remember that? We were
remember.
like crying and jumping up and down and
Going,
screaming.
it's going.
Oh my god!
It was a good one.
amazing. It was amazing.
Look at that. Those shots of shutdown, separation, boost back burn.
Love that. All those waves that come out.
Yeah, right. If it had been on Wednesday, we would have seen the Falcon Nebula, right? Not just the jellyfish effect, but also the Falcon Nebula, as we call it, which is, you have the boost back burn on the first stage, and then you have, on the other hand, the MVAC engine on the second stage firing. So the two exhausts just collide with each other in space and interact, and they form this beautiful, show in the sky that looks like sort of like planetary nebula, almost taking out of the Hubble or the James Webb Space Telescopes, right?
Mm.
Really cool. So that's why we call it the Falcon Nebula when that happens.
I love this multi-camera situation that we have going on here too. This is so great. Which is a good reminder too. If you guys become a member, you have exclusive access to the members multicam, where you can see all sorts of stuff like this behind the scenes too. These tracking shots are incredible, though. Seriously, it's so far away. This is awesome.
And Alicia, you know what? It never gets old hearing a rocket roar off the pad and then watching it come screaming back down to Earth.
Yeah, it's like a building falling through the sky, or like a
And
comet.
I can't even, I wish we could describe it better to people, but the VAB, it did the squeal again.
Oh, did it?
As soon as the sonic boom happens, you hear that. It's almost like,
pew pew.
Yeah, like 4th of July. Not quite a laser. Think a screeching bottle rocket. I think that's the best description. Screeching bottle rocket.
This shot from Max as the rocket was lifting off.
That's a Mac shot. Beautiful. Sawyer, I believe.
Ooh, a flag shot.
Ah, nice. I like that with the
So nice.
patch as well. This is Julia. Beautiful.
With a lagoon there. Is that a lagoon, lake, or a river? I always forget. But yeah, you can see there the water reflection.
In this case, it's the turn basin.
Oh, right, yeah. I forgot.
Technically part of a lagoon, yes.
And that beautiful sunset. Wow. We got nice weather for this. I'm really happy about that. That's awesome. Just want to real quickly thank everyone else who supported us today. Hello from the Netherlands. Good luck from Backyard Astronaut. Also, Ethereal Swordsman giving us an update. Those tornadoes, tomorrow's tornadoes in particular, are liable to be the kind of tornado you cannot survive. Oh my goodness. So if you're in Mississippi or Alabama, be very careful, everyone. Your safety is obviously very important. Tim C says the launch audio is awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks for becoming a PadRap member, Tomas Viega. Congrats to Crew-10 and SpaceX. We have a few store messages, some people buying some stuff in our shop. Oh, we have another patch. I don't think there's many of those left yet, everyone. So definitely pick one of those up if you haven't already and you want one. Flight 8 Starship. We've also got congratulations, Crew-10 and SpaceX. Oh, another patch. All right, so we've got a few patch orders from the shop.
That's from Flight 2.
Shop.NASA Spaceflight. If you want to check out some of that stuff. Great launch. How big of a percent of the Falcon 9 second stages launched to space are deorbited in the atmosphere? It's a super chat from Saturn.
Yeah.
Do you know the answer to that one?
Whenever they have the opportunity, they always deorbit the stage, which means pretty much every mission to low Earth orbit can do that because they have plenty of performance for that sort of thing. It's again, low Earth orbit, it's very close to Earth, right? So it takes very little energy to deorbit them, very short MVAC burn on that second stage to return them back. So for today's mission, for example, In fact, by now I should have probably done the orbit burn, given the time we are at. And maybe in 30 minutes or so, it'll probably be re-entering over the Pacific Ocean. Of course, that's assuming everything went correctly. Sometimes things do not go correctly, and the second stage gets stuck in orbit. That happened recently with a Starlink launch. But yeah, Starlink missions as well, they go into low Earth orbit. So the second stage, also the orbits on those missions. We also tend to have, other missions like Spherix the other day from Vandenberg. It also went to a low Earth orbit. Those deorbit as well. Missions where you don't see that kind of kind of activity, kind of event, is things when, for example, they go into an interplanetary orbit, or if they go into a high Earth orbit, or to translunar injection or something like that, or if they go to a geostationary transfer orbit, then the second stage usually just stays in that type of orbit. If it goes to GTO, then the second stage remains in GTO. And if it's going translunar injection, it goes translunar injection. If it's interplanetary, it goes heliocentric and things like that. So yeah, pretty much. In the case of a GTO, however, it stays in that GTO, but normally that orbit, that kind of orbit, has a lower point that is close to Earth, so it passes near the atmosphere, and so that drag eventually makes it come back down. But it takes months, if not years, sometimes even decades, for some of these upper stages. There are some Falcon 9 upper stages that are up there on a GTO orbit, on a geostationary transfer orbit, from like 2016, 2015, like 10 years ago, and they are still there.
But they're going to come down eventually, right?
Yeah, eventually. It just takes a little bit of time. It depends also on the orbit, and solar flares can also make that fluctuate and things like that because of the atmosphere and everything. We have a whole video right now in the works. Of course, after all of these very busy times that we are going through at NSF, we'll get that out the door and publish that. But yeah, it's in the works, talking precisely about what happens to all of this rocket hardware. Like, once the band leaves, the lights go out and the curtain falls and everything, like what happens once the show is over, right? And so that's the sort of thing that we're going to be covering.
And when they do come back down, though, is it like legal? Like, can you, like, I know you could pick up pieces and stuff, but like for example, this question, can you like go scuba diving and like see the boosters and stuff if they, happen to land in the water or something like that? I've always thought that'd be really cool.
It's up to you to decide. Technically, you should be, reaching out to SpaceX and everything. That's sort of the legal answer that I have to give, right?
Of course, legally.
Yeah, but sometimes when you go to the Caribbean, you might find some souvenirs, right?
There you go. They're
From certain missions.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Sean says the audio on tonight's stream was wild. It really was, actually. The sonic booms were wild when they came in. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you, Daniel, for your Red Team membership gift out there. Thank you. Let's see. We've got lots of support here. I'm going to try to get through them real fast. Virgo Drusky, Scott making a few more purchases, actually. Wow, got your 7 and 8 patches. Now I can say I have them all again. Go Crew-10. Awesome. Thank you for getting those. Jerwa, $50. Thank you so much for your support there. Alicia, Origami Earring Fund. You know what, Jerwa? I actually have origami crane earrings already. But I don't have crocheted ones that look like theirs. I really want to try to get my own, crocheted 0G indicator for that. I think that's just really lovely. But thank you so much again for your support. And yes, I will perhaps, I have all these other earrings that I definitely want to look into for you guys. I have some great ones coming up on Twist, which we are going to be dumping you into shortly. Don't worry. Jerwa, also, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships as well. Thanks for the great stream, NSF. Hug. Thank you, Oron Quake, for that super chat as well. Games Trust Trieste. Also, thank you for your support. And Virgo Jusky again. If one exists, I would take a plushie USS Enterprise from Star Trek, the original series. I think you and a lot of other people would, actually. That's probably a very common answer that I've heard, actually, for what you take as a 0G indicator, for sure.
You might see a certain feed now popping up from a certain company called Rocket Lab.
Hey.
We're standing by for that launch. You know, we're gonna hop in here with Rocket Lab coverage because it's like 4 minutes away, so why not, right?
Yeah, stay on the stream with us.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tad, also for becoming a Pad Rat member.
They're showing some of those updates on Neutron. By the way, that's on the last, not on the upcoming This Week in Spaceflight episode, but on the previous one, we talked about those, or at least a couple of Twist episodes.
We've talked about
I do
them a lot,
remember. Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about the Rocket Lab launch that's coming up here?
Yeah, fortunately, I have not written about this, but I know the customer because this is, if I'm not mistaken, like, hang on. Yeah, okay, yeah. I was sort of reading up. It's a recurring customer. It's IQPS. They're launching their sort of synthetic aperture radar satellites on Electron. And they have had already a bunch of missions with Rocket Lab. This is, as Rocket Lab says, this is the first of 8 upcoming launches for this company between 2025 and 2026. So they have had already a bunch of missions prior to this. And now they're launching the first of 8 missions between those 2 upcoming launches. And yeah, this satellite is, you know, using synthetic aperture radar, using essentially radar to look down on Earth. That can peer through clouds, all kind of weather conditions, all sorts of illumination conditions and things like that. Very useful for when you want to spy on people. Earth observation. But yeah. Going to a 575 kilometer circular Earth orbit. But yeah, the lightning god reigns. Not the first time.
They always have such fun names for their launches too, don't they?
Yeah. And again, it's a recurrent customer, right? This is not Electron's first time launching for this customer, but you know, they're continuing to launch for IQPS.
Yeah,
and of course,
that's a Japanese company, right?
Yeah, it's a Japanese company. It's actually, it stands for Institute for Kyushu Pioneers of Space Inc., which is quite of a mouthful, but, you know, that's what IQPS means. Looks like they're now in the auto sequence.
Lots of Japan love today. We had Takuya Onishi on there as our mission specialist. We had the crane. Very cool. And this is launching from New Zealand, right?
Yep, it is launching from New Zealand. I believe this one is from Launchpad 1B, and they have an upcoming mission. They're going to be doing a quick turnaround, launching from the other pad at Launch Complex 1, hopefully in a few days from now, from Launch Complex 1A. Or that's their hope, at least. We'll wait a few days, of course, for that to happen. And we're going to be covering it on Twist. You're going to be talking about that next week.
Yeah. I think I preview it on this episode too, which we will release to you all in about 10 minutes. Let's see, where are we on the countdown here?
46 minutes, 46 seconds away.
46 seconds. All right. So I'm being told we're going to bring in the audio for you at minus 30 seconds. So very shortly here. Thank you all for staying on with us and watching this live. So much happening.
T-minus 20 seconds and counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Beginning picture.
Well, that was stunning.
It leaps
Stage
off
1
the
propulsion
pad.
nominal.
My gosh, that drone shot?
Okay, the lightning god's reign has begun and we are on our way to space. Electron has lifted off from Launch Complex 1, cleared the pad, and is now traveling at over 800 kilometers per hour as it propels IQPS's satellite towards orbit. Now, one of the next calls you'll hear from our operators is max Q, and that's the point in flight when Electron experiences the highest aerodynamic loads. Let's listen in for that call.
Cleared max Q.
That's max Q behind us, and Electron is continuing its way to space for our 61st mission. Electron is now at an altitude above 17 kilometers, traveling at speeds past 2,400 kilometers per hour. Up next, in quick succession, we have MECO. That's main engine cutoff, which is when the first stage engines shut down. A few seconds later, Electron's first and second stages separate. At this point, Stage 1's role in the mission is now complete. But it's just getting started for Stage 2.
Shortly after separation, the single Rutherford engine on Stage 2 will ignite, and that will propel us the rest of the way to an elliptical transfer orbit. So watch closely to see all of this take place in the next few seconds.
Stage 1 propulsion holding nominal. Stand by for MECO in 30 seconds.
"15 seconds to staging. Enter burnout detect mode.
MECO confirmed.
Stage separation confirmed.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
What a view.
Wow. This is like a speed run of what we just watched. Everything's just going so much faster.
Yeah, exactly.
That drone shot, though, I can't get over that. That looked like AI. That was gorgeous with like the smoke
Yeah.
pouring out and everything. And then that thing just leapt off the pad. Jeez.
Also, shout out to all the people that came here for the Crew-10 launch and are still sticking around. It's always exciting to see these launches, right? So, you know, if you are that kind of viewer right now, shout out to you, because, wow. We're all nerds. We like these things.
We are. Well, yeah, we're all geeking out together. That's the point.
Exactly. There you can see
Oh,
Launch Complex
beautiful.
39A on the top left. Ooh, fair and jettison. But yeah, we have...
What is the top left thing that we're looking at here?
That's Launch Complex 39A. The stromback went up. You may see some flames on the side of the pad. That is normal. That is a burn-off that they do, a planned burn-off. You know, they use these T-tip material, right, for igniting the engines. And so what they do is, on the ground, those 9 Merlin engines, they use ground-fed T-tip. And what happens is that after launch, some of the T-tip may remain on the line that goes to the launch pad. And so what they do is, in order to save that line and make it secure and everything, they burn it off, essentially. They just release the T-tip and make it burn off. It burns off in contact with oxygen, so it just eventually disappears as it burns off. So that's the kind of flame that you see there. That's totally normal. We see that on every launch of Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy from 39A. And the venting is also normal on the stromback. That's part of the process of, you know, purging out the line, getting it secured. It's all part of making the launch pad secure for people to come back and start the refurbishment and work on the next launch campaign out of 39A.
There you go. Amazing. Yeah, and Anonymous in our store says the same thing. Amazing to witness every time. Amazing commentary and coverage. And the 0G meter on this flight shares the name as my dachshund. Oh, cool. Very nice. And thank you for your purchase. We have, we got a shirt, looks like, and also, the other thing. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, there you go. A patch. Awesome. Awesome. And thank you. Yeah, what a great day. Crew-10 ISS flyover rocket lab. Amazing time to be a space nerd. Absolutely. Happy to spend my night with NSF. Thanks for the coverage. Well, thank you, Caitlin, for spending your night with us and everyone who's watching us now still today. Hope you all enjoyed our coverage. Lawson says also, go Crew-10 as his store message and also got a patch. Thank you so much. And Drew Nar, another very generous little bit of support for us. $10 for Electron Crew Development Program for really small astronauts. So, I'm assuming because it's New Zealand, right?
Yeah, we were joking about it in the back
Hobbits out there.
channel. We're joking about it in the back channel, like launch Crew-10 300 kilograms at a time on Electron.
Nice.
They will have to wait for Neutron for that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I love these views though. This never gets old, does it?
Yeah. Watch out for battery jettison because it's coming up really soon, I believe. Let's see. There it is. Look at that.
Wow.
Off they go. Whee!
Oh, you know what? Actually, there were a couple questions in chat earlier. So we saw that panel, with the separation earlier that was flying off. Do you know what that was? Some people were asking.
I'm not too sure. Sometimes as well, it might be a bit tricky. Like it looked very big, but it's probably because it's very close to the camera. The camera is on top of
Sure.
the Falcon 9 second stage. There's an adapter as well that is there. And the way that the trunk separates from the second stage, there are, normally you see on Falcon 9 there's things like pneumatic separation and things like that, because those are reusable. You can test them on the ground and still use them the same way in flight. But for Dragon and the separation of the trunk from the second stage, they use frangible nuts. So what that means is there's like a bolt, right? And then there's a pyrotechnic that essentially breaks the bolt and it's released. And so that usually creates a lot of debris. That's why we see that cloud of debris and everything. It's done that way because, pneumatics will need a pressurization system to be engaged. And if there's an abort out of the second stage during flight, it needs to be quick. It needs to be something that it's, like a pyrotechnic, essentially. And that's why they use that. They use the same sort of pyrotechnic mechanism between the trunk and the capsule as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's why we see a lot of debris sometimes. And so some of the little bits of the adapter between the second stage and the trunk might fly off and things like that. Some caliper or something like that also flies off every now and then.
There's stuff flying off all the time. That's true.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we saw those little particles, those little frost bits floating around there as well.
Yeah, when it is a pneumatic system, like at stage separation, it's a lot cleaner, right? You don't see all of those debris going off. But that's because it's a pneumatic system, right? There's no bits being broken, no bolts or anything that are broken or something.
Yeah.
So you don't see all of those debris, no pyrotechnics. And no, that is not. I saw someone mentioning, is that a stubby nozzle? No, that's normal Rutherford vacuum nozzle. There's Sicko. Looks like a good orbit, and now going on to the kick stage. That was nice. 2 launches in one live stream.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you guys, everyone who's still hanging in here. Thank you, Alex. We kind of braved this whole thing. We are so thin right now on commentators. We have so many people everywhere right now, doing so many things. So everyone at NSF deserves a pat on the back, first of all, for being troopers here. And Alex, thank you for being my co-host in crime here. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
So much. Yeah, to Jay and Carson in the back channel, thank you for helping to pull all of the levers and ring all the bells and things. Ryan Weber was on earlier with us as well. Of course, we have Sawyer, Max, and Julia in the field too, bringing us some awesome shots. Thank you all so much.
Sawyer has a print in the store. Just shouting that out
Sawyer has a
quickly
print
before
in
we
the store.
wrap.
Amazing. Get that, please. Metal print of the launch today, that American flag shot that we saw earlier. And of course, we couldn't do it without all of you. Your likes, your subscribes, your merch, your support. Go to nasaspaceflight.com, check out all of our articles, our merch, and be a member. Follow us on our socials, and watch This Week in Spaceflight, because we are about to release
Thanks to
you
Wade
into
as well.
No.
Dr.
Wade, okay.
WD40. Oh my gosh, I always butch that.
many people.
But there you can see. Also, Alicia, thank you as well.
Thank you. Yeah. And until next time, I guess, everyone, we are going to leave you off with the latest episode of This Week in Spaceflight from Alex and I and Ryan, who was working really hard all day today. But thank you all so much for joining us. We're sending 4 astronauts to the ISS. They'll be docking there very soon. And yeah, until next time. Thanks so much for joining us. This was great.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, planet.
Water towers, fly!
Echo down to nominal. Flighting outside speed off. Bring in speed off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage. Look at this! Put that in the big bag, Nichole.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.